Bruchim Habaim. Welcome to Beth Torah congregation. My name is Rabbi Jennifer Gorman. I met some of you last night, some of you on the walk. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to our synagogue. In Hebrew, a synagogue is called a Beit Knesset, a house of gathering. We are very grateful to be able to gather on this land in the spirit of friendship and shared purpose, and to learn from our Indigenous teachers and leaders whose wisdom continues to enrich our society. We begin by acknowledging that we gather on the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, the Mississaugas of the Credit. This land has been a place for gathering, for teaching, and relationship building for countless generations. All of us gathered this morning understand the power of memory, the importance of preserving tradition, the deep connection between people, between lands, and identity. In Pirkei Avot, the Ethics of the Fathers, Rabbi Chalafta ben Dosa teaches, Asara sheyoshvim v'oskim b'Torah, Shechina shruya b'neihem. When a community gathers to occupy itself with learning, the divine presence dwells among them. When people come together with open hearts, open minds, and a willingness to listen, wisdom grows. And today is an expression of those values. It is my honor this morning to be able to introduce our Consul General, Idit Shamir. I'm lucky enough to have met Idit many years ago. I don't have her whole bio in front of me, but she has been a wonderful addition to our community, and we are grateful for her presence here. This past Shabbat, our community read the words from Zechariah, Lo b'chayil v'lo b'koach, ki im bruchi amar Adonai Tzvaot. Not by might and not by power, but by my spirit, says the Eternal of Hosts. We are deeply honored by everyone's attendance this morning. As we begin in friendship and dialogue and mutual respect, I would like to offer a communal blessing to all those gathered here. As we work towards our common goals, may it be fulfilled for us all. Yivarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha, Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'puneka, Yisa Adonai panav elecha, v'yasem lecha shalom. May the Eternal bless and protect you. May the Eternal's face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Eternal lift up the divine countenance to you and grant you peace. I now invite Consul General Shamir. I now change our schedule. I will instead pass the microphone. We are nothing if not flexible. I will pass the microphone to Melody Reyes. It is my pleasure to invite you to the podium.
Actually, if I could ask our friend Jonathan Maracle to come up, please, and do a prayer song for us while our other elders are getting ready. So this is our brother, Jonathan Maracle from the Tyendinaga Reserve. He was here last night, and it was a wonderful joy to dance together and to come together as communities. And so we invite you up here, Jonathan, to release a prayer song, and then we'll have the elders.
It's an honor to be here and to have been here last night, shared, and I've met so many beautiful people. And I mean that. Beautiful people, and to have something in common in the way we've suffered as Indigenous people, but also to see the hope that we have. I want to sing a song for you. It's a song I wrote about the prayers of our people long before the coming of the white man to this land. I call it Our Prayers, and I think it's a good song for the moment. And I'd like to just finish that up with a prayer in Mohawk, if that's okay. When I of people displaced. They're living in the shadows of broken promises. They've stopped trying to pick up the pieces. There is a way back to who you're meant to be. When you look into the mirror, here's what you should see. Through the eyes of your Creator, for it's He who's calling you back to who you were meant to be. Hear the call of the drum, so sacred to the people. Hear the singers cry out, calling you home. Come and dance to the sound of freedom. Come and dance, and let's be one. Oh, hear the call of the drum. It's a call to honor. Come and dance to promises fulfilled. As we cry out, calling for justice, where honor, love, and life are restored. Oh, when I oh, when I oh, when I oh, I'm very close to these elders from Ganawage, Robert and Alma Patton, and they're Mohawk language teachers and leaders, and she was once the chief of Akwesasne. I've taken time to learn a lot of good Mohawk, and one of the prayers that they gave me was the prayer of, it's Royener, Wasagwari Hunyo, Jinyo Ido Toronayo, the way the Lord taught us how to pray, his prayer. And so that's the prayer I'll pray right now. Royener Wasagwari Hunyo, Jinyo Ido Toronayo. Gonkati no suwiare. No suwaterdanio da guayoma. Negaro yage desiderum ai sesanayo. Ai se wenio sadage, ayasa wenarakwage. No sonjage jinio negaro yage disu wenarakwa. Dagonot nagon santi agyunhe. Weniate seni serage. Se sanigoron nion guariwana non jinio. Gion guanigoros note no yon kine gorak sata. Dagonot nagon ayon kusoni negariwana non morontano. Da quario guido neo daxons sego ise ne jinio hawe. Onsa nagerage gasa ston sara oni gana don sara ya da gari wata ne awa sumboya dis orage niha.
Can you all hear me if I don't use the microphone? Okay. Let me make sure my pages are in order. It is my absolute pleasure and privilege this morning to introduce two respected elders. Elders Mark and Dr. Wendy Phillips are dedicated to carrying forward the wisdom of their ancestors. Elder Mark Phillips is Anishinaabe of the Turtle Clan. For more than 50 years, he has devoted himself to the sacred responsibilities of ceremonial leadership and the teachings of the pipe, grounded in peace and in living, please tell me if I get this wrong, Mino Bima'az Dizwin, the good way of life. Was I even close? I feel the same way when people who don't know Hebrew try and very sorry. Elder Mark Phillips has dedicated himself to preserving and passing on the ancient knowledge entrusted to him, ensuring that these teachings continue from generation to generation, as we say, L'Dor, L'Dor. He is a traditional singer and the lead of the Red Hawk Singers, a drum group that shares music and culture. Throughout his life, he has worked to strengthen his own community and well-being of our entire human family, always keeping in mind the responsibility we bear to the next 7 generations. I am equally privileged to welcome Elder Dr. Wendy Phillips. Elder Dr. Wendy Phillips is of the Bald Eagle Clan, Potawatomi and Anishinaabe Cree, and a proud member of the Wasauksing, thank you so much, First Nation in Muskoka. She is a ceremonial leader, a spiritual educator, a traditional Indigenous healer, a cultural innovator, and an internationally recognized advocate for Indigenous ways of knowing. Dearly never sleeps. Elder Dr. Wendy Phillips is a keeper of the 8th fire prophecies and the ancient Thunderbird calendar. She has devoted her life to fostering healthy futures grounded in traditional Indigenous teachings. Her academic achievements include a doctorate of Anishinaabe law, a master's degree in environmental studies focused on traditional Anishinaabe governance and sustainability, an honors degree in Indigenous studies, as well as studies in business administration and counseling. As a Casey Fellow for Peace Building and Dialogue and an international interfaith leader, Elder Dr. Wendy Phillips has engaged with spiritual leaders from around the world. Her contributions have been recognized through numerous honors, including the Community Medal for Scarborough-Gilwood and the Remarkable Woman Award. She has devoted her life to building bridges and helping people discover pathways towards understanding, respect, and peace. Throughout more than 2 decades of marriage, blessed with children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, Elders Wendy and Mark Phillips share a lifetime of spirit to communities leading with divine spirit. They embody the values of wisdom, of compassion, stewardship, and relationship that are so essential in our world. We are deeply honored by their presence among us today as we begin in friendship and dialogue and mutual respect. I hope that we can work towards our common goals. May it be fulfilled for us all. I invite Elders Mark and Dr. Wendy Phillips to come forward. Shalom, miigwech, good morning, boker tov.
Perfect. Because it's a small room, I think, is it okay if I don't use the mic? Is that all right? Okay. So, bonjour, megzi dodem, widow cause of Bajgot Indigenous cause, Wasauksing na donchi, Giwing Zibin Donjaba, Jemen Magge Parwad Mindal. You want me to use the mic? I see that. Yeah, usually when I begin talking, I start loud and then I quiet down. So I'd like to welcome everyone here, and would also like to say a gitchi miigwech for your patience. We had some vehicle issues this morning, so that is how it goes sometimes. And then again, apologize again. I'm gonna need to require my sunglasses because I did have eye surgery a few weeks ago. So I'm still a little sensitive to the light. So I'd like to say a few things when we talk about coming together, especially on an occasion like this. So for our ancestors, this is for our family, we have hereditary titles that we have on both sides of our family. Our family chose long ago to be a stronghold of our traditional ways of knowing and titles, to attempt to ensure that this knowledge would continue on for future generations. So for us, this is where, when we talk about a few of our titles, that we have been on these territories for thousands of years. So the relationship and the connection to this territory, so when we speak of Toronto especially, is one of our territories. So for my upbringing, when we talk about Treaty 13, this is for us, when we talk about our sacred numerology, that the number 13 was seen as a very sacred number. And this is for us what our elders and ancestors wanted people to know around the world, that this was a sacred place, and to recognize this in our treaties. So from the time of contact, they knew that this time would come, that our brothers and sisters would reunite again. And that is one of the beautiful things. A lot of you have seen the 4 directions. And this is a tool that has many representations. A symbol for us, that one, it represents our creation story. It tells us particular times within our history and within the relationship of our earth. The other component that it also speaks of is the creation of the 4 races. And it represents a human family. And this is one of the proudest things I've ever heard our elders speak about, was the 4 directions. Because they spoke about equality, that those 4 quarters are equal to one another, and that there is to be fairness and kindness when we talk about our morals and our principles as to how we are to treat one another. So for us, this was always seen as a reminder as to how to live with one another. And so this is for us one of the things why we hold this symbol close and why we use it so often, is because it's saying who we are. The number 4 is very symbolic. And like I said, mathematics is something that we have as Indigenous people. Sadly, a lot of Western people sadly have ignored our knowledge systems, and especially our mathematics. When we talk about the number 4, that when we look at the concept of 7, and then when you times that by 4, then this is talking about then the number 28. And when you times that, it works out to 96. This is another universal number that for us, again, it symbolizes where we are in our universe. And this is for us why the 4 directions was so important to us, because it told the universe who we are, and it told the universe where we are. So for us, the symbolisms and the meanings behind it are so important. So these are some of the things I wanted to share this morning as to what can bring our minds together and what can bring our hearts together. And it's truly remembering who we are, and then remembering these things so that we can carry these things forward. We have all been here, when we talk about our DNA, for millions of years. And according to our calendars, we still have millions of years left. So this is where we talk about the importance of coming together and solving the issues we have today. But it takes building relationship. It takes working together. So the importance of us coming together like this today is so important. So I'm going to stop there because I know Mark. He'll continue on here. Let's. You might not need Mike.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So bonjour. Mishikando dem Moses Kode Indigenous Giwait and ZB Don Shaba. I'm a come to go gigi kinege go gage to. I'm a come to go gigi atso kanak gie nemegwan sway de Nisho de Suabe de Minwabe de Magiquas Papiquas Chibarabos de Wanana Bojo de Mashomsananek Nukomisananek de Anishanabe. I'm a come to go gigi wabano, jalano, springishmuk, giwait and mido. I'm a come to go gigi Jesus, the Mashomus, the Gijugo clay, the Nikomus, the Anungok suck. I'm a come to go gigi Mishkokomik clay, the Aki. I'm a come to go gigi Gigonuk, the Knebigo. The Oesiak, the Neshiak, and Manitoshak. So we come together today, as Wendy mentioned, everything that we do is based on relationship. Well, I know we were late getting here, and I apologize as well. I wasn't expecting problems with our Daban. We overheated, so we were like on the road here at 7 o'clock this morning, and 20 minutes from here. We didn't quite get here on time, so I apologize for that. Well, we look at our relationships. We know when we got here, there were Haudenosaunee people speaking for us here. So when we talk about relationships, we have a peace treaty with them, where Wendy and I and Heather live. We're about an hour from Echo, and up on the rocks there. Well, along the shoreline there are rock paintings of a being we call Majipju. But up on top of the rocks, which is like 400 or 500 foot cliff, there is a rock painting of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe coming together to have peace. And there's a picture of Anishinaabe with pipe, and it's actually a Mohawk person with wampum. And there has been peace between our people since that treaty was made. And there was a pipe which is still in existence today. That when that treaty was made, that pipe was used, and then a treaty was later on made out on the west end of Lake Superior with the Lakota people. That same pipe was used, and that pipe is still in existence in Lake of the Woods to this day. So for us, treaties are not just something that were made with the Dutch and the French and the British and later the 13 colonies. So when Wendy talked about the calendars, we have a relationship with the Mayan people. We have a relationship with the Aztec people as well, because our three nations were the keepers of the calendars and the mathematics, as well as the prophecy. So when we talk about our human family and how we coexist, so when I started off, it was in Anishinaabe Mowin here. So when we go through the creation story, we talk about as present day humans, we are the seventh dimensional beings. A lot of people today use the terminology seven grandfathers. Yeah, there's some morals that go with it, but there's a hidden concept within there that's all math-based. And a little different from Mohawk here, our mathematics. So Basic is 1, Niche 2, Sway is 3, and Niwan, which is 4, means 3 plus 1. And then 5, 3 plus 2, 3 plus 3, 3 plus, and so on. It goes back to a 3 count. And you'll see this in our braids of sweetgrass. What it's describing is first and foremost is as present day humans, we are spiritual beings first and foremost. We are physical beings second. And third, we have the capacity to think. But first and foremost, we are spirit. So when we're going through the beings that pre-existed us, or maybe I'll go backwards here. So to start with us, so present day humans, we each have our own personality. We each have our own characteristics. We have a heart on how we feel. We have a soul, a spirit, a life principle, and an aura, which the first 6 are called our chicha. And then the aura, or how people would describe aura today, is called our chief woman. And so those are the 7 gifts that make us up. As well, we are the only species on this planet that has free will. The animals do not have it, the plants do not have it, and definitely the earth does not have free will. We are the only beings that have free will. And even the human beings that, or human type beings that preceded us, did not have free will. So we are different from all the other species that have preceded us here on this planet. So when we walk through using the math, and this still amazes me to this day, how the elders had hid all these beings in mathematical terms. So math is a very central thing for us. They talked about that math would be the universal language, not English. Because just in North America, we have over 500 indigenous languages. And I'll use Mohawk and Ojibwe, we're about as similar as English is to Chinese. Very, very different concepts. And same thing, what do you call that? Guys, what is it? And the languages? No, anyways, they have looked around the world, people who study languages, and said that Ojibwe is the most complex language on the planet because it's based on 7 dimensions. So when we're breaking words down, there are 7 different concepts within one word. So it's not a very easy language to understand. So within there is philosophy, there's beliefs, there's morals. You're looking at things from a physical level, a mental level, a spiritual level, a moral level, a mathematical level, through the language itself and through art. So everything, especially in ceremony, is based on you're going through all those 7 concepts at the same time. So very, very, whoever created this, there was a lot of thought went into it. Right? And I've often, I've sat with our different elders who were very adept at translating the language and, all the different concepts and ideas that are within there. And it's very profound. When my late teacher was alive, and a friend of mine who actually taught at U of T, who was an amazing linguist, when people were stuck with words, they would come see my brother Alex. And they sat down, and when both of them were alive, and I'm sitting there watching them, and they took a word that is talking about the sun is coming up. So B-Daba, 3 little symbols. They filled 2.5 pages what those 3 syllables were, and all the concepts and ideas that are going on just with B-Daba. Because what it's saying is past, present, and future all coexist at one time and one place. So when it's getting daylight, but the sun hasn't broken the horizon yet, well, it's not really night, but it's also not daytime yet. So the concept was all these times and places are all coalescing together at sunrise. So this is how our people looked at these things. They're very complex ideas. So when we look at creation, so I had start, and I want to translate what I had said here. So the one week today people refer to as Great Spirit, that gets you Maracle. There is an old word that Wendy's mom used to use, and we asked her, well, what is this saying? It says, the one who has made and created everything and everyone. Very descriptive. And for us, in ceremonies, we don't use that term very often because the idea is creator is out making other universes. The work has never stopped. And he's not, and I shouldn't say he, because that's not a concept in a good way as well. We don't use he or she. Okay? But the idea is this being is still out doing this work. And science would say, well, the universe is still expanding. Well, that's how we would look at it. In our terminology, is creator is still doing the work started off. So when creation started, there were universal laws made, great laws, natural laws, and then when our people came into being, there were tribal laws, which is very different than, Canadian law or American law or United Nations law. Because everything is based on our relationship to this planet. So when we look around, and Wendy had mentioned the medicine wheel, what we would call Niwan Giwatashkat, to walk in a circle 4 times, to look at the 4 directions. So when we do that, you see, as the human family, no matter, whether you're north of the equator or south, we all get to see the same sun. It shines its love, its light, its warmth on everybody on this planet and doesn't discriminate against anybody. We all have the sun in common. We look up at the sky at night, and well, even this morning, because I was up out offering tobacco about 5 o'clock this morning, and we all get to see the moon. We call her our grandmother. So some would say Tibigisis or Nibagisis, which is the night sun, but there's also Gijagokwe, which means the sky woman. She watches over all female life. Without her, all the waters on the planet would be stagnant. She also watches over all the medicine plants. And we go out. Just a couple of days ago, we were out picking medicine because it was full moon. So this is when the medicine plants are at their peak power. But she also watches over all female life. So there is a relationship that she has with the earth. So if there was no moon up there, life ceases to exist there. So very important. When we look in the sky at night, there are also stars, and this is where it's a little different. What we get to see in the northern hemisphere is different stars that people in the south get to see. But those stars move about the sky, and some of them are planets, some of them are suns, but they each have their own time and place and purpose. And people who are knowledgeable about it can tell about the past, our present, and where we're going as a human family. So we also have that in common with each other. We also look and see that we are all part of Mother Earth. Now, people have come from different geographic areas, But we all have the same earth. It is in our DNA, in everybody on this planet. And the earth gives life to all of life. Without her, there is no life. And keeping with the concept of four, there is the earth herself, or the rock, the spirit of the fire, which is the sun, the core of our planet, but is also our own spiritual self. The water, amazingly, our planet is 85% salt water. Amazingly, a human baby, male or female, doesn't matter, is 85% salt water when they're born. So we are tiny, tiny replicas of this planet. So our elders had the concept, whatever you do to the earth, you do to yourself. Whatever you do to yourself, you do to the earth. So we have a responsibility which comes up in our laws and our concepts, how we take care of this planet. And Wendy had mentioned, well, this area that we're in here is Treaty 13. And there's other treaties that talk about the Beaver Bowl Treaty, which were made among our own people, on how we take care of this land. And they talk about, or today a lot of people talk about 7 generations, which is, in one of the math concepts, is 400 years ahead. How are we looking at the earth? And what is it going to look like 400 years from now? Is there still going to be clean water for our great-grandkids to drink? Is the air going to be safe to breathe? Is there still going to be birds and animals and insects and fishes in the future? Because we're not only responsible for human life, but to make sure that those other lives that have pre-existed human life are still here. So how we take care of them. So there is a responsibility there. And because there are so many people now, how do we do that together as a group, as the human family? So it is about that responsibility that we all have as the human family, and we look ahead. We see our world is in a great state of turmoil right now. There are wars happening everywhere. There are places where there are different sicknesses and diseases, where water is not safe to drink. And, we don't need to go to another country to find that. We can look in even some of the communities down south here. Water is not safe, which is the lifeblood of this planet. So we need all these things for life to exist here in a good way. So when we're looking at creation, as I said, well, there are laws that govern this place. Unfortunately, even in the United Nations, the laws of the earth are not even mentioned or thought about there. Wendy had mentioned her family carries hereditary title. So what that means, before Canada came up with their wonderful Indian Act, which defined who's in the club and who's not in the club, how to get in or how to get kicked out, we had traditional governance, which was based on what we call our Dodem, or some would say Totem, and Totemuk. It is based on, as humans, we have 5 privileges. As a human being, we all need direction or leadership in our lives. We all need a way to provide food, clothing, and shelter. We all need warmth, safety, and love. We all need reasonably good health from a spiritual level, a physical level, and a mental level. So those first 4 are about just what it takes to exist as a human being on this earth. And then the 5th one says, well, if we have those first 4, then we have some learning to do. That is our clan system. And this is how our governance was based on, was those 5. Some people might today think of it as rights, but the way it was described to me by my teachers was these are our privileges as human beings. They said the only right we have on this planet is a loan of time. We're all born, we're all going to die. The only thing we have is a loan of time. So that's truly our only right here as a human being, is time. we have 4 tasks in life. Take care of ourselves, spiritually, physically, and mentally. To take care of our family. To work, so traditional, that was hunting and fishing, farming, all the things you did, provide food. And then to take care of family, how all those things look. And, you know, the way he described it, I won't use the exact words because it was a little more graphic, but said we can do a real good job just screwing up those 4 things. Right? And then we have 4 natural urges. We all get thirsty, we all get hungry, we all need to eliminate waste, and we all need affection. There is no human being exempt from that anywhere on this planet. And then he said we were given 5 privileges. So this is the foundation of our clan system. And this is, you know, our people drew this on rocks all across the Americas. You know, and different areas might have different beings that they use, but they were always looking at these privileges and our responsibility to creation. So, what? Oh, okay. I'm not even, haven't got my throat cleared yet here. But hopefully you get the idea that as human family, we have some responsibility here. How we can build bridges instead of blowing them up and get along with each other and help and care for each other, because we only have one planet. You know, we need to learn how to get along with each other, because, you know, what makes us different, and, you know, I talk about this in our teachings a lot, even between the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee people. The big difference is geography. You know, our people were hunters and fishers because, you know, where Wendy and I live, we live in the Canadian Shield, and we've tried, believe me, you can't grow corn, beans, and squash. It ain't happening. So we depended on the animals and the fish to eat. And where you come farther south, yeah, you can grow vegetables. So it is, you know, geography that changes things and our relationship to the land. So once again, I would like to say Gitchi Miigwech to each and every one of you for listening today. And hope everybody has a really good day. Gwech.
Well, thank you. Thank you to our elders, Elder Wendy and Mark, for opening the day for us in such a special way. And welcome to all of you for being with us today. Excuse me. So it's my job to set the stage for the day. And for those who've only just joined us today, this has been organized by the Canadian Anti-Semitism Education Foundation, by Canada House, by Allied Voices for Israel, and by my organization, the Indigenous Embassy of Jerusalem. And I think, as you've already heard, this day is about building our relationship as two peoples, two Indigenous peoples, First Nations of this land and the Jewish people. And that is the main goal of our day. Now, I don't want to take too much time, because as you can see, if you open up this beautifully designed program, care of Allied Voices for Israel have taken care of the design. Look at it's beautiful, combining the Jewish concept of the tree of life with some of the beautiful beading of the First Nations. And you'll see that we have a schedule that we might already have slipped off the schedule, but I've heard about Indian time, I've heard about Jewish time, so this is Indigenous time, but we are still going to try, and we'll probably catch up at lunchtime. At least afternoon will start at the right time. And so, as you can see, we're really trying to honor the Indigenous protocols in this land, and that's why it's been such a blessing to have our elders here with us this morning from this Anishinaabe territory, and we're so grateful that you could make it. And you were actually perfectly on time. When you walked in, it was time for you to be here. So thank you, and I'm sorry you had a rough start to your day. Yes, so can we give them a round of applause just to honor them, thank them? Yes. So our first session this morning will be about grounding us and understanding the treaties of peace and friendship. Yes. And then we follow with, now throughout the day, we wanted to allow time for working group discussions so that we get to know each other, we talk to each other, and the tables had been laid out. So we're actually mixing Jewish and First Nations people, so you can sit and talk to each other throughout the day. So please do take note of things that you would want to discuss. Our first working group discussion is at 12 o'clock. Well, it's on the schedule at 12 o'clock, put it that way. And at that point, Melody Grey Eyes will explain the circle protocol, which we will use for those working group discussions. So this afternoon, we're covering this morning the treaties of peace and friendship. Then we're looking at indigeneity and Israel and the way indigenous movements have been captured by false narratives. This afternoon, we're going into combating anti-Zionism, which is such an important issue at this time. So I think it's really great that wonderful that we have Andrew Pearson here to speak on that. Education also very important. And then we're finishing with an Indigenous panel. Well, we're not finishing. We're going on to an Indigenous panel where we will hear from various Indigenous peoples from different Indigenous walks of life. And then we conclude with this working group dialogue. And this is where you get to sit and process a little bit. Now, this is an ambitious program, and we acknowledge that, and it probably should be a 2 or 3 day program, but we're doing our best to try and cover things that we think are important for today. And so that is the schedule for the day. We are going to try and keep to our schedule as much as possible. But we want you to relax, enjoy. Hopefully the coffee table and tea table and water table has been replenished so that you can pop out and get some if you're desperate in between sessions. So with that, it is my honor to introduce our amazing guest today, and we're so grateful that Ms. Idit Shamir, our Consul General, sorry, did I get that right? Consul General? Yes, Consul General has taken time to join us today. And so this is a great honor for us. So Idit has served in China, Japan, Thailand, and Cambodia. Her most recent postings include Head of Special Projects at the Economic Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Until recently, she worked on the economic implementation of the Abraham Accords. Outside of government, Idit joined UNESCO, where she acted as program specialist for the Education for All movement. Before joining the Foreign Service, she owned a private law practice that specialized in representing victims of domestic violence. She also served as a lawyer with the Israeli National Council for the Child, an NGO dedicated to safeguarding children's welfare, well-being, and rights. Idit also functioned as an apprentice in the legal department of the Israeli Parliament and the Association for Human Rights in Israel. She holds a Bachelor of Laws from Bar-Ilan University and a Master of Laws from the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Please welcome Idit Shamir.
Thank you, Boker Tov. It's such an honor to be here with you this morning. Distinguished elders, honored chiefs, Rabbi Gorman, dear friends. I want to start by introducing my two colleagues who are here with me, the Deputy Consul General Anael Ben Susan and our Director of Community Affairs, Miriam Pearl. Before I begin, I want to thank the people who built this day. Andrea Spindle and CAEF, Daniel Koren and Allied Voices for Israel, Dr. Sheree, Trotter, and the Indigenous Embassy of Jerusalem, Melody Grey Eyes and Canada House, and Michael Bloomfield and the Harmony Foundation. Your vision was simple and radical at the same time, that Jewish and indigenous leaders should not speak about each other from a distance. They should sit together, face to face, and build something rooted in truth, dignity, memory, and shared responsibility. That vision is sitting here right now. Yesterday, 60,000 people walked for Israel in this city. The largest turnout in the walk's 57-year history. And many of you were there walking beside us, being counted. That meant more than you would know. And today you're here again. That tells me everything I need to know about who is in this room. I want to talk about land. Let me start with my name. I am Idit. It appears in the Bible, and it means fertile earth. My parents gave me a name, and that name is the land itself. Not a symbol of the land, the land. When someone calls my name, they're invoking something ancient, soil that has known rain and drought, sun and shadow, and the footsteps of my ancestors for thousands of years. I've carried that land in my name every single day of my life, before I could speak a word, before I knew what it meant. I tell you this because I believe you understand it. You know that land is not where you live, it is who you are. It lives in your language, your ceremonies, your children's names, your dreams. The connection cannot be legislated away, negotiated away, or narrated away by someone who finds it inconvenient. That is the Jewish connection to Israel. Not born in 1948, not a European invention, not a refuge created after a catastrophe. Ancient, continuous, unbroken. When we speak about land, we are never speaking about geography. We're speaking about memory, about language, about ancestors, about graves and songs and stories, ceremonies, prayers, and promises, about the places that formed us before we could ever form them. The Jewish history begins in that land. Abraham walks its hills, Jacob dreams beneath its skies, David makes Jerusalem our capital, and the Hebrew Bible is not a travel brochure. It is the birth certificate of people in their ancestor homeland. The land remembers us, and we remember the land. And even when Jews were driven out by empire after empire, we did not become strangers to our land. We became an exiled indigenous people. Exile is not disappearance. Exile is not consent. Exile is not cancellation of belonging. A people can be conquered. A people can be scattered, but a people cannot be erased when a memory becomes covenant. Every Jewish wedding breaks a glass in memory of Jerusalem. Every Yom Kippur ends with Jerusalem. Every Passover ends with Jerusalem. Every day, Jews in Morocco, Poland, Yemen, Iraq, Ethiopia, Russia, India, and Canada all turned in prayer towards the same direction, towards home. For 2,000 generations, we ended every Passover Seder with the same three words: next year in Jerusalem. Not next year in a metaphor, not next year as an idea, next year in Jerusalem, a real city on a real mountain in a real land. A few days ago, we marked Jerusalem Day, celebrating the return of indigenous people displaced by a colonizing empire to the city that has been the center of their identity for 3,000 years. That is not colonialism, that is continuity. It is not invention, it's inheritance. The State of Israel was founded in 1948, but the Jewish people were not born in 1948. Our story did not begin at the United Nations. It did not begin after the Holocaust. It did not begin in Europe. It began thousands of years ago in the land of Israel. And here is where I want to say directly to you, because you are the right people to hear it. If you support indigenous people's rights, you should be a Zionist. Because Zionism is the national liberation movement of the indigenous people who never truly left their land and who finally came home. If you're indigenous, you're a Zionist. You just may not have known it yet. And then came October 7, the most savage attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust. Rape, murder, mutilation, the abduction of grandmothers and babies. Jews deserved sympathy. Instead, the world unleashed a torrent of anti-Semitism. Within days, before the bodies were buried, the narrative machine was already running. 75 years of colonial oppression, as though what happened deserved to happen. And then came something even more calculated, the deliberate theft of indigenous language, the vocabulary of decolonization, of land rights, of resistance weaponized against the oldest indigenous people. Today, Jews in Canada are being pushed away from government, from public life, from hospitals, from universities, from schools, and accused of being colonizers and settlers in Canada. You in this room know what theft means. You know what it feels like to have your story distorted, your identity denied, your connection to the land dismissed as inconvenient. You know what happens when powerful forces decide your history does not fit the narrative and simply rewrite it. That is what is happening to the Jewish people right now, and the people doing it are actively trying to drive a wedge between our communities. They will not succeed, not while this room exists. When Indigenous elders and leaders stand beside us and say, "We see you. We know what it means to fight for your land, your language, your children's future that carries a moral authority, no government statement, no diplomatic cable, no press release can manufacture." It lands in Ottawa, it lands in Washington, it lands in Jerusalem. So to our Indigenous friends here today, thank you. Thank you for hearing the Jewish story, not as a headline, not as a position, as a political position, but as the story of a people. And to the Jewish community, let our rootedness make us better allies. But friendship cannot remain only symbolic. It must build something. Israel has almost no natural resources. It was surrounded by enemies from the first day, and it became a world leader in water technology, food security, remote healthcare, and clean energy, because it had no choice but to solve hard problems in hard places. Those solutions belong in partnership with First Nation communities in Canada. Water, food sovereignty, healthcare, education, economic development, nation to nation, people to people. That's what I want to build from this day forward. Because the future must not build on erasure, not of Jews, not of Indigenous people, not of any people. It must build on truth, on dignity, on memory, on friendship, and on courage to build together. The psalmist wrote, "When the Lord returned the exiles to Zion, we were like dreamers. Hayinu kecholmim." Today, that dream has come true, Israel. And what we are building in this room today, may it too become a dream made real for the generations who will inherit either the world we build together or the division we failed to overcome. I know which one I'm choosing. Thank you. Toda. Miigwech.
Just have a little gift to present to you to honour you from. This is from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I will pull it out. It's not a full korowai, but a korowai is a cloak that holds immense cultural value for Māori people, worn as a mantle of prestige and honour, symbolising leadership and embodying the obligations of leadership within the community. Not just a piece of clothing, it represents the respect, authority and mana associated in Māori society. And this is a sample of one which is a wall hanging style, and it's in blue and white, the colours of Israel. So we would like to gift that to you today. Thank you. And that was such an inspiring speech, and what a wonderful way to set the program for the day. Laura is going to come up and introduce our first session.
Nakswa, hello and shalom. My name is Laura Medley. I'm a member of the Cowlitz Indian tribe of Southwest Washington State. And I am also proudly acknowledge my Jewish heritage as well. And I'm here to thank you. It's been a wonderful joy and blessing to be with you all the last 4 days here in Canada. And I just want to just express my gratitude and for inviting me here. I am privileged and honored to introduce our first speaker, the Honorable Justice Harry LaForme, and he will be speaking on treaties of peace and friendship, Indigenous perspective.
Thank you. I don't know if it's just from an Indigenous perspective. It should be from everyone's perspective. I feel like there's not much left to be said after the speakers that you just heard from. I mean, it was, we're here today and we were treated by Haudenosaunee, Mohawk, Anishinaabe here. Those are two indigenous groups that lived here, as you say, for thousands of years before the opposite of what you did happened to us. We got colonized, and it didn't start out that way. It started out with respect, and that's probably very important. Some of the treaties that I want to talk about, and pretty much everything up until around the 1800s or mid-1800s, was all about sharing and peace, friendship. That's what it was. And little did we know at the time, especially later, before we get to 1800, that the British had other ideas. So the first thing we have is the wampum treaties. Wampum is a very, very specific, and my Mohawk friend over there can tell us about it if I'm wrong. And the dish with one spoon, that's a wampum treaty as well. And it's much older. It goes back to, depending on who you talk to, 325 years. And it goes up to 884 years. It's the international treaty between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. And that was who we first had this treaty relationship with. The treaties were here when the British came, or when the settlers came to the shores of Turtle Island. Turtle Island is a kind of it's the name that we give to North America. And it originates through a story, and it goes the turtle, for example, and the shell of a turtle that had mud in it. And throughout the years, the muskrat and the otter would bring up more mud and more mud and more mud until such time as we ended up with Turtle Island. So thank you for the muskrat and the otter. So 884 years ago, we were dealing with each other in the form of treaties. Each group of indigenous people had their own treaties. The dish with one spoon, for example, is a wampum belt to record a binding law of shared responsibility. It has three basic rules. One, do not abuse or overexploit the land's resources. The second one is to ensure the continued viability of the hunting grounds for neighboring nations and future generations. The third one is to protect and care for the environment while keeping the peace. Not bad treaty, I would say. Notably, the symbolic spoon means there are no knives allowed at the dish, completely outlawing weapons and violent conflict in the shared territory. The two-row wampum is one of the oldest treaty relationships, originally made with Dutch settlers in 1613, and it features two parallel lines, purple rows, on a white background symbolizing an indigenous canoe and a European ship traveling down the river of life together as equals, promising non-interference and peaceful coexistence. Now, the wampum belts are different lengths and different sizes, but they are made out of like oyster shells or shells. And I still don't know how they got the holes in them, but they managed to do it, and they built these treaties which symbolize the relationship. The dish with one spoon is a covenant between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe, between me and my brother, Mark, to peacefully share and to protect the hunting territories. The dish represents the land, and the spoon dictates taking only what you need with no knives allowed near the dish to prevent violence. There was actually a diplomacy that was attached to this treaty-making process. And it was a formal system of political negotiation, treaty-making, and alliance building used indigenous nations of the Eastern Woodlands and later with European colonizers. They relied on this exchange of woven beads and called wampum. That's how they were. I was going to, I think at the beginning, I was going to say, I listened to the speech just before, and I kept thinking that that could be my story, that should be my story, I should be there. But we're the opposite. We didn't manage to get our land back, we never left. So we weren't able to say we come home, we've won our land back and we can govern that land. That never happened because that was taken from us while we were here. And it wasn't supposed to be that way. It was supposed to be through peace and friendship. And we shared this land for hundreds of years like that with peace and friendship with Europeans. And it wasn't a land surrender or anything like that. It was all about living together in mutual respect. The Great Peace in Montreal was a massive summit of French officials that fully adopted wampum diplomacy. Dozens of indigenous nations exchanged wampum belts with the French governors to solidify their historic peace and neutrality pact. Treaty of Niagara in 1764, which followed the 7 Years' War, the British Crown presented the 24 nations wampum belt to over 2,000 Indigenous chiefs, codifying the Royal Proclamation of 1763 into a formal reciprocal alliance. One of the things that we used to do is we used to polish the chain. Under the rules of wampum diplomacy, agreements weren't static, one-time transactions. The belts governed ongoing conduct by requiring both the British and Indigenous nations to meet regularly to reread the belts, air grievances, and polish the covenant chain. That's what it was called. Polishing the covenant chain was renewing it. This process ensured that the relationship remained healthy and that mutual commitments were maintained from generation to generation. Because silver tarnishes, both sides committed to the diplomatic ritual of polishing the chain, both sides. This meant meeting fairly regularly, updating it. You want me to? I can split these. There. See how we help each other? So, because silver tarnishes, both sides committed to the diplomatic ritual of renewing it. So, to affirm the treaties, clear and trade grievances, and to resolve any conflicts. So there was a dispute resolution that was there as well. To successfully negotiate trade and form alliances, British colonial administrators were forced to adopt Indigenous diplomatic protocols. This meant that no oral or written statement was considered valid, sincere or binding unless it was accompanied by the presentation of a wampum belt. The 1974 Treaty of Niagara served as the monumental event that officially extended the covenant chain from its original Haudenosaunee core to the broader Great Lakes region. That means all the tribes around the Great Lakes. The British extended the metaphorical silver chain of alliance across the entire Great Lakes basin. To formalize this massive expansion, one of the governors presented the 1764 Great Covenant Chain Wampum Belt. The belt explicitly depicts two figures, a British official and an Indigenous leader, standing hand in hand as equal sovereign partners. It was given to the Odawa and Micmac to hold on behalf of the Western Alliance. Peace and friendship treaties never involved Indigenous relations surrendering land. That came later. But in those hundreds of years of wampum treaties, this is what it was. The most prominent example of wampum governing the 18th century is 1764. I told you about wampum belts and the covenant chain. And they were different in many respects. The one covenant chain was about trade and commerce back and forth. And the wampum belts were about sharing the land and sharing responsibility and environmental protection. There was a clash of written and oral traditions. To the Great Lakes and the Haudenosaunee nations, treaties were living sacred relationships that inspired ongoing maintenance or polishing, as I said. However, as older colonial administrators, the British Crown began treating the Royal Proclamation of 1763 as a unilateral piece of British legislation rather than a co-created treaty. They forgot the symbolic literacy and explicit promises embedded in the 1764 wampum belts. The core promise of the covenant chain of Niagara was that the British would prevent colonial encroachment on Indigenous territories west of the Appalachian Mountains. The Crown ultimately proved completely unable and unwilling to stop the flood of white settlers illegally moving into native hunting territories. This blatant failure to protect Indigenous land eroded the primary reason the Great Lakes nations agreed to in the alliance. As the demographic balance shifted heavily toward settlers, the colonial government abandoned the nation-to-nation equal partnership. They stopped polishing the chain and instead transitioned into an aggressive policy of paternalism, forced land cessions, and assimilation. This, I put a heading on here and I called it British treachery, but I'm not sure it was. Maybe it was. The British violated the wampum agreements primarily by treating the belts as temporary transactional contracts rather than living permanent constitutional frameworks. They were meant to be. While Indigenous nations viewed the wampum as a sacred commitment to coexist as equals, British authorities systematically undermined the core premises of non-interference, trade, and territory. I should tell you, there was one period in the late 1700s, early 1800s, where the population grew of European settlement from about 3,000 or 4,000 people to 40,000 people over a 10-year period. That's how aggressively they wanted to take over this land. So the British unilaterally cut off the supply of gunpowder and gifts, violating the wampum's mandate to ensure that Indigenous allies would never want for the necessities of life, because that was a promise of it made in the wampum belts. This economic starvation directly triggered armed resistance, and an example of that is Chief Pontiac's War. He engaged in a war and he had all the tribes, and they attacked British settlements around the Great Lakes. And part of that it wasn't to kick the British out or anything like that. It was to say to the British, we want a partner, not a king. We're not interested in a king. And that was the full extent of that war. That brought about the Royal Proclamation of 1763. The two-row wampum explicitly bound both parties to travel down the river of life in parallel paths. The British violated this by attempting to impose British criminal law over Indigenous citizens on Indigenous lands and appointing the colonial agents to dictate internal tribal leadership and divide nations against each other. Great Britain then shifted from nation-to-nation diplomatic protocols to an aggressive bureaucratic system of domestic control. The transition occurred rapidly after the War of 1812. They didn't need us any longer, and they needed Indigenous nations as used to vital military allies against France and the United States. And they decided they didn't need us anymore. Under the wampum diplomacy, the two societies agreed to travel, as I said, in parallel paths. Britain replaced this with an active policy of forced cultural assimilation. They established confining independent nomadic nations to small, isolated tracts of Crown-controlled land in the reserve system. That's how we ended up with reserves. Britain forced Indigenous peoples to abandon hunting and traditional economies to become European-style farmers. They also laid the groundwork for legislative control that would later become the Canadian Indian Act. And I should say in 1856, there was an act that Britain passed called the Civilization Act. And it's got a long title to it and everything like that. But basically, it was directed at Indigenous people, and it was an approach as to how they could become British citizens, or whatever they were going to call themselves. They would not be Indians any longer. They would not be Indigenous. And I guess the British thought you could do anything with law. So we end up during the era of wampum diplomacy. It's finished. Relations were handled by the British military and specialized diplomats like the Indian Department, who respected Indigenous protocols. In 1830, Great Britain transferred control of the Indian Department to civilian authorities. This fundamentally redefined the British perspective. Indigenous peoples were no longer viewed as sovereign foreign allies, but rather as domestic wards of the state, end quote. And they needed to be managed. Courts today, because of Section 35 of our Constitution Act, this was enacted in 1982, has in it a section that says the Aboriginal rights of Aboriginal peoples, everything was Aboriginal back then, are hereby recognized and affirmed. And that constitutional provision is, I don't think Canada necessarily thought it was going to end the way it or work out the way it is, but courts have taken a different approach to it, thankfully. It's taken a long time, mind you, but it's happening. Courts today rule the government's historic failure to uphold these agreements violates the honor of the crown, as they say, forcing modern governments back to the negotiation table to rectify centuries-old resources and land theft. And there's a book out, it's called Clearing the Plains, and it's done by a professor in Manitoba. He wrote this several years ago, and it's called Clearing the Plains. And what it's about is about the CN Railway, and they wanted to get this from coast to coast, the railroad. But they had a problem when you get to the prairie provinces because Indigenous people occupied that land necessary. So what the department did, the Department of Indian Affairs and the government did, was they starved the Indians out. They were responsible for giving them foods and stuff like that because the buffalo, they had demolished the buffalo, and that was their way of life. So they had these storerooms full of foods for Indigenous tribes, and they didn't give it to them. They starved them, and they said, move up north to a little tract of land, a reserve, and we'll give you the food. And that's what they did. And that's how they cleared the plains of Indigenous people. And honor of the crown, who knows what that means. But it's causing some problems, as I am too. Okay, that's good. Thank you. So there's one thing I need you to know, and that is that the peace and respect or peace and friendship treaties have application to everyone. It's not just government to government, it's government rules, it's government law that was in place at the time. And they involve everyone. So when we say that our shared history and our partners in treaty, that's all of us here. We're all treaty partners. We're all bound by those legal requirements in those treaties. And they're becoming real in the sense that recently a court case a couple of years ago in Quebec, the judge actually ruled that two Indigenous men wanted to involve trade by bringing tobacco in from the USA. And that was a point of commerce for them. And they went to court and they said, well, we have a treaty with the British and Canada that Canada's accepted, and that is we can trade freely back and forth. And that judge used 10 different wampum belts, defined this treaty in such a way, and she said, yes, the Canada government has an obligation under that, and the treaty is binding on them, and they must honor that. I guess that's what honor meant. And it held that. So they're going, now of course, as you would expect, they're going to appeal that because Canada doesn't want to be known as that. So you're all treaty partners. You're all whatever we do about the treaties, you have to respect it. You heard a lot about it from the Anishinaabe and the Mohawk people. You're going to hear a little bit more about it from Mark. And these are binding agreements. They're not just relics of the past. They're not just simple moments in history. They're binding agreements. They're binding international agreements on the United States and Canada. I don't know what we do about the United States, but Canada for sure. And part of that is because the Constitution of Canada protects that. It protects that. And it says it's alive and it's enforceable. And that's what the judge found, and that's what Canada's appealing. So anyways, that's enough for that. Thank you very much. And can I just say, when we talk about, and I heard the speaker about Israel, I'm a Zionist. I'm an Anishinaabe Zionist, and I know it's about land, and I know it's about land in Canada. We're still here. We never left. We're still here, but we were colonized, and colonization wasn't just a moment in time. Colonization took a course of action, and I described a little bit and maybe too briefly what that course of action was. But they did. Ultimately, the Civilization Act, which said, here's how you can become a British citizen, became part of Canada under the British North America Act. They took the Civilization Act, added a little or a lot, and that's how we got the Indian Act. And the Indian Act tells us who we are, where we can live, who can become us, how we can become them. It's a statute that is, by and large, probably unconstitutional in every other country except Canada right now. And it means that we're bound by it. And that's how we live. But I want to say, for hundreds of years, we operated under treaties of peace and friendship, cooperation, respect, self-governing, and I say that is something that I would like to return to. That is reconciliation to me. That's reconciliation. And that's why I say I'm an Anishinaabe Zionist.
Thank you very much, Justice LaForme. You've got there we go. Okay, and we have time for a few questions from the audience. Is there any?
A question for Harry.
Yeah.
You've spoken so eloquently about the mutual giving, mutual love, and the mutual responsibilities that Indigenous people to North America and Jewish people have with the governing authorities, say of Canada in this case. Mark Carney spoke the other day about a social contract, and how Canadians have failed in that social contract with the anti-Semitism going on. So
Speak a bit louder.
how can we learn from the lessons that of which you've spoken, to govern ourselves going forward, to enforce this social contract, to live a social contract, and not be oppressed as Jews or as Indigenous people in Canada, particularly at this moment.
Okay, you can support us in our reconciliation efforts. In other words, help us become independent and have our territory back and our right to govern that territory. I think we're a long ways from that, because I don't think the Prime Minister really cares that much about Indigenous affairs. And I think the thing that troubled me the most about him, because he was a real disappointment to me, I'll tell you, is when Christy Isaacson, she's from a reserve that is in Treaty 3 area in the English Wabagoon River and whatnot, and is a product of mercury poisoning, and she suffers from that. And they've been suffering from that for over 50 years. And this woman went up to Mark Carney and suggested that they should do something about this. And she was just basically demonstrating on behalf of her people and their health. And he said to her, "I'll outlast you." And the Premier and the Mayor of Toronto were behind him, and they all thought it was really funny. So, this support us. Go ahead.
Do I need the microphone? Sure. I just wanted to make a comment. We are wards of the state. As Indigenous people, you should know that. I have no rights in this country. And I'm going to do something about it. Woo! Sharon!
I'm just wondering if there was, when the treaty was set up, was there a money exchange?
No.
Giving the Indigenous peoples the rights to...
Some treaties later on were. When they started into the land, when they started to take away your Aboriginal title, your Aboriginal interest or Indigenous interest in the land, that's when they gave money. But I mean, we've had court cases, I think you remember, in the Robinson-Huron decision, for example, they were awarded $10 billion because the government chose to honor the treaty, which is $4 a person. They didn't even give that, but they said that wasn't the way you interpret the treaty, and they interpreted it another way. And they said this was pre-Confederation too. This was 1750. And the court said, no, it's interpreted this way. And it resulted in $10 billion for 21 First Nations to split. And anyways, I won't get into that.
My question is, with the wampum belts and the breaking of those treaties, compare the consequences of a broken wampum treaty to today's current consequences. Do you see something similar, or what were they, and are they similar?
I think, to answer your question, I think I see that as just another reason, or as I say oftentimes, it's another arrow in the quiver for Jewish people. I mean, when you go and argue against being hostile or prevented access to some place or anything like that, you say, why don't the police do their job and arrest them? Why do they let this happen when students on campus refuse Jews the access to the buildings and whatnot? I say, yeah, use your legal arguments if that's what you want to do. Go use your legal arguments, but include the treaties. I don't necessarily say that it's the ultimate answer to the question, but it's certainly an arrow in the quiver. It's an argument to be made. It's legally functional. It's legally binding still. And those peace and friendship, that's not peace and friendship, exclusion. It doesn't come down to that. So I say yes, they can be relied on, and they can be, I think they should be relied on, in fact.
About 2 years ago, there was a scandal in Toronto. You probably
I wasn't in it.
No, Your Honor, you were not involved in that scandal personally. There have been lots of scandals in Toronto. That was not one of them. In this scandal, there were about 2,000 students from the Toronto District School Board who were taken downtown to Grange Park, which is a small city park west of University Avenue, to ostensibly commemorate and to recognize the Grassy Narrows water poisoning disaster. And at that event, it morphed into an anti-Israel demonstration. The slogan that was used was, "From Turtle Island to Palestine, occupation is a crime." Now, today we've heard about the profound similarities between the indigenous North American population and the Jewish return to Zion as being a true indigenous redemptive movement. But this slogan turns it on its head and suggests very strongly to these students, thousands of students, and they'll come to believe it, that Jews are people from Poland who just got it into their heads one day, let's colonize the eastern shores of the Mediterranean and exploit it for our own benefits because we're greedy, yuckity, yuckity, yuckity. What's your reaction to that kind of sloganeering taking place in our government institutions?
I can tell you really simply, it's wrong. It's anathema to the wampum treaties, the treaties of peace and friendship. It's not consistent with anything that we believe in, anything the relationship. And we, in fact, from my First Nation, we actually wrote specifically about that incident to the school boards, to the premier, to anyone who would listen. And we wrote to every school that has property on our treaty lands, and we told them, this is not the way we live, this is not the way it's supposed to be, this is not what our treaties allow, and this is not what you're supposed to allow happening. So people, you can't stop goofs from being idiots. So they're going to do that. It's not them that you want to talk to, it's the other people that are listening that you're going to want to talk to. You want to tell them. But I'm as much, I think I'm as much of a believer in this kind of action as you are. What I believe doesn't matter anymore. I'm no longer a judge. I was for a while there, and that probably mattered then. And if something like that came across my desk, I'd have something to say about it. But I think you know the answer rather than asking me for an answer. I think you already know what it is. So it's wrong. It's that false narrative that.
Sorry. We'll keep with the schedule here and move on to our next speaker, but Janice, did you have one?
Yes, I'd love to hear from Mark Dockstater if he has anything to wrap up, because he's a brilliant professor at Trent.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
I think I've been just.
Thank you, Justice Harry, and for all your questions. Okay, it's my privilege to introduce Professor Mark Dockstater, and he will continue the conversation here.
I don't know, I just feel like a game show host with these kind of microphones. I'm going to take 5 minutes. I know I'm standing between you and a break, and it's already been a long day for many people. So I'm just going to do 5 minutes and kind of just wrap up. And not the academic 5 minutes where you take 15. Actually 5 minutes and then we'll go for a break. But just want to start out, first of all, thanking everybody. One, for your time. Time is a valuable commodity. And thank you for your time that you generously gave today to be here. And also to the conference organizers, wonderful job, fantastic organization, and to our elders, Rabbi, for your opening words and starting us off in a good way. Just perhaps bring treaties of peace and friendship into the contemporary context. In the contemporary context, let's remove indigenous right now. We're surrounded by treaties of peace and friendship. If you open the paper, NATO is, of course, front page, and what's happening to the NATO alliance. And obviously, people have different opinions from the United States and others. But that's a treaty of peace because it deals with military alliances. And when people gather together, nations gather together, they have two types of treaties: military alliances and economic and commerce. That is trade relationships. And so, again, surrounding us is other treaties of trade and commerce, CUSMA, NAFTA, USMCA, whatever you want to call it. That's a treaty of trade and commerce. And again, peace and trade go well together. If you have peace through your military alliances, then you have commerce. And it's no different in the contemporary context right now to what happened 500 years ago. When European nations landed on the shores of the Americas, the first thing they do is they get into treaties of peace, military alliances, and commerce, trade and commerce. That's why they're over here to set up economic relationships. And so those are the same kind of treaties that we're dealing with now that we dealt with 500 years ago. 500 years ago, as Harry mentioned, they were trade and commerce, peace and friendship treaties up to the 1800s, and after that it changed. Then it became land. It's almost like somebody in a contemporary context said, well, if you're going to sign the USMCA agreement, you have to become the 51st state. I said, hey, wait a minute, where'd the land and sovereignty get into trade and commerce? And I said, well, that's what I say it is, and I'm going to change the rules. And it's the same thing that happened to indigenous peoples in those treaties of trade and commerce and those treaties of peace, when in 1800 there was an inflection point, no longer military allies, no longer needed for trade and commerce, and so it became land. We're going to take away your sovereignty, we're going to take away your rights, and we're going to change the rules. And those rules did change significantly. And it is as if in a contemporary context, like I said, another nation comes to Canada and says, okay, your sovereignty is now part of trade and commerce treaties. And then not only that, you not only become the 51st state, but we're going to take over, you lose your rights, we tell you what to do and how to do it and where you go from there. And everybody, of course, says, hey, wait, that's not the rules. That's not the way it works around here. And there's pushback. Same thing happened in the 1800s. There was a lot of pushback. Unfortunately, like Canada, where we can fight back, because we are still military alliances and need for economic partners, despite what other people may say. In the 1800s, in an indigenous context, that changed quite significantly. One last point, just to emphasize that these treaties of peace and friendship and treaties with indigenous peoples are historical. They're not historical relics, as Harry said. They are still valid today. But there's also, these treaties have continued to the present. So treaty making is still happening today. So it's 500 years plus of treaty making. And again, in the contemporary context, you might see that in the context of Cowichan. The Cowichan decision came out in British Columbia, goes back to that idea that who has rights, who has title to the land. And the Cowichan decision comes back and says, oh, by the way, indigenous peoples and their rights might take priority over Western rights. Chaos ensues, and the politicians get together and they say, you know what, maybe we should change the rules. Maybe we should change the laws. If indeed indigenous peoples have these rights, then perhaps we should change the law. Or maybe we should change the Constitution. If it happens, and again, this is treaty making because eventually a Cowichan decision leads to an agreement. That agreement will be a treaty. That treaty is protecting the Constitution. But the idea being that, yes, these treaties historically of peace and friendship, they were there 500 years ago. They're still here today. Whether it's the Cowichan, whether it was the Nishka before that, whether it was James Bay before that, these treaties are still being negotiated. The treaties are still a valid and important part of the contemporary mosaic that we have today of rights and and privileges here in Canada. So, historical, yes. Contemporary, right till today, they're still being negotiated. And also, like I said, it's no different than any other nations getting together. You always have these treaties of peace and friendship. We had the treaties of peace and friendship. They continue through to today. And just want to say that, it's a wonderful, wonderful event to be here and spend time with everybody. I didn't really think that in my lifetime we would see a conference where Jewish and Indigenous peoples got together and talked about improving the relationship not amongst themselves, but amongst all the people of the world. Just a brief note, because I said I wouldn't say this. When I met my wife over 40 years ago, my very lovely wife, over 40 years ago, I'm Indigenous, she's Jewish. We never thought that, well, I never thought anyway, that at some point in the future, we would have a conference and talk about Indigenous-Jewish relations, but yet here we are. I guess we're just ahead of our time. So there we go. Thank you very much. Off to your break.
Well, I have a question. We are treaty partners. What are some of the practical applications of that partnership and the responsibilities?
Okay, we're all treaty people. Harry mentioned that, and certainly you see that around. We are all treaty people because we're both part of that treaty. It's like saying, and again, there's different perspectives, and I don't want to go too far, too deep into it. But the idea is, it depends on your perspective. It is, again, the contemporary context, like going to the United States and saying, hey, we're both treaty partners here. We're both valuable to each other. We both have these economic and military alliances. And we, from a Canadian perspective, see this as very important and something that should be maintained and something that should be strengthened, not weakened. On the other hand, you have another perspective that becomes, yeah, we don't need you. Let's rip up the piece of paper. We don't need you. We're good enough on our own. And we're just going to go our own way and change the rules of the game while we're doing it. It's the same thing when we say from an Indigenous perspective, we're treaty partners. We have from an Indigenous perspective to say these are everlasting, long, sacred agreements. And you heard about the idea of polishing the chains. It's like NAFTA or USMCA. You always have to renegotiate these from the perspective that we're both equals, from the perspective that we come at this in a good way, and from the perspective that it's good for all of us. If we come to an agreement, that benefits all of us. That's our perspective, not necessarily the perspective that we see on the other side when you say we're all treaty partners, and yeah, but we see it differently. And I take it into contemporary context. It's like dealing with the United States these days. And said they see things a bit differently than we do. And maybe we just tear up these agreements and maybe we just forget about them and maybe we just go our own way. But that's not to the benefit of the people, generally speaking. It's not the benefit of the world. It's not the benefit to the parties who are at the table. So treaty partners for sure doesn't mean there's a meeting of minds necessarily. It does mean that those perspectives and that idea of polishing the chains, and that the idea was the chains of treaties always bind us together as peoples. But they always have to be polished. They always have to be renewed. You always have to, because things change. And as things change, and it's a dynamic world we live in, then we always have to make sure that we take this responsibility, as our elders talked about this morning, responsibility seriously to make sure that we balance not only our relationships, but the relationships for all of humankind and the natural world as well. So treaty partners, absolutely. Perspectives differ. But the idea of that negotiation, that talk, and that dialogue, as we're doing here today, is to make sure that we have a meeting of the minds, that we meet at the center, and we benefit all.
I will suggest we take a shorter break when we take the break, but just a quick question. Given your statement about, where you hadn't thought 40 years ago this would happen. So what is one action that you would recommend? Because at the end of the day, the intent, we hope, of our discussions would lead to people agreeing to do some one thing. And what would you recommend it to be between the Indigenous and the Jewish people?
Further dialogue. That's how you build the relationships. You build relationships through time, through commitment. And so that's why I said, I thank everybody for your time. It's a valuable commodity. There's many, many different ways we can spend our time together. This is a choice. They said we have free will. So we make the choice as human beings, as humankind, to spend time together. You spend time together, you build a relationship. Relationships lead to dialogue. Dialogue leads to action. So it's a process. Again, our elders mentioned that this morning. That process is an important one. It begins by spending time. Once you spend time together and you build those relationships, you strengthen them, you polish those chains, and you do it on a consistent basis, never forgetting that as things change and as dialogue continues, then you strengthen those chains as opposed to letting them weaken. Thanks very much. Thank you, everybody.
So hello everyone, welcome back. My name is Attali, and I'm the Vice President and CAEF and founder of One Global Voice. I'm honored to moderate the next panel on the subject of Indigeneity and Israel. So please welcome Karen Restoule, Director at Macdonald Laurier Institute. Thank you.
Is the mic okay like this, or should I? Very short. Very short. I'm gonna break this. Is that good? There we go. All five, three of me.
Or you need to be told.
Yeah, exactly. Should wear my heels today. Ani Nipiminwanda Wigwak Nitishnakas Dokis Natonchi. Hello, I'm Girl of the Clear Water. I'm from Dokis Bay, which is a small but very mighty Anishinaabe community that sits on the shores and the rivers of the southwestern part of Lake Nipissing. I come from a place and a people who have long prioritized our economy, which has helped us enjoy a relatively strong social fabric that has endured for as long as can be remembered. This is a place deeply guided by core Anishinaabe principles that emphasize respect, reciprocity, responsibility, and interconnectedness with land, people, and spiritual beliefs. These principles are embodied in what we call the sacred teachings, and I'm probably not the first person to reference those teachings here. I'm sure Harry mentioned them, which serve as guiding principles for Minot B'Madzwin, for living a good life. Wisdom, love, respect, bravery, honesty, humility, and truth are not abstract values. They shape our everyday. They shape how we understand our responsibilities to one another, to our communities, and to the land that made us who we are. I want to begin by emphasizing the importance of authenticity in representing Indigenous identity. For Indigenous peoples, identity is far more than just a label. In a way, it's a braid that weaves together culture, language, traditions, community, land, music, voice, each element operating together and leaning on one another in order to strengthen and inform the others. These elements are foundational and represent centuries of existence within a territory, reflecting a deep and intrinsic connection. Indigenous identity holds profound meaning and cannot simply be transferred or borrowed without eroding its foundation. As Indigenous nations work towards reclaiming sovereignty and recover from the long reach of the colonial project, it's essential that we protect the integrity of our identity from appropriation and misuse, especially in global contexts where the complexities of our identity may not be fully understood. As an Anishinaabe Kwe, as an Ojibwe woman, I just said, I speak from a place of deep respect of what it represents to be Indigenous. My background, my lived experiences have shaped my view on this, and I feel compelled to address the increase in instances where Indigenous identity and symbols are appropriated and repurposed to serve political ends that do not align with Indigenous principles, the sacred and other teachings. In recent years, we've seen narratives emerge that attempt to align other political struggles with the challenges long faced by Indigenous peoples here in North America, often without fully appreciating the specific historical, legal, and political realities that Indigenous peoples here on Turtle Island continue to navigate. This is an issue that I believe, and many others believe, must be discussed very thoughtfully, especially as these narratives intersect with complex global conflicts. At its core, the discussion that I'm here to share and engage with all of you today is about examining the growing tendency to interpret conflicts around the world through Indigenous political frameworks that emerged from very different histories. We can all agree that all humans are deserving of dignity, of security. As Indigenous peoples continue working to protect and revitalize our identities, we should be prepared to ask tough questions whenever our experiences are used as a template for understanding conflicts that arise elsewhere. To be clear, my message today reflects my personal perspective, focused on observations regarding the appropriation of Indigenous identity here at home, particularly within the context of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. While solidarity across communities can be valuable, it is equally essential to recognize the differences that make each journey unique and to avoid the use of appropriation of identity. So what happens when Indigenous frameworks travel, when they stray, when concepts rooted in specific Indigenous histories are taken up in other political movements and applied to conflicts that arise from different histories, different land bases, different legal realities? And I encourage everyone listening here to reflect on the importance of preserving the authenticity of Indigenous identity, of a nation's identity, of a people's identity, ensuring that any attempts at building solidarity between groups are done with respect, with knowledge, with understanding of the unique histories of each peoples, of each nation, here at home in Turtle Island and worldwide. So indigeneity, not simply about claiming a connection to land or joining a community. It's a relationship that's defined by generations of living on, caring for, and growing from the land. Indigenous peoples have deep-rooted ties to the lands where they and their ancestors have lived and traveled. These relationships rest at the foundation of our cultures, languages, traditions, and governance systems, and long predate the modern states that now govern Indigenous peoples. This relationship to the land goes beyond ownership. It involves a serious spiritual, cultural, and traditional bond that extend beyond any legal claim or convenient political narrative. For First Nations people here in Canada, connection to the land signifies a deep respect for its natural balance, the life that sustains it, and the teachings that are passed down through generations to guide our governance systems and principles. In Canada, Indigenous identity holds specific, historically rooted characteristics. Each nation has their own unique language, cultural practice, laws, governance systems that define who we are. For example, I'm Ojibwe, everything goes clockwise. My friends who are Mohawk go counterclockwise. I often say that they go backwards. They tell us we go backwards. It's great. Policies introduced by the British Crown, such as the Indian Act, a piece of federal legislation, as you know, introduced in 1876 and still in effect here today, as we heard earlier, disrupted our connection. Policies like these worked to strip First Nations of languages, cultural practices, traditions, laws, and governance systems. And yet, despite this, these elements have survived and remain at the core of our identity today in various forms. And I think this is something that Jews everywhere can relate to. Colonization in Canada was a long and systematic effort to disconnect Indigenous peoples from our lands, our cultures, our traditions, our laws, our governance systems, and even our family structures. The legacy of Indian residential schools, Indian day schools, the overreach of the Indian child welfare system, and land dispossession impact every single First Nations person here in Canada today. But despite historical and ongoing challenges, First Nations people, communities in Canada continue to affirm our identity, preserving and revitalizing what was targeted for erasure as part of the colonial project. This resilience and persistence highlights the strength of our identity, rooted in a deep understanding of who we are and where we come from. Another point that I've found to be a lot of alignment with the Jewish community. When political movements adopt the term Indigenous to strengthen claims arising from different historical contexts, they risk diluting the authenticity and specificity of Indigenous identity. Indigeneity becomes a malleable label, and that distracts from the urgent struggles, like the reclamation of sovereignty that we heard Harry talking about, and land and the reconciliation of the Indigenous Crown relationship in Canada. Appropriating Indigenous identity for external political agendas risks making Indigenous reconciliation, revitalization, reclamation secondary to social and political causes that may not align with Indigenous interests at all. And by adopting narratives of the colonizer colonized or oppressor oppressed, as Harry and I have written about, and that we'll hear from Sheree in a few moments, groups tap into that narrative that gained momentum in recent years, often without facing pressure to substantiate their claims to indigeneity. No one's challenging them, is what I mean. Well, there are some of us challenging them, but the media platform's tough to seize against this growing wave of activists. And this trivializes Indigenous nations and can reduce the urgency and authenticity of our struggles in not only here in North America, but in the eyes of the world. Upholding authentic indigeneity, in my view, means honoring a people's long historical and cultural presence, refusing to let it be reframed or diluted for political expediency. To preserve the sanctity of Indigenous identity, it's critical that indigeneity remains rooted in the historical truths and the unique, distinct experiences of each nation. At this point, some of you might be wondering, why any of this really matters. Why spend time discussing definitions, identity, the meaning of indigeneity? My brothers at home would easily say, it's not that deep. And then I argue that it is. When there's so many, pressing issues facing communities around the world. So why is it important that we take stock of that? Why is it important that we pause on days like today to have these conversations? And the answer is that indigeneity goes beyond cultural identity or a personal description. It's not about self-appointing yourself to a nation. The nation, the community claims you. You grow from that nation. It's a natural belonging, a sense of duty, reciprocity, contribution. And in today's world, indigeneity carries legal, political, moral significance. Indigenous peoples across the globe have spent generations fighting for recognition of our distinct status through treaties, as we heard from Mark, land reclamation, self-government agreements, constitutional protections, which are making the media headlines these days, and international instruments like UNDRIP, United Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The language of Indigenous rights has become one of the most influential frameworks through which governments, academics, institutions, international organizations understand questions of land, governance, sovereignty, and self-determination. And when the term Indigenous is applied loosely, or when it becomes a broad category used to describe any group that has experienced a bit of hardship or displacement or political conflict, it risks losing its meaning. And the more expansive the definition becomes, the less useful it is in describing the unique historical and legal realities that Indigenous peoples continue to navigate. And for First Nation folks here in Canada, this goes beyond an academic exercise. We continue to pursue recognition of rights, jurisdiction, respect of treaties, and our relationships to the lands that shaped our cultures, our ways of life, our identity. And the way I see it, we have a responsibility to ensure that the language used to describe that remains rooted in historical reality and truth rather than political convenience, which is what we're seeing out there. This is truly about preserving the integrity of a concept of an identity that has profound meaning for Indigenous peoples here at home and around the world. I want to be very clear about what I am saying and what I'm not saying. I'm not saying that Palestinians don't have a history. I'm not arguing that Palestinians don't have a connection to land, nor am I arguing that Palestinians have not experienced hardship, displacement, suffering, or loss. The history shows that. Questions relating to human dignity, security, political representation, and self-determination are important questions and deserve serious consideration. However, those are not the questions that we're examining here today. The focus of our discussion in current time, we're examining the growing tendency to frame the Palestinian cause through the language, symbols, and political frameworks associated with Indigenous peoples here in Canada and North America. And these are two very distinct conversations. And I think it's important, and many of us think it's important, that they remain distinct from one another. Too often, challenging a claim to indigeneity is interpreted as denying the legitimacy or humanity of the people making that claim. And I reject that. I've been accused of that on every social media platform, Facebook, in person, and I simply reject that. A people can have legitimate grievances without being Indigenous. A people can experience injustice without being Indigenous. A people can seek self-determination without being Indigenous. Indigeneity is not a prerequisite for dignity, for rights, for recognition. And so my concern is not whether Palestinians deserve dignity and respect. My concern is whether Indigenous identity is increasingly being treated as a universal political language that can be borrowed when convenient, repurposed, deployed in service of causes that arise from very different historical circumstances. And that distinction is so important because it allows us to discuss Indigenous identity on its own terms, rather than reducing it to a political tactic, a political tool that's happening within broader global debates. And that reality, of course, the reality, of course, is that multiple peoples, groups, trace deep historical, cultural, and religious connections to neighboring territories. We're seeing this unfold, especially out in British Columbia right now with the Comox Treaty. You have a neighboring nation that's competing and saying, threatening the government, the Crown, that if they go ahead with this treaty, they're gonna, kick up a storm and blockade and whatnot. And so you can have multiple people who can trace historical connection to a particular land base. And that reality alone, in my view, distinguishes the Israeli-Palestinian conflict from many of the Indigenous state, Indigenous Crown relationships that developed in countries like Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. It's also one reason why attempts to force this conflict into a simple indigenous versus colonizer framework often fail to capture the historical complexity that sits at the foundation of these conversations. Now, in recent years, some pro-Palestinian advocates, activists, have increasingly framed their identity and struggle in terms of indigeneity, aligning their narrative with Indigenous folks worldwide by positioning themselves as Indigenous to the region of Israel and the broader area. They present their struggle as one of Indigenous dispossession and anti-colonial resistance, trying to mirror claims of colonization often associated with Indigenous struggles around the world and in North America. And in this narrative, Israel is cast, as we know the story, as the settler colonial state, while Palestinians are described as indigenous habitants resisting Israel's colonial presence. And this claim, in my view, seeks to strengthen the Palestinian cause by tapping into that global sympathy around indigenous resurgence and anti-colonial movements that are largely coming out of the Western Hemisphere, positioning their struggle alongside indigenous nations here in North America, whose experiences are widely understood through anti-colonial frameworks, which I've come to despise. This development is not unique to the Palestinian movement. There have been other groups that have, taken on similar tactics. Across much of the Western world, indigenous rights, decolonization, reconciliation, and anti-colonial theory have become some of the most influential moral and political frameworks through which people understand questions of justice and power. When I say this, I think of, Dundas Square. It's been renamed Sankofa Square. And if you go down there, there's like this weird acknowledgement on a board about non-Indigenous people who had a terrible experience, not even here in Canada, or, it's just been completely hijacked by these groups because they understand that it's a framework that has delivered power to the group that seems to be victimized in that case. You don't know about Sankofa Square? Go down. It's ridiculous. Tweet about it. Tag me. You should turn it into a tourist attraction for not the reasons that they want. In that environment, there's a strong incentive for political movements to situate themselves within those frameworks because doing so can confer legitimacy, sympathy, moral authority. It's therefore not surprising that Indigenous language and concepts increasingly appear in political movements that originated far beyond the Indigenous contexts in which those concepts were developed. A simple example of this that Harry and I wrote about was the appropriation of song and prayer and ceremony by the activists who were building up encampments and at UOT. And I think, what a disrespect of culture in that moment. Now, to truly understand the uniqueness of Indigenous identity, and don't worry, guys, I'm almost done here. And to truly understand the uniqueness of Indigenous identity, it's essential to recognize the depth and longevity of our connection to the place we call home, the place we come from. For First Nations here in Turtle Island, this connection spans thousands of years, with each nation's culture, language, and traditions shaped by the relationship with the earth, with water, with life forms within those territories. And this is a connection that has persisted despite the extensive colonial project here in Canada, and I would say, around the world. In Canada, nations have unique teachings, legal principles, governance structures, traditional knowledge. It's not a Disney movie. There's a lot of grit and crunch to Indigenous life. And a lot of that, despite the institutions that once, existed and thrived and functioned on the day-to-day, a lot of the principles from that time have actually lived on through the way of life. And you can pick up on that simply by having conversations with folks from those communities and understanding how things work. And just a small example of that, I think, a month or so ago, a cousin of mine passed on to the spirit world. And so we attended the ceremony and the funeral. And afterwards, we were lined up for lunch. And it came to me, something I've done my entire life. And I looking at the long table of food. Well, when someone passes on, the family doesn't fork out, money to get food to host a party or a lunch. Every family within that community who is maybe more distantly touched by the event prepares a dish and contributes to that feast, to that lunch, in order to support that spirit that's making its way to the spirit world, as well as support the spirits and hearts and bodies of the families that are directly impacted by that. And so there, when you look at that, there's laws around that. And to some extent, there's like playful ribbing, like who got the KFC? Ooh, big bucks, But that's the law of reciprocity, right? If you're able to, you should be giving more, right? And it's about giving what you can. And so today, KFC is seen as the premier item because it's so expensive, but. Anyhow, the question before us here is not whether Palestinians possess a historical connection to a land base, they come from somewhere, or whether they've experienced displacement. The question is whether the political frameworks, language, and concepts, I think I lost my place here, developed through Indigenous experiences like Canada, Australia, New Zealand can simply be transferred onto very different historical conflict. And it's that transfer and the assumptions that accompany it that I believe deserves closer examination. I'm just going to scroll through here. Talked about that. I think I'll close. We can always do some Q&A conversation. So I'll close with this. I would say that Indigenous nations and peoples globally share a common thread of resilience, Jews included, to be clear. Despite adversity, forced assimilation, and centuries of attempts to erase us, we all remain deeply rooted in who we are, our cultures, languages, and ways of being, and in where we come from. As an Ojibwe woman, as an Anishinaabe Kwe, I'm humbled by the strength and persistence of those who have come before me, and I'm hopeful for the legacy that we will create for future generations. In a world marked by rising tensions and cross-cultural hijacking is what I like to call it, it's more important than ever to preserve and protect our unique Indigenous identities. Our focus is not simply on resistance, but on resilience and persistence, ensuring that our stories, our symbols, our languages remain unbroken and undiluted. So let us move forward in a way that protects the authenticity of each of our nations, not of us as an Indigenous people, not a monolith, but as each of our families, our nations. Our focus is not hang on a second. Yet increasingly, Indigenous identity is being treated as a metaphor. We see it being exercised, as a branding exercise, as a political strategy. And having worked in public affairs, I see right through all of these campaigns through media and social media. It's very clear what's happening right now. It's not, Indigenous identity isn't any of that. Indigeneity isn't any of that. But rather, it's a lived reality that's rooted in specific people and place and specific relationships that we have endured over time. And protecting that reality is an act of honor. It's an act of respect for ourselves and our relations, both for Indigenous peoples and for the integrity of our history, of our shared history, particularly here in North America. And it's through that respect for difference, not the erasure of it, but the respect of the differences, that genuine understanding and allyship become possible. So thank you so much.
Yeah, let's see. Still working. Thanks a few seconds. Okay, so now we will have Dr. Trotter to come and talk about the same subject. Thank you.
Well, a different subject.
Related subject, kind of a good follow-on really, isn't it? Just adjust the mic. Is that good? Can you hear me okay? Do I need to lean into it? Maybe I'll just straighten it out a little bit. Now, my topic is actually a little bit different from what's on the program, which was meant to be Indigenous identity, and I think Karen has really has pointed to the way that indigeneity, the difference between authentic understandings of indigeneity and the way it's used for political purposes and the way it's instrumentalized. But so today I'm decided I'm going to talk about settler colonialism, and for those who weren't here last night, we had a wonderful presentation from Professor Shamir on Zionism. And it's so important to have an understanding of what that is and what it isn't, and Shamir pointed out the examples of the ways in which Zionism wasn't settler colonialism historically, so that's a good background. And what I find after talking about settler colonialism, I often get parents coming to me after talks and saying, this is what my children are dealing with at school. And so I think it's important that we try to get an understanding of settler colonialism, because it's kind of like the moment we're in currently in our nations. I'm from New Zealand, but countries like Canada, New Zealand, Australia, particularly where we have Indigenous populations, this is where settler colonialism has really taken hold. And so when I'm talking about settler colonialism in this way, I'm meaning as a political ideology. And I sort of want to go through a little bit step by step what settler colonialism is for those who don't, who are not familiar with the term. But just a couple of preliminary comments. Oops, that's the wrong one. Okay. So I'm starting with this, and we've already seen this. Now, this is the Māori Party leader in our nation, and the Māori Party, the Indigenous Māori Party in New Zealand, came out very strongly anti-Israel since 7th of October. And as you can see from this quote, Palestine is the last bastion of resistance against global Western colonization. If Palestine is not free, neither are we. And I know that you've heard this rhetoric here as well. So our Indigenous activist movements, including the political party, have embraced Palestine as a symbol of their own oppression. And what they're doing is taking their own history and kind of superimposing it upon Israel. In some ways, it's kind of a reverse of what we've just been talking about the Palestinian movement coming in and co-opting indigeneity. This is actually Indigenous activist movements who are embracing Palestinian movement as part of their own story of a battle against colonialism, a battle against the West, And so Palestine has become a symbol of one's own suffering, and we interpret our history through this. So it's powerful rhetoric, but there are many problems with it. It collapses this complex conflict into this binary scheme of colonizer and colonized. And I'm just going to try and go through that. So this is a recent example that Janice actually sent me a couple of days ago. It was a Palestine movement that has posted this, a Solidarity Day, and a similar language. Our liberation is interconnected. None of us are free until all of us are free. And this is what we've been hearing since the 7th of October, that Israel is a white European colonizer guilty of every current crime, occupation, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, genocide against the indigenous Palestinians. So I think it's important that we get some kind of an understanding of what settler colonialism is. And as we've heard this morning, colonialism is real. And I don't want to kind of diminish the fact that colonialism happened in this country, in my country, and it involves these features of land seizure, displacement and elimination, colonizers coming in to settle permanently, that it is structural and ongoing. And with this one, I will talk a bit more about it, but it comes from one of the settler colonialist theories, Patrick Wolf, for those who want to take notes and want to do further research, who says that settler colonialism is not just an event, it's a structure. So the whole structure is in view. But as Harry has told us this morning, there's reality to that. There's reality to the fact that in Canada, these structures have been put in place that have kept the Indigenous people under control. It's justified through ideologies. In my country, the ideology was very much about assimilation. That's what justified taking our language from us, forbidding my mother from speaking the Indigenous language at school. They were punished because we were to assimilate. We were to become, like white New Zealanders. And every Indigenous culture has their own story about that. And I think what Karen has said about the uniqueness of each Indigenous culture is very important to keep in mind. You can't just take one story and superimpose it upon another story. While there are some similar features, the differences matter. But I would also argue that there are some problems with settler colonial theory. Yes, it does seek to dismantle Western society. If the whole structure is in view and this is what's being critiqued, then the strong implication is that the whole of Western society is the problem. Now, it's a totalizing dogma. There's no room for nuance. There's no room for historical understanding. In the situation with Israel, for example, which is held up as a poster child of settler colonialism, there's no acknowledgement that Israel is surrounded by enemies who are out to destroy her, who are driven by Islamist ideology. All of these things it's totalizing. It's kind of a very all or nothing perspective, and it has this binary of oppressed, oppressor, colonizer, colonized. The problem with that is the various problems. It denies Indigenous agency. Yes, we were colonized, but we did not lose our choice. And when I think of my ancestors in the early 19th century, my ancestors were innovators. They embraced new technology. They embraced literacy. They embraced the English language. And sure, it came through the missionaries, but they embraced many of them embraced the message of the missionaries. And they chose to turn away from some of the practices like tribal warfare and like cannibalism and infanticide and slavery. And so not everything was bad that was brought by the colonizers and the missionaries. And some of our Indigenous people chose to embrace those things. The problem with settler colonial theory is that it denies that choice of the Indigenous people, and it claims that all colonizers are bad, all colonized are good, and it's simply not the historical fact, it's not the truth. So it overgeneralizes, it homogenizes. And there are also tensions within Indigenous studies and looking at settler colonial studies. They will criticize it by saying that it actually centers the settlers rather than the Indigenous. And I think this is something that we need to flip on its head, is to allow Indigenous people to tell their own story. And I think it's important to understand that settler colonial theory is an ideology, it's a political framework that's placed over history. And so it's like a hermeneutical tool, in other words, a tool for interpretation. And that central feature of that hermeneutical tool is power. Who has the power? This is how the framework works. This is why everything is divided into these two camps of those who have the power, those who don't have the power. And there's a long line of scholarship that has led to this. You know, it's not just one person, it's a whole body of material which has captured the academy, I would have to say. Now, Patrick Wolf, who I've already mentioned, he calls the initial act of invasion as an original sin. The problem with it, now what I'm doing here is I'm pointing at what I think are cultic tendencies of this ideology of settler colonialism. So the act of invasion is an original sin, but it's very hard for a society to make penance for that sin, or you can't change it, of course, so what do you do? And of course, you have this idea that there was a Gan Edam before this act of invasion, before this original sin. It was nirvana, it was paradise. You know, our Indigenous people lived in peace and harmony. Well, sometimes they did, but sometimes they didn't. And in my culture, there was a lot of bloodshed, there was a lot of tribal warfare, and it often was not very pretty. So it wasn't a Garden of Eden. And then we've got these binary categories of the saints and the sinners, and these acts of penance that need to be done in order to absolve the sin, in order to redeem you. And this is the problem, that it casts all settlers, all those who are non-Indigenous, as somehow, you know, responsible for the situation, as guilty, and it's their obligation to, you know, do these acts of penance. And this is an example in New Zealand. The Treaty of Waitangi is our founding document. We really have one treaty, but it's very complicated and complex, and there's a lot of debate and discourse and division over what it means. Currently in the country, it's a big political issue, and you know, it's going to take time to resolve. It's only been 150 years or so, but we'll get there. But this is an activist, Tina Ngata, who's written this tangata tariti checklist. So this is a checklist for non-Indigenous people to show that they are good treaty partners. And if you read through this list, you know, I understand that my intergenerational privilege has created blind spots for my own entitlement, and strive to limit my own entitlement. There's so much judgment in this. You know, you're just seeing, it's an accusation. You're seeing the other person as this terrible being who's come in and created all this hardship for you. And on an individual level, this is so harmful and so divisive for a nation. And there's a few more in her list. So this particular scholar activist, wrote this article after the 7th of October. Make no mistake, there is no Indigenous support for Israel. Of course, she names me and my organisation and attacks me. And the key point of her argument is that Israel is Western colonialism, and therefore it is the source of all Indigenous oppression across the world. You'll find it in this article, you can look her up. So this is at the base of her argument. Israel is a product of Western colonialism. And for people like me, she says that this is not Indigenous support, it is Indigenous people recruited into colonial support for Israel. And she says it's debunked by these facts that Israel is a product of Western colonialism. She talks about groups, people like me and others, being centred on Euro-Christian conservatism. And I think for Indigenous people who embrace Christianity, some do, some don't. Some people will say that if you embrace Christianity, you're no longer Indigenous. Well, Indigenous Christians reject this. They want to have the agency to determine what their spirituality will be and still claim their indigeneity. And so this is really an insult, this idea that a person who supports Israel is a Euro-Christian conservative. And then she goes on to claim that I'm associated with far-right white supremacists by naming some people that I've never heard of. So I didn't take it seriously, but then months later I heard that this is being quoted on university workshops. And so I did respond with a couple of articles and a couple of videos. Yeah, I don't look very impressed, do I? Yeah. And so, just briefly, there are the arguments against Israel being a settler colonial state. We heard some of them last night. Shava spoke beautifully about the historical connection, ancient historical connection to this land, and the honorary consul, or our consulate general this morning, her speech was beautiful. It was really beautiful. The exile and persecution, of course, is a common experience. The lack of the metropole, so there's no imperial power sending out its people to colonize foreign land. It's dispossessed Jewish people largely, refugees, Jewish refugees, Jews who were hated in Europe and who failed to be accepted as white Europeans. It is these people who came back to their ancient land, and there was always a continuous presence of Jewish people in the land. So from my Māori perspective, that's a key point, because we have a concept for that called ahika, means keeping the fires burning. And so if a tribe wanted to keep ahika, they would keep the fires burning, whether it be a remnant, somebody who stays on the land, to keep that possession of the land. And that's what the Jewish people did. They kept their presence in that land over millennia. And then also, of course, for the establishment of Israel, that there were strong legal foundations, there was international recognition. And I think, the complexity of the conflict is just ignored. And as I mentioned before, the fact that there's this Islamic, radical Islam, political Islam, that Israel is fighting. We in New Zealand have nothing like that. We have nothing like that. So it's really a far more complex situation. But for activists in New Zealand, it's all very much simplified. We see it as the same as our struggle and interpret it that way. And this was another article I was prompted to write. And so that's just a simple overview that I've given you today of this thing called settler colonialism, which I'm sure you're aware of it, but maybe you haven't seen the steps and how it works. And I think the key points to keep in mind is that it is a whole ideology. I mean, colonialism has been happening for a long time, and it's been developed colonialism. There are different kinds. There's extractive colonialism, where a power goes in to take resources. But the settler colonialism really developed as its own right, its own field in the 2010s through Australians mostly, Australian scholars. I mentioned Patrick Wolf. There's also Lorenzo Veracini who's written about it. And it's developed within these nations like ours. And I think it's helpful to start to see, well, it's a whole worldview, it's a whole framework, it's an ideology. And while there are elements of truth within it, there are also problems with it. And so you don't necessarily have to take on board all of these narratives that you're hearing. And later today, we're going to hear more about indigeneity of the Jewish people. And so I'm not going to go into that now, except to show you a couple of definitions briefly. The UN definition, and I will leave it there with Jewish indigeneity, these 4 elements. We're going to hear more about it later, but I want to give time for Q&A. Thank you.
want that poster of you, Sheree, with the laws of purity, so we can propagate it here in Canada.
So thank you, Sheree and Karen. So I'll start with a couple of questions, and then we'll take questions from the public. Oh, just need a bit higher. So for you, Karen, I think, how do you see, how can indigenous and Jewish communities work together to push back against the misuse of indigenous identity in political activism? And wait.
I'm a believer that we should never underestimate the power of our own voice and the power of simple conversation. And so as we watch, these campaigns unfold on social media, mainstream media be, hijacked by the propaganda machine, I think the power, there's so many people who aren't having those conversations and who are opting to stay out of them, who also believe that good should prevail and who see beyond the BS that's being trotted out there. And so my simple answer that I think every one of us in this room can do is just have simple, respectful, empathetic conversation with as many people as we can in and around us. And that simple word will travel the moccasin trail, if I can call it that.
Okay, that sounds good. I like that. Sheree, Jews are indigenous to Israel. What are the risks, academically and politically, of misclassifying an indigenous people as settler colonizer?
Well, I think we're seeing that the explosion of that risk all around us, that through this misunderstanding, it's used by Israel's haters as a weapon to beat them, to throw another accusation at them that they are colonizers, that they are doing harm. And so I think that's the problem that we're facing right now.
How do you think we can? Yeah, go ahead.
I've been at dinner parties where I've actually described Israel as the most successful land back project in the world. And I actually said this, I did a lecture for a colleague of mine at MLI, Scott Simon. He's a Taiwanese expert, teaches at U Ottawa, and I did a lecture for his class at some point in the last year. And I said that to the class, and one girl, it was a virtual connection, I saw one girl pack her stuff and leave. And then kudos to the ones who disagreed with me, who stayed in order to very passionately disagree with me on camera, because I was then able to engage and challenge, her questions and whatnot. And then two of the students wrote him afterwards. One of them said, "That is awful that you invite someone like this, blah, blah," the usual BS. And then another student who said, "That was really tough for me to sit through. I don't know that I appreciate everything that the guest speaker said, but at the same time, I've now walked away and my brain hurts a little more," right? And so I thought, okay, so this is one person who's now going to go away to the power of simple conversation, who's now going to go away and vent to her entire social circle about this experience that she had, because that's what Gen Zers do. And hopefully then it'll cause other people to question and move them in the right direction.
And so what that makes me think of, and something that we should be discussing and thinking about today, is creating new language, right, Daniel? Create new language around this land bank. Greatest decolonization project. Let's make a list of how we change the narrative and start speaking it. The other thing I would say is that I know a lot of Jewish people struggle to see themselves as Indigenous, and we can have a conversation about that. But I think that's an important thing too, that Jewish people really need to own it for themselves. And what Idit shared this morning was such a beautiful expression of an Indigenous way of seeing. And maybe in our conversations together with Indigenous people around you, it will help you to see that you actually are Indigenous. You might not feel it because of social conditioning, cultural conditioning. But to give you a couple of examples, so with Māori growing up, I was born, I was born in the 1960s, right? I was born in the 1960s. And at that stage, I was called a half caste. That's how we were defined, because I've got mixed heritage, a Māori mum, and Pākehā, we're called Pākehā father. And so even in that, there was a disruption from my Indigenous heritage. And I didn't grow up hearing my Indigenous language, except when I went on to our marae, our meeting places, and could hear it from afar. So I had to gain that back. It's like I had to regain who I was as Indigenous. For Māori, we have a clear understanding of what makes you Indigenous, and it's your connection with your ancestors. If I can know who my ancestors are, I know my tribal connections, that makes me Indigenous. And then on top of that, you can embrace as much of the culture as you want to or not. But nobody can deny me my indigeneity. And I think for Jewish people, the fact that you're not in Israel matters not, because I don't live in my tribal land, but I know where it is, and I know that's where my identity comes from. It comes from the fact that my tribe lives here, and these are my tribe's mountains, and these are my people, and my people are Indigenous. And just in the same way, even though you live here, your people originated in Israel, and you are part of a people, and your people are Indigenous to that land. And also it's peoplehood, it's not individual. That's another aspect. We're too caught in thinking about ourselves as individuals, but Indigenous people see ourselves as part of a community. Jews are part of community, Am Israel, and I think it's getting back to seeing yourself that way rather than in the individualistic way.
There is lots of things we can continue to talk. I have one last question, then I'll go to the public. How do you think should our communities, you were talking about Islam before, so how do you think our communities should respond to the emerging red-green alliance that some see as a threat to democratic values, and what can Indigenous teachings about responsibility and good relations add to that response?
I'll go first. Harry's point about going back to the treaty that governs the land, I think, is an important one. It's a neutralizing fact, right? This isn't about, the colonizer or the colonized or whatnot. It's simply, what is the original contract that we signed between the folks who first inhabited this land and then who welcomed, people from across the pond who wanted to call this place home? That is the contract that governs that territory. And simply going back to the terms, to the principles that guide the treaty making and the treaty of that territory, I think is a really neutralizing way to go about the discussion.
So in New Zealand, the Red-Green Alliance became embedded in the Indigenous community in the 1970s and 80s through connection with the anti-apartheid movement, the Black consciousness movement. Our Māori activists connected to that, and our current crop of Māori politicians and activists are descendants of those activists. So we have at least 2 politicians, Māori politicians, who are descendants of those activists, and they are strongly anti-Israel. And there was an interesting speech in Parliament in December 2023 where one of them said, our heroes are Fidel Castro, Nelson Mandela, and Yasser Arafat. So that Red-Green Alliance has developed over centuries, and it's been passed down the generations. And so relationship, family, this current crop have inherited something from their forebears. So how do we change that? Well, I think we take from here, we build a new understanding that can be handed down to future generations, changing mindsets, taking delegations to Israel. There's nothing better than taking people to Israel. And in New Zealand last year, there was a Maori delegation that went. It was a government-funded one, and an Israeli government-funded delegation. They had to be persuaded to go. Their families didn't want them to go, but some of them were brave enough to go. They went, they saw, their minds were changed, their hearts were captured. They saw that what they had been taught to believe was wrong, and apartheid was one of them. You know, seeing Arabs and Jews together and talking and happy blew their minds. Taking them to Israel is a fantastic way to change hearts.
Miriam, are you taking notes? Okay. Yeah, I know, but maybe more. Anyone has a question?
I have a question for speakers, also connecting to the speakers earlier. I'm curious what you say to Palestinians and allies who will say they are indigenous as well. They have many generations on the land and a deep connection to the land as well. And they don't want to or need to give up any of it, right? Because that's really the issue. So what could you provide as some wisdom from the perspective of treaties and how the concept of indigeneity in treaties and how you would split the land or share the land? Like what kind of recommendations could you offer to that process?
What I would say to them is I would acknowledge their long-standing presence in the land, their attachment to the land, all of that sort of thing. But as a people, they did not develop in that land. So indigeneity, and we'll hear more about this later, the concept of indigeneity is the ethnogenesis of a particular people in a particular land where their ancestors lived, that land from which their language and culture developed. So for the Palestinians who are Arabs, their particular peoplehood began in Arabia, and that's where they're indigenous to. And others might have disagreed with that, but that's what I...
Yeah, so on the treaty bit, these were contracts where we agreed to coexist in the land, i.e. not kill each other, right? Like at the time, like it was seriously just like a time of war where, there was, allies who would group together and go at war against one another, whatnot. Like Harry talks about the wars of 1800s and 1700s, but simply like a promise to coexist respectfully. I see that today. Like that means don't walk around up and down Bathurst calling for the death of Jews. Like that doesn't align. Like that doesn't align with the spirit and intent of the governing treaty of these lands, right? Like it's really that simple. And when I say this, it's almost like I'm speaking a different language, and like people have to like twist their heads around, like, what do you mean? I'm like, listen, if you think walking through the streets and neighborhoods of homes calling for the death of the people is okay, you need to check yourself. Like you're not right in the mind, right? Like that's not okay. I mean, I'm usually way more empathetic than that, and now I have like lots of judgment, but I'm getting worked up. But like, even simply saying like, when people have challenged me, and I've lost, friends who now I question whether or not we ever had alignment on principles. But when I stay simply, engage, and then it doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere, I just simply go, at the end of the day, I believe Jews deserve to live, and they have a right to a homeland. And what are they going to say to that, right? I don't. Like, are you willing to go that far in your commentary to reveal that in fact your heart is not well? And so just sharing some points that I've made as part of kind of what you're talking about here, and simply starting to bring in and incorporate, you could even call them Canadian principles, because in a lot of ways those treaties are founding agreements and contracts between two peoples who essentially, quote unquote, were responsible for founding that relationship into what we, know today as Canada. So yeah, I would add that, but I think Harry should say a few bits here on this because I know he's passionate. I don't think it stretches over today.
I don't really want to have that much to say, but I want to make an observation. And the observation is this. Canada knows its history.
Yeah.
It knows we're Indigenous to Canada. It just twists itself in knots trying to get an answer out of it somehow. They're trying to fit us in to a colonial concept. And that's what they do. The courts are, I think, in many ways, they're turning that around, though. They're saying, look at BC, what they said about the Aboriginal title in BC. It still exists. Well, common sense will tell you if there's never been a treaty in BC and there's never been an agreement to live there together, then the Indigenous title should still exist. It has to. So it twists itself in knots, trying to, well, they say, they're going to change the law. That's what they're going to do. But that's not going to change the history. The history is still going to be the same. Canada knows us. They know our history. They know what we were. They know those treaties as well as I do. And yet they got to find a way to somehow weave it in to their structure and make us sovereign, consistent with their sovereignty, is how I put it.
Take one more question. Okay, we'll take one more question.
So I'm just wondering, as two individuals who are not Jewish, are not Israeli, what made you decide to start advocating for Israel's right to exist, start advocating for the fact that Jews are indigenous to Israel?
I'll just answer briefly because I know that we're short of time, but my husband and I, we are Christians, and that's where it started. And since then, we got involved in a lot of different projects, hosting Israeli travelers, traveling, being hosted by Israelis in their home, interviewing Holocaust survivors, getting involved in advocacy. So over the last 3 decades, we've just become very involved in this Jewish world, which is wonderful. So that's briefly where we started.
I never met a Jewish person until my 20s. I grew up in Sudbury, like northeastern Ontario. We would go to Dockstater Bay on the weekends and summers. I have a family home there now. Like I'd never come across a Jewish person. It's just the realities of the 80s and 90s there. But then I went to U of T, and I just love meeting people and learning about them. And that's I was first introduced, to the Jewish community through that. And bit by bit, conversation by conversation, I was like, well, this isn't right. Like something's not right. Then I go to law school, and in Indigenous Law 101, half of the class is Jews. And I'm like, well, what is happening right now? And then when you unpack it, the case law that has advanced Indigenous law in this country is like, by and large, argued by Jews. And I'm like, I was sharing this with Harry and Janice, before. But anyway, the linkages, and then you start to unpack even more, like, why is that? And what's the connection? And what's the worldview? And what are the shared principles? And then ultimately, Dylan Hanley, who now works for CJA, he and I met one another through policy groups, like public policy forums and whatnot. He is Irish. He is also an ally, and he has long volunteered a bunch of his time for CJA and CJPAC. Oh. And he extended an invite to Israel in January of 2020. And it's there that I was able to see for myself. We even went to some of the Palestinian settlements back then because it was calmer. Engage with various folks in and around there, and that's when the picture started becoming more increasingly clear for me. And then ultimately after October 7, I was like, it just exposed, what lives in people's minds and hearts and spirits. And ultimately, by then I had half a platform, is what I call it, like kind of a public voice. I was like, no one's speaking up. I have half a platform. I'm big on being a contributor to your community and not being a bystander and a taker. Like, we all have a responsibility to contribute to building up. And it's just that discomfort that I felt about what I was hearing and seeing. And I just felt truly compelled as a contributor to our society here in Canada to speak up and call it out and then propose a better pathway forward.
Thank you very much, Sheree and Karen. We'll continue. Melody will come now and show us something, and we'll continue with that. I just out of my league, I don't know exactly what, so we'll see.
Okay, so now we actually want to go into discussion. So at each table, you will have a facilitator, and we just wanted to be able to hear from everyone. So we wanted to share with you from our traditional ways that we have a protocol, circle protocol. So the circle represents a coming together, reaffirming our unity and equality under Creator. So the facilitator, to start, each person will speak in turn, going clockwise, so one after the other, so every person is heard before further discussion. So once we've heard from everybody, then we can have more dialogue. And perhaps the facilitators would like to start it out, first of all, by everybody introducing themselves. Well, okay, how about this? Just ask, what is it that you got out of these first morning sessions? First of all, who are you? Introduce yourself, and then what did you get out of it? And go around the table like that so that we can all hear from one another. So the circle is governed by the following core values of Indigenous peoples. And we heard a lot of this morning. I think, first of all, honor is a great value of our people. We value what everyone brings to the circle, recognizing our God-given differences and gifts. Respect, of course, we actively listen to each person without interrupting nor judging. So let's wait, and then we can speak after that and discuss once we've heard from everybody. Responsibility, we provide a safe space for sharing where everyone is heard and supported. And lastly, humility. We understand our interconnectedness with land and all creation, and we are open to learning. So we would like to start these discussions, but we also want to have time for lunch. So we'll take maybe half an hour for discussion, and then you can go back and get your lunch. But please come back to your same tables so that we can carry on this discussion once we've heard from one another.
You can have to bring your lunch in.
Yes, that's what I said. Bring your lunch here, sit back down at your table. Okay, you heard that? It's a buffet. So go out there, get your food, bring it back down, and carry on. Okay, I think we should have at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes for this discussion, that at least we've gone around the table within 20 minutes, so about 10 or 12:40. 12:40 you should be done, and then you can go. Begin.
That was quite beautiful. Thank you. I'm Andrea Spindle, Executive Director of the Canadian Anti-Semitism Education Foundation. And before I introduce our next guest, I want to just draw your attention to a couple of things. First of all, if you haven't already found it funny, the back of our book where you should be able to write notes is dark blue. I can't even explain it. All I know is the printer said, I did you a favor, and I made the last pages blue to match your cover. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that all the biographies of your speakers are here, which is why we haven't taken the time to give you long introductions. And I want to ask you to pay attention to the back page to thank our financial sponsors and the partners of this lovely event, but just to thank the individual organizations, individuals, and the Wagner Green Family Fund, which is represented here today, that have made this entire day possible. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Andrew Pesson. And I wanted to point out something about the sequence of our events. Last night, those of you who are here heard Dr. Chaba talk about Zionism. You've heard today about all the evils the Jews have brought to the world, settler colonialism, apartheid, genocide, ethnic cleansing, etc. And here's another one, I would say anti-Zionism. So I'm inviting Andrew to speak. When I heard that he had created the Institute for Critical Studies of Anti-Zionism, I got very excited. We really need to understand what is happening. Another way to attack us is through anti-Zionism. So, Andrew?
What a pleasure to be here. What an honor to be here. And I was beginning to mention at our circle, our table, that, most of us, we get very absorbed in our own bubbles. We get very absorbed in our own battles. And it is so important to hear about other people and their battles, especially the points of contact with those battles. And so I've begun to learn a lot about a bunch of things I knew nothing about. So it's been really, as I said, not just eye-opening, but heart-opening as well. So I'm grateful for that opportunity. All right, you can hear me okay? Get the mic at the right place. Before I forget, so Andrea mentioned the Institute for the Critical Study of Anti-Zionism. In theory, I'll get to it at the end of my remarks, but chances are that I won't. So I just want to make sure you're aware of this thing I've created. Make a note, go to the Substack, icsa.substack.com, sign up for the free Substack to find out what we're about, as I like to put it. The one thing we haven't done in the last 20 years on campuses is actually criticize anti-Zionism. We've allowed it to fester. I was to talk about what is anti-Zionism. So that's what I'll launch into now. And hopefully by the end, I'll remember to give another little plug to my institute, but icsa.substack.com. It's free. And if you get sick of it, one click to unsubscribe. Okay, I have been watching, documenting, analyzing, and writing about the campus situation for the Jews and for Israel since 2015. It started for me when I was canceled for being ultimately, I would say, a proud Jew. I was and am the only openly Zionist faculty member at my institution. I won't bore you with the details of my cancellation, except to say that it was very unpleasant and it was very enormous. And a scholar ended up writing a whole book about it, because it illustrated many important themes that he had been writing about for some time before that. That scholar's name is Richard Landis, and a few years ago, Landis published a masterpiece of a book called Can the Whole World Be Wrong? Lethal Journalism, Anti-Semitism, and Global Jihad. I was privileged to write a review of that book called The Book That Saw October 7th Coming from a Mile Away. Everyone must read that book. You could start by reading my review. It's a much shorter summary of that book, and if that interests you, then go read the book. Landis saw October 7th coming from a mile away, and he also saw the campus response to October 7th, the shocking mass celebration, endorsement of calls for mass violence against Jews coming from a mile away as well. After a decades-long campaign by its proponents, we must now face the facts. Anti-Zionism, as an ideology, a worldview, and a movement, reigns over the academy, dominating entire disciplines, the most important institutions, and the public square on campus after campus. With that, the atmosphere for Jews and for Israel has become toxic in all too many places. As the only openly Zionist faculty member on my campus, I received so much abuse, primarily from students. It's absolutely shocking. It's not that we haven't tried to fight it. We've done a number of things over the years, developing Jewish studies, Israel studies, Holocaust studies, anti-Semitism studies, and other things. Each of these strategies, I think, was well-intentioned, produced some or much value, and should continue. Nevertheless, empirically speaking, they all failed. They simply failed to stem the tide of Jew hate that exploded into full view after October 7th. And by the way, I contributed to many of those endeavors, so this is a moment of self-awareness to realize the things we were doing weren't addressing this growing problem. The reason they failed is because none of them addresses the actual root problem of this growing Jew hatred on campus. In my view, it's the ideology that produces the hate. Lawfare, one of the things that we're doing, especially now, the Trump administration in the United States, as necessary and valuable as lawfare is, it is necessary and it's valuable. At best, it can only get schools to clamp down on the expressions of Jew hate. But what we need to do is to get people to stop hating the Jews as much as they do. And by the way, that is my modest ambition, not to get rid of anti-Semitism, just have people hate the Jews a little less than they currently do. So we have to go after that ideology in a collective, organized, scholarly manner. And that's what my institute, ixa.substack.com, that's what we're trying to do. But what is this ideology? That's what I was asked to speak about. Or more accurately, it's a set of interrelated ideologies that will just go by the name, the single name of anti-Zionism. It is not, and unfortunately, I'm going after lunch, so you'll have a natural tendency to snooze a little bit, but you know, we're going to make some subtle distinctions. I'm a philosophy professor after all, so it's fine with me if you snooze. As I tell my students, by the way, I see you when you're sleeping. Like I see when you're like looking at your phone. They don't realize doesn't stop them. But I don't mind. You guys just had lunch, and I'm happy to give you the written remarks afterwards if you want to take a snooze. So what is anti-Zionism? You haven't noticed it, but I've been saying it without the hyphen to this point. Anti-Zionism without the hyphen is not unrelated to, but also not to be confused with anti-hyphen Zionism. I guess I probably should have had this written here. Anti-hyphen Zionism is opposition to the modern political movement of Zionism, where that movement was long understood by most of the people who called themselves Zionists as referring to the endeavor to establish a Jewish homeland or state in the region Jews have known since biblical times as the land of Israel. When Herzl launched that movement with his 1896 booklet, we heard a little bit about that last night, The Jewish State, there was no shortage of opposition to Zionism, first and foremost among the various Jewish communities of the time. Different Jewish groups had different reasons to be anywhere from simply uncomfortable with the idea of Zionism to having deep principled objections to it. There were at least three major camps of Jewish anti-hyphen Zionism. And remember, hyphen means it's opposition to Zionism. Anti-Zionism without the hyphen is actually going to be something else. At least three major camps of Jewish anti-hyphen Zionism prior to the establishment of Israel. First, very religious Jews were opposed, not because they were opposed to the Jews returning home to the land of Israel, but because they thought it was too soon. They believed they had an obligation to wait until the prophesied Messiah arrived to lead the Jews home. And whatever else Herzl was, a very assimilated Jew with minimal knowledge of Judaism, he was not the Messiah. Speaking of assimilated Jews, second, that large contingent of European Jews who still believed in the promises of emancipation and belonging to the majority society around them were opposed for at least two reasons. First, they preferred to think of themselves as Europeans and only second as Jews. They were, for example, Germans of the Jewish religion, or at least their version of the Jewish religion. This idea was essential to their own assimilationist project. And the second reason was that on average, despite even the growing problem of anti-Semitism in Europe, they felt reasonably at home in Europe, reasonably prosperous, reasonably comfortable. And who wants to give up all of that to move to the desolate malaria backwater of swamps and desert that by all accounts Palestine was at that time? And then the third major group of Jewish anti-hyphen Zionists were the socialists, the communists, The Jews who believed that anti-Semitism would resolve itself once the revolution brought the new egalitarian form of society into being, in which all forms of national and religious difference were supposed to dissolve away. True, in this version, this would largely dissolve the Jewish religion and a distinct Jewish identity as well, but in principle, it would dissolve all religious and national identity. So it wasn't necessarily anti-Semitic, it wasn't singling out the Jews. And that small cost was more than outweighed by the promised utopian bliss of that perfect egalitarian society. And yes, in practice, most of the effort was made on getting Jews to give up their identities more than other people, but at least in principle. So these three groups had their different reasons for opposing Zionism, but there were a couple of things they did share, and this will get us to the distinction between the hyphen and not the hyphen. They were A, generally motivated by what they conceived to be in the best interests either of Jewry or of the individual people who were Jews, which in the latter case might mean give up your Jewish identity and you'll be fine. And B, they were generally not guided by the belief that Jews are engaged in a dastardly conspiracy to dominate the world and subjugate or even genocide non-Jews or otherwise profoundly evil. They simply believed that establishing a Jewish homeland or state in the land of Israel was either not necessary, not practical, not desirable, maybe morally problematic in some ways, but just generally not in the best interests of the Jews. So that was the pre-1948 debate within the Jewish community. There's a big tendency today of today's anti-Zionists. In fact, there's a whole spate of books coming out now to resurrect earlier Jewish anti-hyphen Zionism to give today's anti-Zionism kind of a stamp of approval. And that's what I would resist doing. Zionism achieved its goal in 1948. So at that moment, this internal Jewish debate just described came to an end. The Zionist side won, and plus, after the Holocaust, it became clear that no other solution was viable. There was still much to debate, but it was no longer over whether to establish the Jewish state, obviously. But today, when someone calls himself an anti-hyphen Zionist, the only thing they can possibly mean is that they have a desire to undo that Jewish state, to destroy it. And given that the contemporary state of Israel is surrounded by numerous enemies that openly declare their desire to destroy it, it's hard to conceive of today's anti-hyphen Zionism as involving anything less than the mass ethnic cleansing or genocide of the millions of Jews who live in that region. But in fact, a fair number of anti-Zionists, no hyphen, so if I don't say that word, it's unhyphenated, a fair number of anti-Zionists would appear to have no problem with that consequence, mass ethnic cleansing and genocide, which becomes a key part of what distinguishes anti-Zionism from anti-hyphen Zionism. So back to our title question, what is anti-Zionism without the hyphen? Haven't gotten there yet. Anti-Zionism, as we shall use it, is A, generally not motivated by what's in the best interest of the Jews, and B, generally is guided by the belief that profoundly evil Jews are engaged in dastardly activities, world or at least regional dominance typically being amongst them. To understand this, let's return to Zionism we had an introduction to last night, as it was widely conceived by most supporters of it at the time. It was, again, a movement to establish a Jewish homeland or state. It was also conceived as a national liberation movement. I think someone used that phrase earlier today, a national liberation movement for the Jewish people, advancing Jewish equality in the world to give them the same rights as other people have, a movement for an historically persecuted, pogromed, and Holocausted people to find safety and refuge, and maybe even prosperity in their ancestral homeland. The land to which they are indigenous is the vocabulary I now know I need to start using more. So conceived, Zionism seems morally pure. For what decent person objects to elevating the marginalized, the oppressed, providing them safety and security, equality, and maybe even prosperity? But that is not how anti-Zionists of the 20th century conceive of Zionism. Most of the major players in what I like to call, following others, the anti-Zionist complex, have a long-standing, deeply rooted antipathy to the Jews, widely understood as anti-Semitism. A long history of Christian and European anti-Semitism, Nazi anti-Semitism, Islamist anti-Semitism, Soviet anti-Semitism, should come as no surprise to anyone. Given their pre-existing antipathy to the Jews, even apart from bringing in a book like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which I think is the most important book of the 20th century personally, a separate conversation we'll have. That book, Protocols of the Elders of Zion, if you're not familiar with it, it is sort of ground zero for 19th, 20th century anti-Zionism and Semitism. It is the thing that tells the story of the Jewish conspiracy to take over the world. Right? And most of the standard anti-Semitic tropes you're familiar with come from that book because it says the Jews plan to take over the world precisely by means of controlling the money in the banks, controlling the press, starting wars, being the puppet masters behind governments, etc. Right? So all goes back to this book, which appeared in 1903 in Imperial Russia. Anyway, bit of a digression there. Given their pre-existing antipathy to the Jews, even apart from the protocols, it's no surprise that the parties that I just listed do not look kindly upon the Jewish national endeavor. After all, if you hate the Jews, you're not going to want to empower them by giving them a state. Right? So these major players start from a point of hating the Jews, and that's why they're anti-Zionists. For these players, the last thing you want to do is elevate the prospects or advance the interests or increase the power of the Jews that they dislike. They're not motivated by what's in the best interest of the Jews, but by what harms those interests. But then you add a book like the Protocols that I just mentioned as a bit of a digression to this pre-existing Jew hatred or anti-Semitism, and the Jewish national endeavor does not look so virtuous in the way that I described it a moment ago. The Jews are engaged in a conspiracy to subjugate the globe, and their national endeavor, establishing a state, is an essential part of that conspiracy. So in the minds of all the parties I just mentioned, Zionism is not a national liberation movement for an oppressed people, but a movement by already powerful people to advance their power with evil intentions. This is how today's anti-Zionists understand Zionism. It's that project that they oppose. Right? That project is not Zionism as Zionists conceive of it. They've created their own conception of this thing. So that's why we remove the hyphen. They're not actually opposed to Zionism as Zionism actually is. They're opposed to this thing they invent in their minds, this Jewish dastardly plot to conquer the world. On the assumption that anti-Semitism is unacceptable and that the protocols is in fact delusional nonsense, and it is, there are no such elders of Zion. There were no such meetings. There was no such Jewish plot to take over the world, or at least I'm not in on it if there is. The thing that anti-Zionists oppose, although text me if you have a connection, because if there is, I want in. The thing that anti-Zionists oppose is not the thing that Jews are actually advancing. So that's why we're dropping the hyphen. Anti-hyphen Zionism is opposition to Zionism, but the thing anti-Zionists oppose, this dastardly Jewish plot, is something they've invented in their own minds. The disconnect from truth and reality gets magnified over the decades of the 20th century as the major anti-Zionists, and I mentioned the Nazis, the Islamists, and the Soviets, who then is straight line to them to today's Western progressives. The major anti-Zionists aiming to derail or undo the Jewish national endeavor will invent libel after libel about the Jews and that endeavor. We've already went through the list: colonialism, racism, apartheid, genocide. But the point I want to make is their starting point is a disconnect from reality. They have this image of the Jews and their dastardly plot to control the world. Fake and delusional, as far as I know. It's no problem to start adding libels to that, right? Because this is something you need to oppose. And why does the truth matter? After all, someone evil is coming to conquer you, and telling a few lies will help you resist that. I think we would do that too, right? So it's a power struggle. But this is really what part of the permission structure of all of these libels that we've talked about. And the goal of these libels is to delegitimize or weaken this Jewish national endeavor. So what's the relationship between anti-Zionism, no hyphen, and anti-Semitism? Good question, a long, hard question. I wrote an 80-page philosophy paper about that question, which I will now begin to read. But that was a joke. We'll have to be brief. It's actually in many ways a bad question. I'm avoiding the digression to go into that 80-page paper. Okay, so let's start with anti-Semitism. Everyone knows what this word means until you're asked to actually define it. And turns out that's not easy, because anti-Semitism is, in the words of the late Chief Rabbi of the United Kingdom, Jonathan Sacks, a mutating virus, a shapeshifter whose manifestations can seem extremely different, even while the essence allegedly common to them is notoriously difficult to pin down. Nevertheless, I will follow the growing Sacks-style movement, if you've been keeping up with the news, to identify roughly 3 main categories or phases or eras of whatever that fundamental underlying antipathy or opposition to or fear and hatred of the Jews should be called. For lack of a better or more sophisticated term, and this is a very technical term coming from my years as a philosophy professor, let's just call that underlying essence Jew hatred. Jew hatred. So the idea then is that Jew hatred comes in the following major forms, which also correspond roughly to the eras in which those forms were dominant. There's anti-Judaism, opposition primarily to the Jewish religion, or if you like, to the Jews for their religion. Dominant in the West from the beginning of Christianity, unfortunately, well into the 19th century, into the 20th century, still exists today in various forms. Also, Islam has a long, inglorious history of opposition to Judaism from its start in the 7th century to this very day. So, opposition to the Jews on the basis of religion. There's classic anti-Semitism. You have to be careful how I'm using this word now. I'll come back to that in a moment. Anti-Semitism, I'll now use as referring to opposition to the Jews primarily on the basis of their race or ethnicity. Dominant through starting really in the 19th century, post-Enlightenment. There's a whole story to be told there. Dominant from the 19th century well into the 20th century. For many people, many decent people, the Nazis gave anti-Semitism a bad name. It was not cool to be anti-Semite after the Nazis, but that was their version of anti-Semitism, a race-based thing. And then there's now, today, the era that we're in, anti-Zionism without the hyphen. This is opposition to the Jews framed primarily or directed primarily against the Jewish state, dominant from the mid-20th century, from basically the morning after the Jewish state was established until this very day. So 3 distinct manifestations of Jew hatred. They're all forms of Jew hatred, but they have different targets. Anti-Judaism targets Jews for their religion. Anti-Semitism, the way we're using that word, targets Jews for their race or ethnicity. And anti-Zionism targets Jews for their state. A wonderful organization called Movement Against Anti-Zionism. I recommend you all follow them. They have lots of great memes. They're good on social media. So they have one that says, anti-Judaism attacks Torah Israel, the Torah of Israel, the teachings of Israel. Anti-Semitism attacks Am Yisrael, the people of Israel. Anti-Zionism attacks Eretz Israel, the land of Israel, or the state of Israel, ultimately. So 3 forms of Jew hatred, each with a dominant phase or era. If we want to be careful and sophisticated, I need more time for that. These are distinctions. They can bleed into each other. They can all 3 be present at once. There are individuals today, I'm writing about this right now, who just manifest all 3 simultaneously. So it's not like they're sharp distinctions. You know, they leave no stone unturned, those people. They hate Jews in every possible way it is to hate Jews. I mean, if you're going to hate, go all in, right? Why only hate them partially? But seriously. So a couple, go big or go home, exactly, right? A couple of other points to make about this. I don't know when I started and how much time I have exactly, so you give me like a 5-minute warning at least.
Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes right now.
Is that all I have?
We started late.
But if I start with my 80-page philosophy paper, you can't stop till I'm finished, right?
We'll take a few questions.
Oh, we'll take some questions. All right. All right, so the 3 forms of Jew hatred. So a couple of things to note about this. Each form or each era generates its own characteristic libels. This process of libeling the Jewish people, they take different libels. So anti-Jewish libels going back through the long history of Christian Europe, etc. Jews were charged with deicide, the killing of Christ, with piercing, desecrating the wafer, the ritual murder of Jewish children, so the blood libel is part of this anti-Judaism tradition. Even being held responsible for poisoning the wells in the Middle Ages, it actually comes out of this idea that Jews are in cahoots with the devil. So this is anti-Judaism libels, typically directed at the religion. As we get into the 19th century and anti-Semitism becomes the new form of Jew hatred, there's a different set of libels, and these are primarily the ones that get embodied in the protocols of the Elders of Zion. The idea that Jews are striving for world domination by controlling the financial system, by promoting communism. The revolution there was a Judaic Bolshevik conspiracy. The Jews were behind communism. They were also behind capitalism, by the way, because they used both systems to advance their own power. These are very traditional 19th, 20th century anti-Semitic libels focusing on the Jewish people. And I didn't even get to the racial part of it, but we are a corrupt race, and our evil is built basically into our genes, according to this ideology. So those are the first two eras. But then we get, of course, to the anti-Zionist era, which is hostility to the Jews based on its state. And the characteristic libels of that are the ones we just mentioned a little bit earlier, all the evil things that the state of Israel is allegedly guilty of. And so we have this set of libels. And what we know is, of course, that they're all false. They're all false. In fact, decent people today look back at the medieval Christian libels and say, did they really believe that? By the way, they did really believe that. They really sincerely believed these libels, right? But we look back now and we say, oh my God, they were in the grip of some form of Jew hatred, right? And we look back, certainly decent people today, that excludes the neo-Nazis who embrace these, but decent people today look back at the Nazi libels, at Jews as race polluters who were advancing their interests, and we say, that's just crazy delusional, that's not true. And they're evil for believing those things, right? By the way, they did believe them sincerely. Like they really believed, despite the fact that the evidence all went in the opposite direction. But we're in an interesting moment today where you have all these people. If you go interview, the keffiyeh wearing folks in the encampments on the streets and say, do you really believe Israel's guilty of genocide and ethnic cleansing and they all sincerely believe it. And it's important to point out, the Nazis believed all those false things about the Jews, and the medieval Christians believed a whole bunch of false things about the Jews. You're really so sure these things are true, right? So, but that's the moment we're in. We're in the position, unfortunately, of having to refute these libels, and I've written some stuff refuting it. Judge Roy Altman has an excellent new book out refuting the major libels from a sort of legal perspective. We have to refute them, but if you've been in this space at all, what have you noticed? Doesn't matter how careful your refutation is, somehow their beliefs don't shift, which tells you that you're dealing with someone who's not connected to truth and reality, not connected to facts, but in the grip of an ideology, and an ideology that makes them a Jew hater. No different from the Nazis, who were gripped by this ideology that made them Jew haters, and the medieval Christians also were gripped by this ideology that made them Jew haters. All right, so we're seeing in real time the repetition of a very scary process, and we know where it ends, right? We said, if you're in the grip of this ideology, it comes down to, and I'm sensitive to the time, it comes down to the Jews are a fundamental evil on this planet who are plotting to take over the world. And there's only one response to that kind of threat. Hitler, one thing to his credit, he was logically consistent on just this one point. He was incoherent in everything else, but he was consistent here. If the Jews have a plan to take over the world and destroy all of us, including the Germans, we have to annihilate the Jews. It's the only logical conclusion from that belief. And that is the belief system that today's anti-Zionists are in exactly the same way as the Nazis were and the medieval Christians. Annihilation of the Jews, which will start with annihilating, destroying the Jewish state, which can only happen through mass ethnic cleansing and genocide. And they say, okay, to that. That's what we're dealing with anti-Zionism. Last point to make on that, I'll make a terminological point and then a general point. The terminological point is anti-Semitism. A lot of us use that word as a general word for Jew hate, in which case it's a little confusing to distinguish anti-Judaism, anti-Semitism, and anti-Zionism. And it's okay to use anti-Semitism as a general word for Jew hate. So when you say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, what you're really saying is anti-Zionism is a form of Jew hate. But when we want to be really careful, we should restrict the word anti-Semitism for that one particular manifestation of Jew hate, the 19th, 20th century Nazi protocols. And then we can see that anti-Zionism has a different structure, a different target. It's targeting the state rather than the people directly. It has its own libels, genocide, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, etc. Right? So it's got its own language, its own grammar, etc. It's a different manifestation of Jew hatred. So that's point one. And then the final point I'll make, some of you might have seen Bill Maher had a thing a few weeks ago. It was actually the same weekend as the Tough Seat conference, because I saw it. It's absolutely a brilliant 10-minute thing, and I recommend you all go see this. He gets it, first of all. And at one point, and he's going off primarily on the Democratic Party for turning rabidly anti-Semitic or Jew-hating, as I would say, because it's primarily anti-Zionist. And he says, drops a lot of truth bombs, as they say. And at one point, he quotes a Columbia professor who says, I can't remember exactly what horrific thing about the Jews. And by the way, while Bill Maher is going through this, the audience is dead silent. Like everyone is so uncomfortable because he's calling out Jew hatred. And at a couple points, they put the camera on whoever the two guests were, and you can see they're like, "Oh God, I wish I wasn't on tonight," right? Like as he's going through this, it's so powerful, and the silence is so painful and so telling. And so he quotes this Columbia professor who says something like, basically the Jews just have it in their DNA to be evil and pursue bloodshed. They're only satisfied by mass bloodshed, etc. And Mark's comment was so powerful. He said, this is the type of thing that Goebbels was the propaganda minister of the Nazis who's most responsible for saying the most horrific things about Jews for, 10 years of the Nazi regime, etc. He says, this is the type of thing that Goebbels would look at and say, no notes, right? No comment, works, it's good, right? But that's what we're dealing with. This is what we have in the academy. This is an Ivy League professor who says things indistinguishable from the Nazis. Goebbels would approve, right? And what's the response? He's tenured, full professor. He's leading an encampment. No consequences. So if that doesn't wake you up to the problem, then nothing will. So I'll stop there. Institute for the Critical Study of Anti-Zionism is my initiative to go after this ideology, and I'm happy to address questions.
I think this is one of the most important conversations to have because I heard some of it yesterday and in other conversations, and that is, what does the word Zionism mean, and how is it to be used, and should it be dropped because it's got all the negative connotations? Do we need a new word? I don't think we can afford to. I think we have to somehow take ownership of it. But I wanted to point out something positive about the anti-Zionists. They're very creative. Every day they come up with a new way to hate us.
I do.
That's amazing. And they blame us for things that we're not good at. Like if we were good at all the public relations, we wouldn't have this problem. We're obviously very bad at what they blame. The one question that you didn't answer is...
Well, you cut me off.
How do you combat it? How do you combat it?
How do I combat it? My best answer to that is, I don't know. I'm a professor. What do I know? I personally am far more in the realm of theory than in practice. I admire the activists, the people that are on the streets. There's a group up from Rhode Island called Rhode Island Coalition for Israel. It's a small... everything in Rhode Island is small. Also, everything in Rhode Island is bad, but that's another subject. But this coalition is actually wonderful. It's a small group of Jews and Christians, and their tagline is boots on the ground. They show up, like they do counter protests. The last couple of years, Brown University, which has had a lot of anti-Zionist activity there, also a wonderful Jewish Zionist community, but a lot of anti-Zionist activity. They paid to have an airplane fly overhead saying some nice things about Israel over commencement. They did this like the last couple of years. It was a brilliant thing. I gave $36 towards that one. So the way I respond, and all praise to people with boots on the ground. We need to show up. Clearly, in 60,000, at the walk yesterday. Fantastic. My domain, I do happen to think this is an emergency moment for the Jewish people. It's an existential moment for the state of Israel, for Jews in the diaspora, Canada, United States, elsewhere. And so I think it's all hands on deck. And every time I speak, whatever anyone can do that thing. And that might just be give $18 somewhere, or it might be show up at that, protest with the Rhode Island Coalition for Israel, which, by the way, is entirely a bunch of old fogies like me because the younger generation doesn't participate in that. So it's a separate thing. So what can I do? I'm a professor. I know the academy, and I really firmly believe that what we've seen on campuses is the product of anti-Zionism as an ideology or a set of ideologies whose conclusion that teaches that Jews are profoundly evil. They seek to conquer this protocols idea. They seek to conquer the globe and will stop at nothing to do that. That's ultimately what this ideology teaches. It teaches it in all sorts of fancy, technical, abstract ways. So you can use settler colonial ideology, which that horrific binary, either you're a settler or you're indigenous, as if there's no other possible category. Once you're a settler, it doesn't matter how many generations you've been in the land, your descendants forever are settlers, right? Which is also crazy, crazy, crazy. And so someone was talking about, I think it was you, Sheree, about the original sin that cannot be erased. And the only erasure of the original sin is the destruction of the people who are guilty of that sin. That is the ideology that's literally being taught in so many disciplines on so many campuses. And here's the one thing we haven't done. I listed the things we did do, all of which were valuable. I contributed, all of which should continue. We haven't actually subjected that ideology to any sort of sustained, honest critique. And there's a major reason we haven't done that. That ideology, which I'm calling anti-Zionism, includes what's also widely called anti-racism. Anti-racism is complicit in this. What makes things complicated is anti-racism has a lot of important good stuff. There's a baby in that bathwater, right? But the way it has been weaponized is such that this ideology, whose conclusion is the Jews must be annihilated, is called anti-racism. If you protest it, you're a racist. And as you know, being a racist on a campus is about the worst thing that you can be. So the Jewish community and even the non-Jewish community has been afraid to critique this ideology because they've commandeered this label, we're the anti-racists. And indeed, in many respects, the Jews participated in and built up this ideology. And I'd like to say it's because, on average, many exceptions, Jews are good people, right? Jews are good people. We want to help the marginalized and the oppressed. We went all in collectively on Black Lives Matter, for example. Black Lives Matter, there's a baby in that bathwater. Black Lives Matter, in the United States anyway, from the beginning has a whole platform, anti-Israel platform, that accuses Israel of every sin under the sun. I cannot tell you how many Jewish people said, well, I just won't look at that part of the website. I'm still going to support the movement, right? And I supported the movement at the beginning too. So the dynamics are difficult. The Jews want to support the anti-racism, and the anti-racism, as it's become weaponized, has come after the Jews now, and that's the state, and that's what produced the encampments and all the protests you've seen on campuses. So my own view is it's time to go after that ideology. It's time to not be afraid to criticize it. If we can separate the baby from the bathwater, I don't know if that can happen, right? They're valuable things, and if we talk about the DEI industry that which I know exists here as well, maybe under different names. Again, there's a baby in that bathwater, but the industry as a whole is collectively weaponized against the Jews. It might be necessary to dismantle it and start over. I don't know. I'm not so good at those things. But what my institute is doing, it's collecting and motivating scholars to finally begin criticizing anti-Zionism as an idea, and do it from a scholarly perspective, because we believe in the norms of the academy. We want to reestablish the norms of the academy, which distinguishes ultimately scholarship from activism. The other side openly rejects that distinction. They weaponize their scholarship for activism. The way to respond to it is to go back to the traditional academic norms. And I'll give you one example of what I mean by this. If you read any of the major anti-Zionist scholars, the ones promoting this ideology, I'll mention one, Rashid Khalidi, who just retired from Columbia. And no, it was not him who was quoted in that Bill Maher piece. His colleague was. Rashid Khalidi written a book, for example, called The 100 Years War in Palestine, which is a lie from the title onwards, right? And you should read that book. You need to read you need to see what they're saying. And here's how he proceeds. He tells this whole one-sided story of Jews coming in from outside and colonizing Palestine. And he literally leaves out everything that the Arabs ever did. Just doesn't mention anything the Arabs did. So when it comes even to contemporary times, Israel builds this separation barrier to enforce their apartheid in Palestinians. He doesn't mention the several years of suicide bombings that led to that. So the other side, this is one of their main tricks of the trade, omission. They just leave out all the context. And if you do that, for example, and you see it in real time, look at anti-Zionists talking about post-October 7th, it's a genocide, right? It's a one-way assault. They won't even mention Hamas or October 7th itself. And if you leave all that out, it does sort of look like Israel's just going in and killing a lot of people for no reason. This is a fundamental trick. Once you see it, you'll see it in every single anti-Zionist scholar. They'll tell their story by literally omitting all the surrounding context, all the relevant information, anything that might remotely justify anything Israel does. So to respond to that, I don't want, I'm working very hard that my institute is not just a right-wing partisan thing to go lift the outside. All you have to do is be honest academics. And what honest academics do is look at multiple perspectives, evaluate all sorts of evidence, and you may end up still siding with the Palestinian cause once you do that. I respect a person who does that as long as they haven't omitted all the other relevant evidence. And I'm confident, because of course I must be, that the truth is on the Zionist side ultimately, and that when most people really hear the whole story, they're not going to hate the Jews. Right? And so this is what we need to do, is critique this ideology using standard scholarly norms. We're not just going to be activists like them. We're going to go back to norms where we're going to look at the complete side of the story. If you read Khalidi, and I'm not even a historian, but I read that book, and like every third sentence, I'm pointing out, well, this is actually false, or this is a misrepresentation, or he completely leaves out X. And it's like every page after page. That's all we have to do, is be good scholars, and we'll show that this stuff is ultimately bullshit, but it's hateful, dangerous bullshit. So that's what I'm trying to do, is get scholars to engage, and in every discipline, right? Because it's literally in every discipline.
It is. It is. Maybe this is a somewhat related question. In combating anti-Semitism, I've become very disappointed that governments, when they do acknowledge there is such a thing as anti-Semitism, put a lot of money into Holocaust education. And I read Ruth Wiss's book, 1992, in which she said Holocaust education is a complete failure. Would you agree? This is still an area which I see people investing in.
How many people are Holocaust scholars here before I say anything? This is as early as 1992, she was saying that. That's interesting. It's a complicated issue, and I did list Holocaust studies as one of the things, quote unquote, we have done. Holocaust studies today has been largely weaponized. You almost will never find it identified as Holocaust studies. It's almost always now Holocaust and genocide studies, because God forbid we study something that happened to the Jews. We have to only draw the universal lessons. I'm not against the universal lessons. There are universal lessons, and this is something I'm learning, right? We have so many shared experiences. We've all suffered Holocausts or genocide of various sorts. So I'm not against the idea that we should study all the different genocides, all the different mass violence that's occurred to all different sorts of people, including people that are our ancestors in this room, right? However, what's happened is, and you see this so vividly, once Holocaust studies becomes Holocaust and genocide studies, what's the next logical step? It's easily brought into this ideology, and you'll see the people studying this are going to be studying the genocide that Israel's committing in Gaza, right? It's going to go right to that. Right? And what makes it even worse for our side, other than the fact that that libel is so blatantly false, in my view, so blatantly false that anyone who says it must either be profoundly ignorant or profoundly malicious, or both, the winning combination, right? Like, it's so not even close to true. Many of them believe it sincerely, right? They're not, right? This tells you the grip of ideology. But what's even worse is they can say, and I know it's so because I've taken courses in the Holocaust and Genocide Center here. So it gives like this kosher stamp of approval on the view that Israel's evil. So the problem with, well, Omer Bartov is exhibit number A, 1A, whatever. So Omer Bartov, if you I have a bunch of people, we need to basically produce a whole book just shredding him. So Omer Bartov is a Brown University professor, and he is the golden child of the anti-Zionist movement because he's an Israeli, he's Jewish, and he is a Holocaust scholar. And he served in the IDF back in the day, mostly protesting the IDF even back in his youth. And he says it's a genocide, right? And so how do you answer that? This is a Jewish, Israeli, IDF veteran Holocaust scholar, and he says it's a genocide. And so he's powerful for them. He is their poster child. So that's the problem with Holocaust studies. Not the idea of it overall, but that it's been weaponized in the way that it has. So I don't know what the solution is. There's definitely a baby in that bathwater. We have to study, people need to study the Holocaust. I wonder if we need to insist that it's the Holocaust they study, and then separately you can look at other genocides. But you have to recognize, and this is, I don't know if this is where I'll go with my institute. If I have scholars who join who want to do this, that would be wonderful. You have to recognize the fundamental lesson of the Holocaust is a particularist one. That there are evil ideologies that make people want to murder the Jews in large numbers. That's the lesson of the Holocaust. It should be separated from all the other atrocities and genocides there have been. Those should also be studied. But we cannot lose that lesson, because once we've got that lesson, it gets a little bit easier. And I'm writing a book on this right now. Once you've actually studied Nazi anti-Semitism, the Nazis were also profoundly anti-Zionist. We think of them as the anti-Semites. They're actually anti-Zionist. And I would actually argue the anti-Zionism is more fundamental than the anti-Semitism. Separate conversation. Once you study the Nazi anti-Zionism, and then you just put it next to what the people on today's campuses are saying, you don't need to make an argument that anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. What you can simply show is what you are pursuing today is the same agenda as the Nazis. What else do you need to say? I mean, if you embrace it openly, at least we know who we're dealing with. And some do, some will openly say that. But most, and this is powerful, most will say, but, right? We're anti-Zionist, but we're also against anti-Semitism, and we hate the Nazis, and we hate the protocols of the Elders of Zion. It turns out they're just reproducing all the tropes from the protocols of the Elders of Zion as they reproduce the Nazi agenda to annihilate the Jews. So they claim they're against the Nazis and the protocols, and yet they are literally reenacting that. The only way to show them that is to re-highlight the Nazis, right? They have to bring the Nazis back, unfortunately, just to learn the lessons of the Nazis. So if Holocaust studies is to be repaired, I think that's how we repair it. We refocus it, make it particular again, so it cannot be weaponized. Yes.
I just wanted, what is the name of your institute again?
Substack, go to the Substack, ICSA, ICSA.substack.com. Sign up right now for the free Substack, and you'll see what we're up to. And we're looking for more scholars. We have 230 scholars on the roster, almost 4,400 followers on Substack, both numbers growing daily. The goal is to get, the tagline is we need teams of scholars producing reams of scholarship on anti-Zionism. We need to recapture the public square of the academy for this discourse to recapture ultimately the university.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we're going to move on. Thank you so
All right,
much, Andrew.
thank you.
And I'm going to invite Janice to come up.
We are going to talk about education. Professor Newhouse is up now. Daniel Corn, please sit down.
Okay, I want to thank all of you for coming and for also taking the time to listen. I think this is an important conversation. And I bring you greetings as a descendant of the Ham, who was one of the sons of Noah. And as, I don't know, many of you know European history or not, but Ham was a son of Noah, who was banned and cursed for entire history for seeing his father naked as well. And so the European, and he was banished from the Ark. I don't know whether, and for a long time, one of the explanations that Europeans used for trying to understand who we were as a Jewish people was to say that we were in fact the son of Ham and cursed for all times, and we were seen in the early part of the contact as being in league with the devil. So I think we share some common heritage in that sense as being somehow cursed and somehow being in league with the devil. But I don't want to start there. I want to try to add something different to the narrative that we have been developing today. And I want to start here, if I can. And this is going to require your participation. And so in Haudenosaunee communities, we start every event, every important event, every community meeting with the words that come before all others. And so we're going to start over here and go around the edge of the circle until we finish. And so these are the words that come before all others. So if you read left-hand side, next person reads the right-hand side, and we'll see how well the state has educated you. Okay?
The people.
The people, yep, okay. You can stand if you want to see.
The Earth Mother.
No, the people, just do the people on the left-hand side.
Today we have gathered and see that the cycle of the life continues. We have been given the duty to live in balance and harmony with each other and all living things. So now we bring our minds together as one, as we give greetings and thanks to each other as people now, our minds are one, the Earth Mother. We are all thankful to our Mother, the Earth, for she gives us all that we need for life. She supports our feet as we walk upon her. It gives us joy that she continues to care for us. She has from the beginning of time to our Mother, we send greetings and thanks. Now our minds are one.
Thank you. Okay, do you want to read next or do you want to pass?
The waters. We give thanks to all the waters of the world for quenching our thirst and providing us with strength. Water is life. We know its power in many forms: water, falls and rain, mist and streams, rivers and oceans. With one mind, we send greetings to thanks to the Spirit of water. Now our minds are one. The fish. We turn our minds to all the fish life in the water. They were instructed to cleanse and purify water. They also give themselves to us as food. We are grateful that we can still find pure water. So we turn now to the fish and send our greetings to them and thanks. Now our minds are.
The plants. Now we turn toward the vast fields of plant life. As far as the eye can see, the plants grow, working many wonders. They sustain many life forms. With our minds gathered together, we give thanks and look forward to seeing plant life for many generations to come. Now our minds are one. The food plants. With one mind, we turn to honor and thank all the food plants we have harvested from the garden. Since the beginning of time, the grains, vegetables, foods, and berries have helped the people survive. Many other living things draw strength from it too. We gather all the plant food together as one instead of bringing thanks. Now our minds are one.
The medicine herbs. Now we turn to all the medicine herbs of the world. From the beginning, they were instructed to take away sickness. They are always waiting and ready to heal us. We are happy there are still among us those whose special field who remember how to use these plants for healing. With one mind, we send greetings and thanks to the medicine and to the keepers of the medicine. Now our minds are one. The animal. We gather our minds together to send greetings and thanks to all the animal life in the world. They have many things to teach us as people. We are honored by them when they give up their lives so we may use their bodies as food for our people. We see them near our homes and in the deep forests. We are glad they are still here and we hope that it will always be so. Now our minds are one.
The trees. We now turn our thoughts to the trees. The earth has many families of trees who have their own instructions and uses. Some provide us with shelter and shade, others with fruit, beauty, and other useful things. Many people in the world use a tree as a symbol of peace and strength. With one mind, we greet and thank the tree of life. Now our minds are one. The birds. We put our minds together as one and thank all the birds who move and fly about over our heads. The Creator gave them beautiful songs. Each day they remind us to enjoy and appreciate life. The eagle has chosen to be their leader. To all the birds, from the smallest to the largest, we send our joyful greeting and thanks. Now our minds are one.
The four winds. We are all thankful to the powers we know as the four winds. We hear their voices in the moving air as they refresh us and purify the air we breathe. They help us to bring the change of seasons from the four directions they come, bringing our messages and giving us strength. With one mind, we send our greetings and thanks to the four winds. Now our minds are one. The thunderers. Now we turn to the west where our grandfathers, the thunder beings, live with lightning and thundering voices. They bring with them the water that renews life. We are thankful that they keep those evil things made by Alcoiceres underground. We bring our minds together as one to send greetings and thanks to our grandfathers and founders. Now our four winds are one. Our minds are one.
Oh, brother the sun, we now send greetings and thanks to our eldest brother, the sun. Each day without fail, he travels the sky from east to west, bringing the light of a new day. He is the source of all the fires of life. With one mind, we send greetings and thanks to our brother, the sun. Now our minds are one. Our grandmother, the moon. We put our minds together to give thanks to our oldest grandmother, the moon, who lights the nighttime sky. She is the leader of women all over the world, and she governs the movement of the ocean tides by her changing face. We measure time, and it is the moon who watches over the arrival of children here on earth. With one mind, we send greetings and thanks to our grandmother, the moon. Now our minds are one.
The stars. We give thanks to the stars who are spread across the sky like jewelry. We see them in the night, helping the moon to light the darkness and bringing dew to the gardens and growing things. When we travel at night, they guide us home. With our minds gathered together as one, we send greetings and thanks to the stars. Now our minds are one. The enlightened teachers. We gather our minds to greet and thank the enlightened teachers who have come to help throughout the ages. When we forget how to live in harmony, they remind us of the way we were instructed to live as people. With one mind, we send greetings and thanks to these caring teachers. Now our minds are one.
Creator. Now we turn our thoughts to the Creator, O Great Spirit, and send greetings and thanks for all the gifts of creation. Everything we need to live a good life is here on this Mother Earth. For all the love that is still around us, we gather our minds together as one and send our choicest words of greetings and thanks to the Creator. Now our minds are one. Closing words. We have now arrived at the place where we end our words. Of all the things we have named, it was not our intention to leave anything out. If something was forgotten, we leave it to each individual to send such greetings and thanks in their own way. Now our minds are one.
Okay, thank you to the readers. This is in English known as the Thanksgiving Address. It is, as I said at the beginning, recited at the beginning of all meetings and often at the end. It was first recited on August 31st, 1142 at 2:30 in the afternoon at a place called Onondaga. That is the date of the founding of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy or the Iroquois Confederacy. And we know that because of where we know the stories surrounding the first meeting, that there was a solar eclipse, and we know where the meeting took place, and we can consult modern astronomical charts, and we can see that this is the only place where you would see the eclipse, and the only time you could see the eclipse. And so this was the start of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. And what this Thanksgiving address is attempts to place us in the universe, among all of the life in the universe. You'll notice it starts from us and it goes out into the sky. And it's intended to create a sense of commonality, a sense that we're all in this together. And it is intended to help us to foster the conditions necessary for peace. Because the League was founded upon the notion of peace, skano. That's been the foundation of our political institution. And we've been pursuing peace now for 874 years. And peace in Haudenosaunee terms is not a verb. We probably should translate this as peacemaking. And it says that as human beings, we have the capacity to make peace. And we make the peace through the use of what we call our good mind. And at that first meeting, we renounced violence. We brought our weapons of war together. We planted them underneath dig a large hole, and planted a tree on top of it. And so there is some truth to the idea of burying the hatchet, right, as well. And so we dedicated ourselves to peace. And so our central political institution is dedicated to creating peace. And you create peace by trying to ensure that we all see each other as human beings, as part of the universe, and as requiring dignity, respect, joy, love. And that's what we've been trying to do. And we translate this into greetings, the everyday greeting. It's kind of cool. How do you bring the great peace? Are you at peace? And our fundamental belief is that all human beings are at peace. All human beings should work for peace. And peace comes from the cessation of hostilities and the use of the good mind. And that peace needs to be continually fostered. That peace is a lifelong action, that we cannot stop ever trying to create peace. And we are intended as human beings to have what we call a good mind, karnikahoe. And we believe that the mind is comprised of both reason and passion. And that a good mind has a balance of reason and passion and a desire for peace. Both of those are important. The balance of reason and passion and desire for peace. We also have another foundation of our political alliance, and that is strength. And the strength that comes from our collective efforts, from all of us working together. And we developed a symbol to remind us, because we believe also that as human beings, we are forgetful. That as soon as we learn something, we forget it. And contemporary research says that if we go to a workshop and we learn something that we think is going to be useful, within about 45 days, we will have forgotten it. And so we need to be reminded. And so what we have developed are a series of symbols that help us to remember these things and help us to remember that we ought to work for peace and that we create peace through working together. And we wrote it down, the Garnasagoa, the great law of peace, the great binding law. And we set out in that great binding law the qualities that we expect from our leader. That their hearts will be filled with goodwill and their minds filled with yearning for the welfare of the peoples of the Confederacy. And the numbers here represent what I call wampum clauses. My great-grandfather translated the Garnasagoa into English from Mohawk, because he was writing at the time when he was trying to convince the English that we had a system of government, a way of governing ourselves, and that we actually had ideas about how we ought to do that. So wampum number 28 says that look and listen for the welfare of the whole people and have always in view not only the present, but the coming generations, even those whose faces are yet beneath the surface of the ground, the unborn of the future nation. And so the Great Law contains leadership standards. And these leadership standards are recited when a new chief takes power. I use this with my students, and I ask the question, does Donald Trump meet this leadership standard? Does Pierre Poilievre meet this leadership standard? Does Louise Arbour meet this leadership standard? Do any of us meet this leadership standard? And the students are amazed. You had concepts about leadership, about peace, about standards, about how leaders ought to behave, about all the things that they're taught about in business schools. And we translated these into political documents, the Gaswanta, the Turo Wampum, which many of you have seen. The Turo Wampum is not finished, it's continually being made as peace is continually made. The Turo Wampum is a statement of ethics, the ethics of a relationship. It talks about how we ought to live with each other. And at the heart of the Gaswanta is a profound question. How do we live well together on this land, at this time, and in the future? That's what the Gaswanta says. And that's how we begin to create peace, is by asking this question over and over and over and over and over again. Because peace is continually being negotiated, continually being created. And we can never stop asking the question. And so I teach my students that what we need to do is, in order to begin to foster peace, is to create what I call Gaswanta space. That we need to act and live and work in the space between the two rows. Because it's in that space where we create an ethical set of guidelines in which we have a set of principles: friendship, peace, forever, kindness, respect, equity. And it's an ethical space that allows us to ask this question, and that asks us to try hard to find an answer. And so I try to bring right to the table ideas, notions, theories from our own indigenous, in this case, Haudenosaunee, intellectual tradition. And I'm guided by the work of one of our elders who said, you have to interpret the teachings for the world that you find yourself in. That these are not principles, that are ideas that are in the past. They're good ways of thinking about life, thinking about our relationship. And this is Karine Duhamel, who I work with. She's the director of Indigeneity at Shirk, right? And she has proposed an interpretation of the true wampum, which she says is relevant today as when we first made agreements with the Dutch in 1613. And she talks about how she tries to show peace, how she tries to show friendship, how she tries to show respect, and how institutions, the institutions that we create for ourselves, need to engage in this work, needs to engage in the principles that are envisioned by the two-row wampum. And she works at SHIRT, the Social Science Humanities Research Council, as the director of Indigenous Strategy, trying to shape the institution so that it supports us as researchers at universities in much better ways. And so when we talk about creating peace, when we talk about discussion and debate, we don't frame it through the words of war or struggle Those are not the words that are used within the traditional community. We talk about coming to one mind. It's a process of discussion, of debate, and dialogue. And it's not about winning, it's about creating what I call a comprehensive understanding that allows all of us to find a way forward. We may not always disagree, but it at least helps us to frame, helps us to decide, and helps us to move forward as well. And so the language that we use in order to talk about peace, the language that we use in order to talk about violence and hostility, and the language we use to talk about what it is we're trying to do needs to change, needs to be different. We don't talk about struggle, we don't talk about liberation, we talk about coming to one mind. And so there are ways in which one can structure that. And we saw this at the table at lunchtime, in which I can't recall her name, said that what we're going to do is to use a circle methodology in which we go around the circle and everyone has an opportunity to speak. Everyone has an opportunity to say what they want to say. They can also choose not to speak as well. But it's a way of creating a dialogue that is facilitative, that doesn't leave anyone out, that is inclusive, that tries very hard to create a common understanding or complex understanding as well. And so we have all of these structures, sharing circles, teaching circles, learning circles, councils, working groups, tables, and at least some of my management colleagues talk about deliberative dialogue committees. They all talk about the co-production of knowledge. Because if we don't produce the knowledge ourselves and together, it's not going to be used as a basis for action. We all have a set of values that we use in these dialogues that help us as well to foster peace. A sense of independence, a sense of non-interference, a sense of sharing, of non-competitiveness, acknowledge of the knowledge of others, accept the responsibility for our own actions, and some emotional restraint. The discussion, the debate can be quite emotional and quite challenging. And trust. That fundamentally, if we do not create trust, it's going to be very difficult to create peace, very difficult to foster peace. And then we also need an open mind. All these things people have said before. And so we bring our ideas to the table. And people say, well, don't you need to be part of a mature society? Don't you need to be Indigenous? And what the research that I've done indicates is that any structure will work. What is important is the values that you bring to the table, the attitudes that you bring to the table, and the knowledge that you bring to the table. And those are the important elements of peace. Whatever structure you want to use will work, provided that you bring the appropriate values to the table. And so what we know from our traditional knowledge is that peace comes from the fostering and the use of our good minds. So we need to educate our children, educate our youth in these ideas. And we need to understand as well that peace needs to be continually made. That we can't stop. Once we come to agreement, once we have peace, we need then to continue to make it. And that making peace is hard and takes a long time. It also requires us to move away from the past, acknowledge what happened, move forward, and then seek to answer what I call the Kaswanta question. But we need, at the start, to find a way to ensure that we see each other as part of the circle. And so I have a small exercise for you to do, right? We'll take about, how much time do I have? 2 minutes? Okay, about 2 minutes, okay? Okay, and what I'd like you to do is to take a sheet of paper, right? And then place a dot in the middle of it. If you don't have a sheet of paper, you can borrow one, right? Draw a circle. Okay. And then I want you to think about all of the people, all of the animals, all of the spirits and electronic beings these days, right, who have helped you in your life.
They go in the circle.
Pardon?
They go in the circle.
They're just around the circle, right? So around the circle, right? Okay. You can say your electronic beings, computer, Alexa, Siri, okay. Your dog, your cat, right? I had a student once who talked about a pet snake, which is a bit weird, I have to admit, but so. In Haudenosaunee mythology, snakes are the embodiment of evil, right? As they are in many other places as well. So, and one of the ways we talk about the creation of the Great Peace was to talk about the Atataro, who was the leader of the Onondagas, who had stakes in his hairs, and the way of helping him to create a good mind was to comb his hair and remove the snakes. So think about all of the beings, all of the animals, all of the places, anything that helped you, right? Do you have a list of some sort? Okay. So the next part, right, also requires you to do something. Right? The next step is for you to thank all of these animals, all of these people, all of these beings, and do it in person, in email, by telephone, by text. And see what happens. If you do this, you are engaging in one of the fundamental acts of Haudenosaunee spirituality, which is embodied in the Thanksgiving address. And it's the condition for creating peace, for fostering peace, that we acknowledge that we are all part of the same circle, that we all have gifts, and that we all have the ability to create peace. And that's a real challenge in this day of the internet, of text, which amplify the negative. I decided as an academic, and I've been an academic now for 35 years, is that I would never write about the Indian problem. I was always going to write about our own ideas and what is happening within our own society and how we are working to recreate, rebuild our own societies and our relationships with others. And there has been an enormous change over the last half century as a result of indigenous leaders following our own ideas, our ideas like those that are embedded in the Thanksgiving address, those that are embedded in the days of peace. So I want to offer this as a small contribution to our dialogue about how do we find our way forward in this turbulent, challenging, devastating environment that has a profound impact upon our lives and threatens to destroy our quality of life and threatens to destroy so much of what we have worked to build. So thank you very much. And this is what we need to educate our children about.
Thank you so much. Hello, good afternoon. It's been a pleasure getting to start to know everybody in the room. And for those of you who I haven't talked to yet, I hope we'll have the time for that. My name is Gabriela Rosenblum. I'm Director of Education with Avi, Allied Voices for Israel. And there are so many places where we can start any of these sessions. And one of the pieces that I've been discussing with some of the individuals who have shared with us over the course of this conference and yesterday is where we choose to start. And so I'm going to quickly just start by saying it's passed down from my teachers that I have a set of books over here. And someone was asking me, what are my books that I bring with? But I have a bunch of books over here that are filled with knowledge of people that are smarter than me, that came before me, that I'm hoping that I can convey the concepts from. And so I'm going to ask you that if there are any good concepts that resonate with you and that connect for you, that we understand they're coming from people before me and I didn't come up with them. And when I'm then connecting with you, we understand that I sometimes make mistakes in the way that I build those connections. And if something's hard to understand, that's a mistake on my part. And so I hope that that's going to come through. When we talk about education and connection and land and a people, there are so many different connections and lovely practices throughout. I'm hoping to back up a little bit from the Jewish perspective as I know it as well as I understand it, and then get to the title that is on this discussion of what we really teach in terms of that Jewish indigeneity to the land as part of a greater framework or perspective that we have on the world. And so when we zoom out, we're really going back quite a bit to an idea in Jewish thought that is a framework for life, for our practices in life, but definitely also for our practices in education and our connection with others, which moves back to a place of, am I connecting in these three relationships? And there's a wonderful description of some of the numbers and the importance in Jewish thought. We also have importance on our numbers. And there is a triangle, an idea of three. And to a small extent, there's a balance that comes in three. That with three different pieces, we balance a conversation and a dialogue. And so there are three relationships fundamentally that our connection, our life, and our education is built off of. And they are between a person and place, makom, and we're going to dive into each of these, between a person and themselves, and between a person and other people. And all of these intersect and connect to each other. And they strengthen our understanding of all of those individual relationships. Now, when I start and I talk about a place, our first, in English, the word place, our first thought that our mind goes is to the physical place that I'm in. And there is that level of the conversation. I can talk about the place as the physical environment I'm in and the connections in the world that I connect to. And that's where if we put this idea of connection to the land, the physical land, there are a lot of those connections for Jewish people. we have, and I have these 5 factors over here, but I know they're talked about also in the panel later in terms of indigeneity, and Dr. Trotter was hinting at them earlier as well, but in lots of our talks, we talk about how we know a people is indigenous. And we could go through in the idea of land and connection to a place, all of these different aspects, and how do Jewish people have connections and have had connections throughout our history with the physical land itself. And actually in your bags, you have a booklet that goes through each of these and different pieces that we directly connect to, right? When we talk about land, are we talking about specific laws that have to do with the land? Are we talking about living on the land in history? Are we talking about the place, the temples that were built throughout land are on that land, like our Beit HaMikdash, our grand temples in history? Are we talking about the coins that mark out our sovereignty on the land thousands of years ago? Land is one of those that we could discuss in quite a bit of detail, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through all the pieces here. We could talk about ancestry and the connection generation to generation, that actually, as a people, we have an unbroken chain, that it's incredibly important for Jewish people to communicate generation to generation our traditions and knowledge, and also that we see that in our DNA, that there are tons of studies looking at the connection of Jewish people from different places in the world and how we're related to each other, that it's a family. And so we could look and do a deep dive on ancestry and that factor and how it plays into a connection to a people in a particular geographic location in the world. We could look culturally, and there are some references, right? When we were talking about weddings and breaking a glass, right, this morning with the Governor General, that's a cultural practice. It's acknowledging a connection and the fact that we haven't mended that broken aspect of our identity, right? We could talk about the laws that apply specifically to Jewish people who own land or live on that land in Israel only, right? And the fact that those laws don't apply for non-Jewish people owning land in Israel, and they don't apply for Jewish people owning land outside of Israel, and there is something fundamentally connective about that particular place and our particular people. Culture. We could talk about language, and the idea of Hebrew and its ancient form and its modern form, and perhaps if there has been a sidestep into a few different forms throughout our history in terms of Yiddish and Ladino and the mixture of the majority cultures and how they then influence our ancient languages, and how coming out of that and the creation of a modern version of Hebrew and what influence that then has on culture. We could talk about that piece. And we could talk about living on the land and what that does spiritually for a person. And we actually have a practice in religious circles where we go to Israel for a year. And not every community does it the same way. But it's a practice where we go and we connect. And that time is a time of really working on yourself. That there is built into it, into your life cycle, a moment where you are working on yourself and your connection to a place. And that practice especially is talking about the other interpretation of makom. In Jewish thought and in Hebrew, makom is not just the physical world that we're living in, it's actually one of the names of God. And this connection, the relationship that we have with a place, is also talking about our relationship that we have with God. The oneness of that idea, the idea that there is oneness in the world. And so when we're talking relationships and we zoom out and we look at the big picture, for mindset and Jewish thought, all of these pieces are inside of that. That this type of a relationship that we have as a connection to God and a connection to the world we're in and a connection to a specific place in the world are all nested inside of each other and connect to each other. But as I said, there's 3 relationships, and we can't open all of these aspects as one piece for our talk because we'll be missing out on how that conveys and connects to our mission in education, right? We have to have knowledge of this relationship, and we have to work on this relationship, but also within the other relationships we have. And so we'll talk a little bit about relationship with yourself. Relationship to Makom, to place, to God, is interlinked with our relationship with ourselves, but there is something separate to it that we work on individually. And in this, we are working on understanding our personal identity, but understanding our place in the world and our purpose in the world and how we then interact with the world. And one thing that really comes across in our dialogue, especially in a conference such as this, is the idea that we all have a backpack that we wear and we bring into our encounters, that inside of that backpack are all of my experiences, all of the stories that my ancestors have told me, and all of the things I personally have encountered. That backpack is brought with me into every single engagement, every single conversation I have with the people around me. And actually, every person in the world has their own backpack. And when I'm able to look and say what's inside of your backpack, I can have context clues. I can understand this exact part that was being discussed in terms of the hatred that comes out, but also in terms of the love and connection that can come out. That there are things in my backpack that are different, that make me who I am, and make everybody else who they are. We also, in terms of our connection to ourself, see this backpack in the language we use, in the way that we communicate, in the choices we make about our interactions. That knowing who I am and why I choose to use a particular word here or a different word there, or why I phrase something like this when I'm in a particular situation, helps me have better awareness of where I'm standing and who else is standing in the room with me. And from a place where I have a lot of clarity on that, on language, on the particular nuances of my choices, and when I'm conscious about it, I will more easily be able to connect to other people, right? Relationship with others, and to the world that I'm in. And also in terms of respect. And this was mentioned when we're talking about knowing who you are. There's an aspect in Jewish thought that we're all, yes, bodies, and that helps us interact in the world, and also a soul. And when I acknowledge that, there is a demand that follows in any of my interactions with other human beings, is that I see them also as a body and a soul, that there is also a person across from me. And so, yes, some people choose to do things with their bodies and their words that I might disagree with. But I can choose to make an assumption that they're a human being, that there's a base level of respect. And I also give myself that respect. And so when we're talking about education, we have to know in ourselves that we're a human being, that we make mistakes, right? That those mistakes shape us, and that the people around us also do that. That, we all have differences, and we all have actual challenges that we're working through actively right now. And that comes in our knowledge. And there's an idea that when we're getting to know ourselves and when we're getting to know things out in the world, we don't do it individually. We can, to some extent, connect individually, but it exists in a connection with other people. That I do it by having a teacher, a mentor, who I can go to ask questions. That I do it by connecting with a friend, by finding a friend who's going to hold me accountable, and by having students and learning from them. That the idea of education is continuous, and if I know something, right? The idea is if I know Aleph, teach Aleph. Aleph is the first Hebrew letter. That if I know something, I can communicate that aspect and start from there. And yes, somebody might know Aleph, Bet, Gimel, right? They might know the other letters, but if I know one, I have the ability to convey that one. And that's fundamental in our understanding of education. And so that brings us really to the third relationship, which can't exist without the other two, right? That feeds our entire idea of education, and why some of us might know it's an incredibly integral piece of Jewish thought, education. We spend millions of dollars on education. We have so many individuals in Jewish community that are working in education in all of its different forms because it's necessary foundationally for us. And so it brings us to the relationship of self and others, Adam lechaveru. That we have the knowledge of ourself as an individual, as a body and a soul, that we're interacting with others as bodies and souls, that they're also individuals. That I have my backpack with my experiences, and when I'm interacting with another person, they also have a backpack with experiences. And I draw on my relationship with Makom, God, and the place, the environment that I'm in, that those things have shaped me, that those things continue to, and I need to interact in reference to those points. And so that forms the basis of respect, that in any dialogue, in any conversation, in any education, we're working from a place of respect and the responsibility that's brought with that. And then from that place, with those understandings, I can work on engaging with individuals. That there's been serious work on myself to know where I'm starting from so that I can then find aspects of connection, points of connection with other people that will help me then better connect to myself, the world around me, and God. And the way we find those aspects of connection, yes, are like these conferences, workshops here, and also by noticing values that connect people, by deciding there's actually bridge building, that there's opportunities to find things that are unique and different about us and celebrate those, and see the humanity and commonality that we have as peoples. And so we do that through conversation, like many of us have been discussing, through the idea of building dialogue, engaging with people. Yes, through disagreement, right? And not being afraid of that or shying away from that. But engaging and disagreeing from a place of, I respect you as a human being. You can come to the table as a human being, and I'm going to also come to the table as a human being. And to get to a place of that conversation, we need to back up and do education. And so there are so many pieces of each of these three relationships, but when we look at them as a whole, it changes our understanding of where any of the talks are coming from. Our discussion about our history as a Jewish people fits into all three of these relationships. Our discussion about what it means to talk about hatred against us, as we at Avi call anti-Jewish hatred, right? A separate word from anti-Semitism, a specific type, right? And that we can't only focus on the hatred or conflict pieces, but that we have to also understand ourselves as people to even engage in those topics. And so I hope, and I know we have a shortage of time, and I'm hoping we can still have that discussion with Professor Newhouse, but I hope we could take this understanding, because there is that other level of where am I starting from and where am I pulling these ideas from and why do they matter for me? That I can draw on these connections when I'm deciding to then move forward and interact with the people, right? I'm learning so much by being here. I am. I hope that I'm continuing all of these conversations. I also hope that I can understand better through these interactions all three of these relationships for myself. Because it's cyclical, because they contribute continuously to each other. Because if I'm only going to throw information out there into the void, then I'm missing something. And if I'm only going to listen and never bring forward the parts of my identity, I'm missing something. And if I'm going to exist floating without the foundation that this is all connected to, then I'm missing something. So with all of these relationships and with our conversations, I hope we can miss less. Miss less, right? They're super ambitious. Bring less hate in the world, miss less in our communications with each other, that we could work towards better understanding so we can be better connected. And I hope that you'll all engage with me on that. So thank you all so much.
I just want to say quickly, thank you, David and Gabriella, and I'm just wondering if there's any questions that you have for Dave or Gabriella, or Dave and Gabriella, do you have questions for each other?
So both you and David spoke about recognizing the humanity in others, those who agree with us, those who don't agree with us. However, in the other side, let's say, they don't see the humanity of us. You know, part of what anti-Zionism does is that so thoroughly vilifies those who stand for Israel, first Israel, Zionism, and then the people who stand for Zionism are so thoroughly vilified and demonized that they're othered to the point of, I can't have a conversation with you. There is no recognition of humanity from them to us. How do you break? It sounds like you tried to engage with those people. How do you break through with your paradigm so that you can engage?
I think it's a great question. I don't know where David is, but I'm sure he also has a different answer. Oh, okay. Oh, so I will try to hold down the fort. I'm sure you'll get different answers when you ask different people. But for us, right, this is a constant question, right? And I think actually Professor Newhouse was talking about the answer that we come to as well at the end, right? That there is a place of connection by putting out values in the world, by opening from a place where I can say this is my identity and this is what's important to me, and everybody that I'm interacting with can say this is my identity and this is what's important to me. And then once we have that clarity on who is in the room, right, with a language that is accessible for everybody that's there, then we can say, okay, so you're choosing a particular value and I'm choosing a particular value. Are they the same? Are they different from each other? What contributed to you placing that at the top of your values, right? We can zoom in and talk specifically about any particular instance. That's a possibility. We can do that. And what often happens when we zoom in very narrowly is we take all the context out. And if we connect to some of the previous talks, that's exactly the goal of individuals who don't want to engage in dialogue. And so when we choose not to do that, when we say, actually, I would like to understand better, right? I would like to open the conversation from this very narrow part. We're saying, I'm meeting you at a place that you're starting from, right? I'm not talking from a spot so far away. I'm talking from something here where I can then connect from this point, right? I can see what backpack you're wearing and start from there so that there can be understanding. I can't start and speak a completely different language than the people I'm engaging with. And right now, when people are deciding not to engage, they're choosing a different language of discourse or not discourse at all, right? So I hope that answers, right? Bringing it back to something foundational that every person feels that they can connect to, and then moving from there, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you mentioned the word Malcolm.
Malcolm, yeah.
Malcolm and the whole, and also the land.
Yeah.
And also you mentioned about your, not only you mentioned that your relationship with God.
Yes.
So I'm indigenous, and also I've studied the 5 books, the Torah, but also the Bible book. Recently, before I came on this trip, I've been reading the covenant that that God made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and it says, "This is a covenant I made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and to the generations." So how you as a Jew, and concerning the land, because the world, the political world, they don't understand about the covenant. How you as a Jew, how you convey that message to the political, the world, the UN, and all that this land gave to our father Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the generations. How do you convey that message?
I think it's a great question. And in true Jewish fashion, I'm going to answer it with a question. To ask how we convey it, we have to ask when we want to convey that, right? And it's not all the time, and it's not in every discourse. And it depends what the setting is if we're going to get into our history, right? But oftentimes, people engaging in this would like to start at a certain date. And maybe they're starting in 1948, May 14th, and saying, okay, let's start from here. How do you justify your spot in the land, right? And maybe they want to start a little earlier and they go to the 1800s, or maybe they go throughout the whole 1500s and so on. They choose a spot in history and then decide to engage from there. And I think when somebody's bringing that to the table, it's an opening. It's an opening to discuss, where does the history of the Jewish people in the land start? And that's an older question, and that's saying, let's go back further, right? Because we can go back to a time when there were Jewish kings in the land, which isn't the start of the presence of Jews on the land, but it's a pretty well-recorded time of Jewish sovereignty in the land and Jewish nationhood, right? In a way that was very unique in history. So perhaps we can go back to there. I think most of the time, we could go back to Abraham, but it's usually less helpful in a conversation. Usually that's not the question that the person is asking, right? Usually they're not looking to say all the way back in the times of Abraham, what were your people doing? So we could go all the way back to Abraham. And I think that that is also the place that we start when we teach Jewish kids about the history of Jewish people. So who are you and who is asking the question? That guides when it is brought into the conversation. It is incredibly important for our connection to ourselves to know our ancestors, our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob lived in this land. And most people around us don't feel the need for us to start the conversation there. All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, Gabrielle. Okay, we're gonna have, thank you very much. We're gonna have a very short break. There's fruit and some liquids, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you again to everyone. This has been just such a phenomenal experience so far, and I'm so proud for us to be a part of this wonderful initiative. And you know, I'm a big Fiddler on the Roof guy. Everything's about tradition, tradition, tradition. This must be a tradition. This must be something we build and we grow annually, right? And I really hope sustainable growth, but that we can really bring more and more of our communities together so we can really learn from one another and grow together, because it's been such a phenomenal experience so far. For those who don't know me, my name is Daniel Corrin. I'm the founder and executive director of Allied Voices for Israel. We're one of the partner orgs here today. It is my pleasure and my honor to moderate our panel, our Indigenous panel of shared values and shared concerns. Now, rather than actually introducing the four wonderful people here with me, I'm going to give them the opportunities to introduce themselves, you know, to open up our conversation. So if we want to start with Ryan, no problem, but I'd love for you, each of you, to share a little bit about who you are and also how you came to be allies, outspoken allies of the Jewish people. We'll start with you, Ryan.
Sure. Everybody hear me? We got it. So my name is Ryan Belrose. I live in Paddle Prairie Métis settlement, so I'm the only actual settler in the room.
That's a good start. That's a good start.
So I grew up in the middle of nowhere, literally. Like if you were to Google Paddle Prairie right now and you use the Google Maps, you have to do this about 50 times, and you'll see that I'm way up in the northwest part of Alberta. Now, what that means is it's pretty cold and miserable, which also means there are 0 Jews where I live. 0. Okay. So when I was growing up, this wasn't even a thing. Like I was a history buff, so I mean I love to read about ancient civilizations. When I was a kid, my dad basically told me, if you read the Encyclopedia Britannica, I'll buy you a rifle for Christmas. So I read the Encyclopedia Britannica, and by the end of the year, he bought me a rifle, and my mom lost her mind. And I remember something that stuck with me. I read a tiny little blurb in the Encyclopedia Britannica about the creation of the State of Israel. Now, my family's been involved in Métis rights. My dad helped write the Métis Proclamation. I mean, I grew up in a house where people like Harry Daniels, Mervyn Belrose, Tommy Ghostkeeper, all those people were in my kitchen, right? So I learned a lot about Indigenous people and why we were struggling for self-determination on our ancestral lands. So this is something that was just kind of I grew up with. And I remember after reading this little blurb about Israel, it was interesting because I was like, wait a minute, there's other people like us, but they did what we're trying to do. They accomplished self-determination on their ancestral land. And I remember going to my dad and saying, hey, Bert, what's that?
The mic isn't, can you, you can't hear it.
Can't hear it? Is that, oh. Yeah, start over. Oh, there we go. Is that a little better?
Yeah.
See, normally I'm
Thank you.
That comes also from being small when you're a little kid. So my dad basically, he said, listen, Ryan, whatever. There's a group of people that did this, and he's like, they're Jews, and they're in the Bible. And, he wasn't particularly religious because he went to residential school. And I remember he used to work in the oil field, so he was working, I think, in Singapore or something. He came home, and he brought me this book. Now, I still remember the picture on the cover of the book. It's a picture of a C-130 with a car and an Israeli commando. And the book was called Operation Thunderbolt. And it was about Entebbe, the raid on Entebbe. Now, you gotta remember, I'm like 8 or 9 years old, so I'm like obsessed with war and stuff like that. I thought this was the coolest thing in the world. But when I read the story, it's the story itself that resonated, right? This group of people goes into Africa, flies into another country to rescue their people. So it was something that just kind of resonated with me. But now you have to remember that I'm in northern Alberta where there are 0 Jews. So for a decade or whatever, I just kind of went on with my life. I started playing football and basketball. I ended up at the University of Alberta in 2001. Now, those of you that study this stuff, you know that what happened in 2001 at the University of Alberta was the first Israel Apartheid Week, right? Now at the University of Alberta, there's a big building that they built for the Commonwealth Games, and it's called the Butterdome, the Van Vliet Center. Basically, it was a stadium. Now they built classrooms all around the outside. So because we're football players and we're more important than everyone else, our locker room was right by the front door, right? So like all the regular students, they had to, they were way off in the boondocks, but we were right close to the front. So I remember walking into school, and as I walk up, I see these other football kids. They're kind of like the big dopey looking kids. And they're walking around and they have this confused look on their face. And they're like, but they're walking around like in circles. It was really weird to see it. I was like, what is going on? So I walk up and I said to this kid, his name was Mark. I was like, hey Mark, what's going on, bud? And he's like, dude, they put like a wall right in front of the door. We can't get through. And I'm thinking it's like a serious wall, so I walk over and it's paper mache. And it's made to look like a brick wall, and it's got bloody handprints on it, right? And I was like, okay, first off, that's not really much of an impediment at all. So I walk over and I was like, excuse me, can you guys move your little wall thingy? And this little Arab guy stands in front of me, and when I say little, I mean little, he's like 5'4" or something. He's like standing there looking at my belly button, and he goes like this, he goes, you need to walk all the way around so you understand the oppression of the Palestinians. And I was like, dude, I'm an Indian. Like, what are you even talking about? and he just didn't know what to do, right? So now he's looking at me like, you know. So I said, you know, here's what we're gonna do. I go, you can move the wall, or I can move the wall. And I go, but if I move it, I was like, if I move it, I can't really guarantee that it's not gonna get wrecked. So I suggest you make a decision. So he's looking at me, and he like, you know, gave me kind of a stink face. And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, really? Like, what are you thinking about? So now in my mind, I have a very specific memory of this. I remember brushing him out of the way, and then, you know, grabbing the wall and tearing it in half and throwing it on the ground. My friends that were there, they said it wasn't so much of a brush as like a backhand in the chest, and then he kind of sat down. And so like, by the way, I did get in a little trouble for that. So I like literally tore the wall, and then, look, how many people here have brothers and sisters you used to play like Monopoly with? So you know when you lose and you flip the board? I'm not saying I did that, but you know, maybe. So they had this table with a bunch of their propaganda crap on it, and I looked at it, and now I'm a little bit irritated because now they've irked me. So I flipped the table with all their crap on it, and this kid's sitting on the ground looking at me, and he starts yelling at me. So I said, and the Cree people here will understand what I said. I said, "Awas tagay." Now that's not a nice thing to say in Cree. It means something, you know. We're in a synagogue, so I can't translate. I'm pretty sure the creator knows. But yeah, so he's still sitting on the ground. So now I'm mad, and like I worked myself up a little bit. So then I go get his pamphlets, and I throw his pamphlets on him, and I tell him point blank, I'm like, take your pro-pally nonsense and get the hell out of here. So now I realize something. The time I took to do all this, I'm going to be late for class, and I'm a scholarship athlete, and I can't be late too many times. And let's be honest, I was running on Indian time a lot, so I was like, okay, I gotta go. So I sprint to get to class. I barely get in, and of course I had that prof that closes the door right at 8 o'clock. The wonderful professor we all love. So I get in, and I just barely get in. I sit down, and my friend that was walking with me, she's already sitting down, and I'm like, how the hell did you? And of course, I didn't have an inside voice, right? I'm from northern Alberta. So I turned and I go, dude, I was like, did you see me tear down their stupid wall? And she's like, Ryan, inside voice. And I was like, no, it was awesome. I was like, that dude totally pissed me off. So I ripped his wall in half. And she's like, Ryan, she's like, we'll talk about it after. And then I was like, wait a minute, did you go all the way around? Like, you had to know I was going to rip their stupid wall down. Why'd you do that? And she's like, we'll talk about it after. She goes, I'm Jewish, right? Right? So I was like, I actually didn't know she was Jewish. So I was like, oh, okay. Right? So after class, we're walking, and I said to her, I was like, why did you walk all the way around? And she said, well, for starters, I'm not 6'4" and 300 pounds. And I was like, okay, touche. That's legit. And then she says, don't you remember a couple weeks ago we were walking across the quad and someone yelled, effing baby killer? And I was like, yeah, I was totally pissed off about that. I was like, we didn't actually kill babies. So I was like, we killed the odd settler here and there, but I mean, we didn't actually try to murder babies. And she looks at me like I'm an idiot, and I kind of was. And she's like, they were talking to me, right? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I was wearing my IDF sweater. And she was in the IDF. That's why, by the way, that's why we were friends. I was a little bit older. Like I'd waited 2 years to go to college, and she got out of the IDF, and then she came to school, right? So I'm looking at her, I'm like, she's like 5'3". So I'm like, you're so small, I don't think you could beat a baby in a fair fight. I don't, why would they call you a baby killer? So she literally explains to me the whole, this is what they say about people in the IDF, and this is and here this whole time, I thought they were yelling at me. So that's why I was so mad, right? I'm like, well, screw you guys, don't kill babies. And then when I found that out, I was even more mad, because I was like, that's just ridiculous, right? But now I'd like to be able to tell you all that I instantly became Johnny pro-Israel and I was doing all this stuff, but the reality is I was a football player, so I was there to drink beer and play football and go to school sometimes. And, so about a month after that, I noticed she didn't come to school for a couple of days. This is, you know what, 20 years I still get, yeah. So, she didn't come to school. So I call her mom, And this is before cell phones. You guys got to remember, I'm old, right? So like 2001, if you did have a cell phone, it was like a giant brick. So I go home and I call her house, and her mom answers. And I said, hey, how come Di hasn't been at school? And she kind of hemmed and hawed. She didn't really want to say. And so like I finally just said, listen, I haven't seen her for a couple of days. I'm getting worried. She said, well, she's at the Royal Alec. She's she tried to hurt herself. Yeah, this is like. Yeah.
Take your time, man.
You think as you get older, what would like bug you less?
No, it's the opposite.
For real?
Yeah.
So anyway, I went to go see her. She didn't want to see me. So after about a week, thank you. About a week, and then, she was still there. She finally decides that she'd let me in, so I go talk to her, and she told me that she'd been harassed so much that she couldn't deal. Sorry guys, this is like so wussy.
Big heart.
So yeah, long story short, I'm supposed to be one of her best friends. No idea, like none, had no idea. So I told her mom, I said, listen, I don't know what I can do to help. But here's the thing, this girl was so tough. She comes back to school, the very first thing she does is table. Like, who does this, right? So they put a table up, and this is so 2001 Hasbro. Like, they decide they're going to ask a question about Israel, and we'll give you a piece of hummus, or a piece of pita with hummus, right? It's like so, let's be honest, that was pretty. So she does this, and a bunch of people start standing around the table harassing them, right? And now I'm already pretty worked up about everything that happened, so I walked over and I explained the facts of life, and they didn't really like my explanation, so I told them I would give them a free physics lesson if they stayed. And so they kind of walked away a little bit, and I went and got some friends of mine from the football team. And of course, we're football players, we all have food. So these guys are all standing around the table, and of course we ate all their hummus and pita. But then we just kind of stayed there, and we made sure that nobody bothered them. And then every time they did a table, there'd be 3 or 4 of us that would stand there, right? And it's funny because, I talk about this a lot. Relationship-based advocacy is the best advocacy, because I'm sure everybody in this room can attest to this. If you see 2 people fighting, and you don't know either one of them, you might say, hey, stop that, or cut that out, that's not right? But if you see one of those people as your friend, you're gonna go walk over and try to break it up. And if you see somebody that's over there that's like family to you, probably gonna jump in, right? That's why I keep telling people, if you wanna build relationships, you have to take the time and do it the right way. You have to make a legitimate friendship. And this is why, the easiest way for me to explain this, again, I wish I could say that this all just, I kept doing pro-Israel stuff immediately. The reality is, life catches up to us, and you start doing stuff, and you get a job, and then all of a sudden, one day you're on Facebook in a political group, and you see somebody making comments about Jews, and you're kind of like, wait a minute, I don't like that. And everybody in here, I guarantee you, everybody in this room today, we all have one thing in common. We all have an incredibly overdeveloped sense of what's fair and what's right. Right? We all do. Everybody that I know that does this kind of advocacy, we all do. And it's something that all of my Jewish friends, they all have that in common. So that's why I started doing this again, because I saw this woman named Greta Berlin. I'm sure some of you know who she is. She used to organize the original flotilla, complete psychopath. And I saw her harassing somebody, so I decided to write an article, because she basically told me, she goes, well, the Jews are white colonizers from Europe, and you should be on the Palestinian side because they're indigenous. And I was like, no, they're not. Even then I knew that wasn't the case. So then I wrote this article for Israeli Cool called Who's Indigenous, right? And I basically delineated Martinez Cobo's definition. I talked about all the important things, right? Now, when I talk to indigenous kids about indigeneity, I talk about the 5 fingers, right? Language, land, culture, blood, spirituality. Those 5 things work together to form a functional indigenous identity. Now, just like fingers, you can cut those fingers off. You have people that were taken away from their families. You have people that never learned their language. You have people that have no connection to their ancestral land. But, unlike those fingers, you can regrow the fingers of your identity. Now, the Israelis have figured out how to grow fingers. Probably already have, who knows. But the reality is, that's how it works, right? So when I started explaining that to all these Jew haters on Facebook, I noticed something. They would lose their minds because they don't have anything to come back with, right? Like, if I told them point blank, okay, here's the thing. Jews, what language do they speak? It's Hebrew. Where does Hebrew come from? Right? Their culture. You guys have 613 mitzvot, the majority of which can only be completed in the land of Israel. So when you start looking at all of these different things, you start realizing, wait a minute, if we hold consistent standards, which is what we need to do, the Jews are an indigenous people. There's no doubt, right? Now, if we apply those same standards to the Arabs, yeah, sure, they're indigenous to the Hijaz. Most sacred place in the world to an Arab? Mecca, right? It's not Jerusalem. Most sacred place in the world to a Jew? Jerusalem. Well, in particular, the Temple Mount, right? So that's why I started doing this stuff, because I think that, let's be honest. I'm just a random Indian dude from the middle of nowhere. I mean, I don't have a PhD, piled high and deep. I don't have that. I'm just a guy. But, I decided that I saw something I didn't like. So I wrote an article, and then it was people like you guys that pushed that article, people like Danny that helped me actually refine that article and put it in Tablet Mag. And it's literally people like you that will spread that language. And it's the most important language. There's nothing more important in this conflict right now. I'm telling you this right now from somebody that's been doing this for 25 years. The language is key. Precision of language is key. Consistency is key.
You're a great storyteller. Thank you.
That was good.
Well, I'll have a short story. So my name is Melody Grey Eyes. I'm from the Muskeg Lake Cree Nation, Treaty 6 territory in Saskatchewan. My dad was in the military, and so we were stationed there for 7 years. In my young teen years, our school actually brought us to a concentration camp. And when I went there, I thought, first of all, I didn't know anything about the Holocaust really, and I thought it just hit my heart. I thought, who would do something like this? What wickedness in the world would allow this to happen? And furthermore, who are the Jews? Why are they hated so much? And so I think that was when a seed was planted in my heart, because I really had no context, no understanding for the hatred. And then it wasn't until years later I had become a believer in Yeshua. I read the Word, and the Word is very clear that you are God's firstborn and that we are to stand alongside you. And we actually say as Indigenous people that you are the first of the first people. We are the first people here, but you're the first of God's people. And so, but in the church, unfortunately, it wasn't something that I learned. I had been going to church for 10 years, didn't get any teaching on Israel and how, as believers, we are supposed to stand with you. And so, so that's really when the revelation really hit me. I thought, oh my goodness, I have to be a part of educating the church. Because as you all know, the church had a major part in so much anti-Semitism. And still today, the reason why Israel isn't really talked about, I think is because there's these anti-Semitic roots in the church that started back in 300 AD. And so I know, and of course, there are many believers in the world. And so it's a big portion of the population that if we understood that we should be supporting you, we could be a great advocate. And we've even been told that by many Jewish people here in Canada, how big the believing population is as compared to the Jewish population, which is so small. So we can be a great force in coming alongside the Jewish people. So that's why I have become an advocate to push back this hatred, and in addition to being Indigenous, but we'll get into that later on, as this unfolded in my life, it became more also about being an Indigenous person aligning with Israel. Because when I came into this, I thought it was just for Israel, but there's a great connection between the Indigenous people and the Jewish people. And we need to be here as a voice in this nation because we have an authority here. And I believe we need to use our voice in the realm of the church. And sometimes we're not always listened to. That's the history of our people, that they don't listen to us. We don't have much of a voice. But it's time that we use our voice. And we're seeing this. So I'll just stop right there and we'll get to the questions and I'll talk more later.
Thank you, Melody.
My name is Reggie David Niposh. That's the Christian name and government name I got. But my real name is Reginald David Nibush. Nibush means one don't stands. And I'm a pastor, but also an evangelist. And I appreciate being here. And I study the Bible, and I believe in the Bible. And the Bible was written by the Jew, for a Jew, and it's something that I hold very dearly. I wanted to say, when I first got exposed to the Jewish people was when I was a teenager at 14. I watched a movie called The Hiding Place. And it was about a woman by the name of Corrie ten Boom, who hid the Jews. And it has never left me. And that was over 50 years ago. And I won't tell you my age. and I used to wonder why these people were murdered and killed. And I remember my grandfather sharing that story with me. I asked him, why were these people killed and for what? And he didn't really want to talk about the Jews, but he was upset with the Nazis. And he mentioned a name that he identified them was Majem Stugushu. And what that means is an inhuman individual, someone that's not human. And whenever I heard that, I was always, angry against these people. But I realized it's not really all the German people, it's the people that were under Hitler. And as I was growing up, my grandfather told me, you gotta go back to school, because I dropped out of Indian residential school. I have my own story there. And I had my share of scars, abuse, what have you. And I remember my grandfather telling me after I dropped out, he taught me how to learn the Cree way of life. And he said, you gotta learn our Cree way of life, and I did that. And it was something I cherished very much. But later on, he said, you gotta go back to school. And he said, you gotta help our people. And I really didn't want to, but he said, there's an agreement coming. And it was called the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement with the Hydro-Quebec and the Crees in Northern Quebec. And that's where I am from. So reluctantly, I went back to school. And I thank God for my wife. I met her at a youth conference, youth camping, to be honest with you. She was 16, I was just turning 19. And we've been together we've married for over 42 years now. And she really helped me in my journey. And I remember her telling me, you gotta go to school. And that's what I did. And after I came back, we both got our degrees, and I became a chief of my community. And you know, as a chief, you got to read all the documents, especially our agreement, with the James Bay Northern Quebec agreement. I had to read it. And during that time, you Ojibwe people, our community is very young. It was built in 1990s, very young. And I remember sitting with my brother, who was the chief. At that time, I was the band manager and the corporate treasurer at that time. That was my title. And he said to me, we're negotiating for a community that we would build. To make a long story short, we got $77 million to build our community up in Ojibwe. And I remember the meeting that we had, and all the board were looking at me and said, Reggie, what do we do? I'm the corporate treasurer. So I had to pray very fast. I wanted an answer. And all that came out was invest. So I said, let's invest the money. So we took the money that was given to us by the government, $77 million. We invested. And to be honest with you, we only used $36 million to build our community. And the federal government was pissed. They were pissed because they gave us the money, we invested, and we still have the funds today.
Wow.
And getting back to reading the documents and reading the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement, we hired, my brother had a friend who was Jewish, his name was Paul Workman. And he was the one that really helped us and guided us. And as a Christian at that time, we believed in the Bible, in Genesis, where Abraham was told that he would be blessed. People will be blessed if they bless Abraham, and people will be cursed if they curse the people of Israel. And that resonated in me. And I told my people, we have to treat Paul very carefully. We have to treat him well. He's some sort of someone we cannot touch. And you know, Paul helped us. And as I was reading the document, getting back to the document, I understood where a lot of the concepts and ideas were coming from was from the Torah. And I'll explain to you. Because you understand the tribes in the Torah, the land that was given to them. If there was a big group, they were given a big portion of land. If it was a small, that's how it was done. Well, in the funding, that's how it was distributed. And I knew while reading the document that our document was based on biblical, our agreement. And later on, you know, the government didn't want to give us the funds that was the treaty that we signed. So we sued them. And we got our 1.2 billion. And it's because of the Jewish people that helped us. We had lawyers helping us. And that's why I'm standing with you guys today.
Thank you, Reggie. Grand Chief Harvey.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon. Just want to first just acknowledge the host rabbi here for, I think that land acknowledgement was sincere, you know, and I think it goes a long ways. The lands that were here. But first, I just wanted to talk about a little bit about my family and the question about Jewish people in Israel. Just wanted to introduce my wife, Helen. Helen, she's in the line of sight because she told me that if you go too long, I'll be doing this, she said. 45 years. Four children and 15 grandchildren. Wow. So, actually, I met her. I was going to pursue an aviation career. So I met her in 1978. After I came out of college, I had no plans to return to the community. Some of my family members said, "Get an education and don't look back. There's no no future for you here on the reserve. And, well, she changes. She was and so let me just say, I'm proud to say that I'm third generation Christian in my family. My stepfather, my grandfather, my father's stepfather, was a Scotsman, a Hudson Bay Company adventurer. Fathered my father. So my grandmother was Barbara Gruss. So I often say my dad really experienced a lot of persecution from our own people, because my father was more white than looking native. I mean, he had blonde hair and so on. Okay, so he never told us about what our own people did to him. Because if I knew, I would have probably settled a whole bunch of scores, you know. But there's a lot I can say about his testimony, about the Lord getting through starvation, harsh winters, caught up in a storm in the fall, you know, where the lake freezes over and they were able to anchor in a rock using traps and walk ashore the next morning. And things like that, you know, I'm grateful because none of us would have been here. Now, the Esno family is probably over 200 right now, just from my father. And I consider we're blessed. Except just a couple hours ago, I lost a relative. One of my nephew's daughter was found deceased in Thunder Bay. And so let me get back to the question. I've done a lot of things. You know, I got educated. I wanted an aviation career. That was my choice. So I've been a band manager, economic development officer. I've owned businesses. I've been different levels of mostly economic and business finance institutions. I've been a chief, a counselor, a grand chief, and served a lot of different volunteer boards. My recent appointment, I don't know if there's anybody involved here with the Canadian Friends of Hugo University. So I'm on the board of that. Martin Bernholtz is the national chair, and Raimi Kleinman is the president CEO. He lives in Israel. Anyways, I was actually reluctant to get on. I said, how am I going to be able to contribute? Because there's a lot of board members in there. And but I don't know if we'll get to that point, but through my discussion with Rami and Martin, I finally decided, okay, yes, there's things that we could do, that we could collaborate. Because I said, my runway is getting short now. I like to be able to use all of my experience in doing something that will further the cause of our people. And of course, in this case, the Jewish people. And so as far as my first knowledge of the Jewish people is through the missionaries. You know, stories about Moses in that basket, stories about David and Goliath. You know, I mean, I believe those things so much. I remember our teacher, I was saying about the Jewish people. My dad said they're God's people. He didn't really explain that, what that meant. But I heard other pastors that came, we were part of the Anglican Church, that said that the new covenant, they talk about a new covenant. You know, the Jewish people don't have any role anymore. That's the Old Testament. Well, I said the New Testament is really old too. You know, in terms of years. You know, and it was never really explained. But just go back maybe 25 years ago or so. Our pastor, late pastor, then we hosted a meeting. I think, Jonathan, you were there at the, when the late Richard Twist was there, Terry LeBlanc, and so that pastor was very, global thinker. And we also invited Grand Chief Linda Prince. I think some of you know her.
Yep.
And so she had just gone to Israel, and she protocoled the Knesset, which at that time, she said, we'd like to have an embassy. At that time, she was representing, she said, well, we'd like to have an embassy for First Nations in North America. So many years went by before that happened. So because we consider ourselves sovereign nations, therefore we should be represented like that in the UN, like the Treaties here in Quebec did, to advocate who we are and so on. But let me just say, so I've been on that track. I got inspired by Grand Chief Linda Prince. She said a number of things. One is treaty. I just want to make a comment on treaties. All other treaties, including our treaty, they're all man-made. And she said there's one treaty that's in the Bible, the covenant that God made with the Jewish people. Those people, he made a covenant as the apple of his eye, and he'll take care of them. And he said that's the one treaty that matters. And when I think about that, our treaty has been broken many times. I know a lot of, I've read probably most of the treaties, because when I was chief, you had to kind of know that stuff all the way to the proclamation that Justice LaForme just mentioned this morning. And so I just got more involved. And I just want to close with this. I guess my passion to continue to advocate and write or do whatever for the Jewish people in Israel is that, when, was it about a year ago, there were people that burned a flag in Vancouver.
Yep.
Okay? And that really got me going. In fact, Grand Chief Linda Prince, she got ill there, and we were going to do something because, when those people were cursing Canada and burning the flag, and I said, that just really even stirred me up even more. Because would I be able to go to Mecca or Medina and stand there and curse that land, So that's a no-no for me. So how can these people, anybody for that matter, how can they come here and make those kind of declarations when they don't even know that they're on indigenous land here, all of Turtle Island?
Thank you. And just a reminder that Grand Chief Harvey and Grand Chief Reggie will be offering complimentary marriage counseling for any of you who are interested. Okay, complimentary thanks to these two gentlemen. Good guys. Okay, I think for the interest of time, what we're going to do is we're going to time our answers at 3 minutes, okay? And when there's 30 seconds left, I'm going to point at you so so we'll try to get through some of these questions. So the first question, Melody, is going to go to you. Okay. Okay. So obviously when we look at the connections, and we've heard so much today about the connections between Jewish and First Nations communities, we find so many profound similarities. We've obviously had historical trauma, we've preserved our language and our culture and our relationship to lands, and we've encountered, unfortunately, so much prejudice in modern times. And I'm wondering, where do you feel our experiences most naturally align? And how can we communicate to the broader public that these shared concerns, and the concerns that Grand Chief Harvey actually just mentioned, really should concern all Canadians and not just members of our communities? Okay, 3 minutes starting now.
Okay. Okay. Well, actually, what I was thinking of was trauma, and the trauma that we experienced, and I know for the Jewish people also, leads to a loss of culture. That's what happened in our case with residential schools and all of that, which then moves to a loss of identity. which is where I found myself. You know, who actually am I? You know, and Indigenous people worldwide, actually, our brother here just said one of the 5 points is spirituality. And that's missing for a lot of our people. But we're trying to reclaim that.
Yeah.
You know, but I think that's a major point. We prioritize that, our connection to Creator and the spirit realm. So I believe this is one of the biggest concerns, our identity as Indigenous people. But it's not an isolated issue because it's a concern for all Canadians, because when we lack our identity, this is one of the key points for our identity, our soul mourns. We don't know who we are, and what does that lead to? You know, very often just pulling other people down and hatred. You know, so it's a big deal, you know, and I know we were just talking at the table with our Jewish friends and how they're also this identity, you know, the Jewish identity they've been reclaiming that because you've been dispersed all over the world, and how do you express yourself as Jewish people? You know, and it's the same thing for us. So it's this reclaiming of who we are, but reclaiming because we are a spiritual people. The First Nations people are a spiritual people. And so when that part is missing, we see a lot of issues in our communities today. And so I believe that's the same thing, you know, the Jewish people as well, that you will come into your fullness when you have that spirituality, you know, the fullness of who you are. For myself, as an Indigenous person, when I came to know the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that's when I came into my fullness as being an Indigenous person. When that spirituality was opened in me, that's what I was longing for as an Indigenous person. And you see youth, children, all over reserves. What's missing? It's that purpose. You know, we're missing that something inside of us. You know, God says He's put eternity in our hearts. Well, if that's missing, what happens? You know? And so this is something we need that healing, you know, and that's the trauma. We have to come back to the wholeness of who we are. You know, we are mind, we're heart, we're soul. I think our sister was talking about this, and spirituality. So that's the identity, I believe, that we need to reclaim. That will affect all of Canada, all of society.
Amen. Amen. Well said. Well said. Grand Chief Reggie, we'll go to you next. Obviously, we've been discussing this notion of building a more united Canada, you know, and I would argue that requires us to engage in uncomfortable conversations sometimes. And in the spirit of open dialogue, what would you say is the biggest misconception that our communities hold about one another? And what practical steps can we take so that we can learn from each other? And obviously, I think this conference is really the first step, but there's so much more I'm sure that we could do as well.
Thank you, Daniel. Well, I'm going to answer first with the blind spots of Jewish people. What I wrote here is what I believe is that in the absence of direct experience with our Indigenous communities, the challenges we face on a daily basis and the challenges we face in trying to reverse deeds and decades of discrimination, delegitimization of our aspirations, which are constitutionally protected, and ignoring international standards. The Jewish community is vulnerable to the media bias that is always there, and we see that on a daily basis. And that affects the view of many Canadians, especially us as Indigenous people. I also understand that because of your own history and your own experience of oppression, the Jewish community tends to be more understanding and supportive of our efforts to improve the lives of our people. So I think the way forward to address the potential blind spots is more communication, and more communication. I was listening to someone the other day on talking about the Jewish people and how we can help them. And something resonated in my spirit. And he just said, just become a voice. And that really, I heard that loud and clear. Just be a voice. You see, the more you see us, the more you understand why we take the position we take, and then the clearer the path becomes in creating a more inclusive Canada. In terms of the First Nations, Indigenous blind spots, I just want to say that as with so many issues we have all faced since October 7, we have needed to create in ourselves a greater capacity to think critically and deeply. I must confess that on the Indigenous side, there is a vulnerability associated with the portrayal of what has been happening in the Middle East and since 2023. And there's a simplistic attraction to adopt a colonial Indigenous framework to many in our community, and have been convinced of the superficial similarity between our experience in North America and the relationships between Palestinians and Israelis. There are also those of us who understand the history in the Middle East did not begin in 1948, and there is very legitimate, a long-standing claim to the indigeneity of Jewish people in what is now Israel. For some of us, this is about simple historical accuracy and truth. For some of us, this is additionally an understanding of the sacred connection between the Jewish people and the land of Israel. Just as people in the Jewish community are affected by negative portrayals of Indigenous people in the media, so some within the Indigenous community are affected by the negative portrayals of Jewish people. And to repeat the way around this, the way to overcome this is through greater communication, and the more direct and lasting, the better. I believe that we must together find or create those forms for the permanent exchanges of information, perspectives, aspiration, and strategies that will serve both our communities in the long term.
Thank you, Grand Chief Frecci. The next question is actually for Ryan. Ryan is a Métis advocate and writer. You have penned some powerful articles analyzing Jewish indigeneity to the land of Israel. I've actually had the pleasure of working with you on those articles some 10 years ago, and it's incredible how impactful I think those articles remain to this day. You've also wrote quite a bit about campaigns that are trying to divide our youth. I'm wondering, how can we actively confront this divisive and very hateful rhetoric that is trying to create this wedge between our communities, so that we can ensure that we can continue to stand and work together side by side for days and years to come?
So the most important thing, in my opinion, is to confront it, right? Like, part of the problem we have is that most of the mainstream Jewish legacy organizations, they always chose to manage anti-Semitism. They didn't fight it, right? This isn't something where you can write a strongly worded email, you know, and tell everybody that I'm greatly disappointed. They don't give a shit. Like, they're actually pretty happy that you're disappointed. So what you need to do is be aggressive, right? Like, so like when I noticed that Wikipedia was an absolute shit show, I had a choice. I could just not use Wikipedia, or I could create an editor account and go in and edit the garbage, right? And what happened was they banned me. So what did I do? I made a second account, and they banned me again. And after about the fifth one, then I just started getting other people to do it. But the reality is, I didn't have to do that, but I took the time to do it, and there's a reason. They have decided that what they're going to do is, rather than fight us, they fight language, right? Mm-hmm. The Palestinians are the only group of people in the history of the world that are generational refugees. Yeah. The word refugee used to actually mean something, right? Now they're doing it with genocide, and they've been doing that since 2023. The reality is they've been doing it long before that.
That's
The
right.
reality is they started using the genocide bullshittery. They started doing that probably 25, 30 years ago, right? And it's always the same thing you'll notice. They take a word that has a genuine meaning and that actually evokes certain feelings, and then they'll just subtly, slowly start to change it.
Like apartheid.
Exactly. Apartheid's another one. So what they do is they use these buzzwords, and the average person doesn't understand that. The average person hears the word apartheid and they think of, South Africa and, how they treated black people, and there were, black people weren't allowed in the government. And I wrote an article, actually while I was at B'nai B'rith, about apartheid. And I said, you realize that Canada is more of an apartheid state than Israel. Now, all my conservative friends lost their minds. They were like, you can't say that. And I was like, yes, I can, because I'm an Indian and I'm governed under the Indian Act, which is a separate law for separate people in the same state, which
is the definition of
apartheid, right? And so, like, when we're fighting these people, instead of like trying to be like sneaky and subtle, we need to start being in their face. We need to, like, when they make a stupid comment, like Israel's conducting a genocide, the very first question out of, like, or the very first statement out of our mouth should be, how many genocides have resulted in the vast increase of a population, right? In history, can you give me one? Give me one example, and hey, I'll be pro-Pali, I'll start waving a keffia, right? Like, but they can't. And that's where we can always win. See, they win in the short term because they win with emotional arguments. And emotional arguments always win in the short term. They do. And I'm not going to bullshit you and try to tell you that we're going to win on the emotional short term. But what happens when you tell somebody something and you tweak their emotions, and then they go home and they think about it, and then they actually find out that they were lied to, nobody is as pissed off as somebody that just got lied to and then allowed their emotions to get tweaked, because now they're double annoyed, right? And that's when we can reach them, because now they, like, I have a TikTok. So what I do is, if I debate somebody, I wait a couple days because I give them all my sources. And then when they go check my sources and they realize, oh, wait a minute, Ryan actually does know things. My name is on there as Ryan Knows Things. So that Ryan actually does know things. And then what they do is they'll message me and, how did you know about this Palestinian water agreement? And I'm like, well, because I'm an Indian that reads books. Right? And so what happens is they'll go and Google it, and they'll be like, Palestinian water agreement. It turns out the Israelis didn't turn off the water. It turns out that, the Palestinians kind of wrecked their own water infrastructure. So then what happens? A couple days later, they message me, I had no idea, right? Now, I'm not going to lie and say that we're changing all the minds. Like, the reality is, we're losing the battle for hearts and minds to a group of rapists, torturers, and murderers, right? And we are losing that battle badly. But it's not because we're not fighting it, and it's not because the people in this room aren't doing our level best. It's because we're not fighting smart, right? And I've said this to people in Israel, I've said this to Israeli ministers, God bless them. Sometimes they drive me nuts. The one phrase that I urge everybody here to learn, no comment. If you don't know something, don't apologize for it, right? Don't say, oh, you know what, I'll apologize now, and then after the investigation, then I can go back and correct it. Then it's too late, because then you have every pro-Pali anti-Israel loser repeating, well, Ryan Belrose said that the Israelis, they did bomb that hospital. It's like, no, I never said that. But but we have people on our side, unfortunately, that were like, oh, there was probably a terrorist in the hospital. How about don't say anything? How about wait until the investigation, then talk about it, right? And every single person here has a social media presence, even if it's just like a Bubby and her grandkids. You still have Facebook, you still have the kitchen table. When you're talking to people about Israel, it's vital that you don't say things that you can't back up, because that's your brand, that's your credibility, right? And every single person here, it's vital for us, because if we make one small mistake, they dig at it and they pick at it and they say, oh, this person said this, this, and this, and it's so hard to get that credibility back, right? But if you build up the credibility, listen, there's people that absolutely hate me on TikTok because I'm not very nice. Like, I say some pretty mean things, right? But what they'll say is, as much as I hate Ryan, he never lies. Like, he'll say something that I don't agree with, and I hate it, but, you know, if he said that that's what the British mandate for Palestine, right? They love to talk about how you guys are white European colonizers. So there's one right there. See him? Look at him.
White European colonizer.
So what I say is, okay, so let's go, because they always talk about Israel's illegal white European colonizers. So I literally, one day, I opened up the British mandate for Palestine, and I read it, right? And I had something like 2,000 people watching some random Indian guy from Paddle Prairie reading the British mandate for Palestine. What is the key phrase in that? And it's not the Balfour Declaration, because nobody cares about that. This is legally binding stuff. To reconstitute the Jewish national home, right? That's pretty straightforward. So, like, if they want to say, well, it's illegal according to international law, well, the British mandate for Palestine disagrees with you. It lays it out. It says this is the reason for it. His Britannic Majesty said that he's going to do it, right? Those are the kinds of things we need to do. Get all the minutiae and push at it.
Thank you. Bullshittery, by the way, is a quintessential Ryan Belrose word. Asshat is another one, which I actually heard on an episode of a TV show the other day, The Boys, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, it's a Ryan Belrose word. That's pretty hilarious. The next is for Harvey, Grand Chief Harvey, I'm sorry. Grand Chief Harvey, obviously during your time as a Grand Chief of the Niswabe ASCII Nation, you have championed interfaith dialogue, looking very closely at the communities where you've led. I'm curious, what is the general level of understanding regarding the Jewish community? And do people, you know, in the communities where you've led have had opportunities to engage with members of the Jewish community? And finally, how can we, the leaders here in this room, you know, make that bridge building a bit easier?
Very little.
Thank you.
Let me just say, I think, you know, when I was Grand Chief, I was somewhat very conflicted and challenged because I was a Christian. And it's not like they didn't know it for, you know, I gave my life to the Lord 43 years ago after a pause there when I lost my mother when I was 11 years old, and it was 21 years by the time I said, let's get my life back on track. I was married, I had 2 sons already, and so I reconciled all that issue with my mom and dad and God and everything, and self, forgive myself. And but when I did that, I was lock, stock, and barrel on the word. I believe the word of God from page to page. You know, I often debate with people that disagree with me, particularly with the Jewish people and even our people. They said, we weren't there 100 years ago or 200 years ago when the treaties were signed. What responsibility do I have today, you know? So I'd often reference what's happened in the Old Testament. Here, I'll give you a scissor. You can cut those sections of the Bible off if you don't believe me. And you say you believe the word, you know? So one of the things I did try to advocate, I know you talked about the interfaith. I think on a personal level, I think I was probably more effective, you know, dealing with pastors and that, because there's a lot of ignorance there too, of superiority, replacement theology. So in the back rooms, I've been on boards of ministries and church boards. You know, I thought I knew politics, but until I got into church boards, you know, and same thing with sports. I've been in sport, you know, there's a lot of politics there. But let me say this, on the interfaith, I found, well, in some cases, I quit getting invited to be a speaker or to do something like that because if it's red, I call it red, you know, and that's just my nature. I'm not trying to antagonize anybody. I think my father was like that. You gotta watch my hand there, Chief. But once I get going, my elbows come into action. But here's one thing I try to do, and maybe you'll understand the scope of the lack of knowledge of our people Most of it is ignorance. We have not paid attention or listened to the people that have studied and researched things, some truths that we should know. Okay? And that is, we heard about the colonization here a lot. We've been so colonized that I said we need to decolonize our mindset because we're behaving everything that the colonizer has done to us. We create the boards, whatever it is, business board, church boards, like the colonizer. Yes. We create institutions like the colonizer. Where's our values and principles that would undergird these institutions? So I advocated for nation building. I told my chiefs, 49 chiefs, I said, because he asked me, what are you going to offer? What are you offering? I said, nation building. I said, you all say you're sovereign. You say you have laws. Okay, let's do something about it. We got land that's rich in resources. Let's do something with it. Let's partner with people. At that time, I started talking with Dutch Bank, one of the banks, about, because our RBC Bank at the time, I think it was 250 billion cap. Now it's probably double that. But Dutch Bank at that time, I think it was 7 trillion. I said we should partner with people and get financing from institutions that have the money and talk about billions of dollars, not millions of dollars, because we've done that. The model has failed with our people in creating wealth. Okay, so I was trying to change that, but I didn't succeed. I got tossed out on the second term. Well, I got a heart attack on March, and the election was in August. So I was glad because I was going through physio and recovery at that time. But this is the thing, even in our own people, and I think it's the same way when that question comes up about the Jewish people and the current narrative that's out there. There's people that are displaced. A lot of the voice right now have come from single parenthood, broken families, you got poverty. And so you asked us, say, here, we're not on a level playing field. Let me just say that you as the Jewish people, that have been educated, you got businesses, we're staying in homes that are beautiful. Well, I invite you to stay in one of our homes, a month maybe, a week, just to get the gist of what our situation is. So it's not a level playing field. So we won't be able to respond to any recommendation that we're going to come up here, how we're going to move forward, So what I've been doing is I've been bugging this guy and Andrea and other people that have information. I said, if I'm going to speak for the Jewish people in Israel, I want the right facts. Okay, so give it to me. Give me those resources, So I've been doing that with others as well. Because I don't want to say something out of turn that's not correct. I don't want to go to AI or whatever those other things are. By the way, I don't do Facebook, TikTok, and all that stuff. I got enough on email and text. But so on that, so it's less as you go in the community because, and I think probably the biggest backlash are communities. I was raised Anglican, next community was Catholic, and so on. It took about 30, 40 years before the Pentecostals, the Baptists, the United Church, and Mennonites came in. But a lot of these people were associated with the residential school. They administered the residential school. So a lot of people, including my family, equated these institutions, like my older siblings, as jails. And so when you have that mindset with the church, who's supposed to be the level playing field in terms of moral values and forgiveness and all this stuff, family, if they're involved in these institutions that are trying to take the language away, and and so on. So it would be challenging to even bring that up in the community about what's their view. So what I do is I talk to people one-on-one. I need to talk to our leaders because our national chief, the current national chief, signed off a resolution just a couple of years. She just got elected, and the next thing you know, there's a resolution about the situation in Israel and Gaza, which is not favorable. And and then there's chiefs that are very vocal about their position too. So it's an ongoing issue. I'm not intimidated by any means, but we just have to keep, and I think what's good here, we heard this morning, let's keep the dialogue going. I think it was Mark that said that. Let's keep it going, more of this. Let's walk together. We heard that. Let's be united in those areas that we're completely in agreement. I think a lot has already been said, so I hope you remember all those things, including the elder that stood up here and Professor Newhouse, what he had to say. There was a reason why he did what he did about engaging in the audience here when you read that presentation, and that's hard to understand because we're always looking at time, and so on, and so I think it's a work in progress, but we're not giving up, and I think there's some champions here in this room already, at least I know from our side, but they need to be better equipped, better resourced, and I'm not afraid to say this, like everything that, if there's a grease that we need in our institutions and ministries, is money. We need money for the Indigenous Embassy Jerusalem to get it off the ground.
Definitely.
We need money for what Melody's doing. We need money for students that are in universities and so on. We need to raise our voice about those encampments that are happening in our campuses. That's our land. They said they're defiling the land, and that's not right.
Thank you. I'll take a couple of questions, Andrea, two, 5. Oh, 5 minutes worth of questions. Okay, 5 minutes worth of questions. Okay, I put my timer on. Viv had her hand up first.
Okay, well, the first thing is it is a question, which is, would it be possible for our Indigenous friends to invite us to the reservations as well, because it's not, I think we have a responsibility to come and see you.
Amen.
Where you are, and I also think, once I have the word, you can't get me stopped. I'm kidding. I'm going to ask or suggest to throw people on their heads.
Which one are you talking about?
The Indigenous people have used Jewish lawyers. I think that we Jews should be using Indigenous lawyers. It'll really mess everybody up. We can't keep going in the same linear direction. And for them to know that we are friends and brothers and sisters and we support each other will really, blow you guys. So I really would like to suggest that.
It's a wonderful suggestion. Who's opening up their homes to us?
Well, for me, Daniel and I were talking about.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Bringing the young people to our community to have an exchange. So that's in the works.
We're working on that.
Old people, yes, you can come along. Now we can do that. Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Please, Jonathan.
One of the things that seems really important to me is that this relationship starts at the ground and works its way up. And this is kind of like what it is, except most everybody here are intellectuals. Right? So, well, people that are listening at least to intellectuals to make themselves feel good. Kids. But we have these things in our communities called powwows. powwows are meant for community interaction. Powwows aren't just for Native people to go to. Powwows are meant to be a place where you come and you interact with our people and you get to know our people. So if you're Jewish people and you're wondering what Native people are really like, and you think that we're giving you that representation, well, we are a little bit, but at the powwow you can actually feel the heartbeat of the people, because they aren't all Christians, they aren't all non-Christians, they're traditionals, they're all a mix of all kind of people, mostly traditionals. But you get to know Native people where they're at. And by the way, we do have some really good lawyers, and I really believe that is an amazing idea. Because some of the lawyers would fight from a whole different aspect as Indigenous people, and would bring new thinking into the whole thing. Anyway, that's my opinion.
That's wonderful. I love that. For everybody Jewish here, go to Jonathan, get the names of his lawyers. We're going to work on that. Afra?
So this room is more of a mature type of crowd, and I'm not saying that to be offensive, nobody get mad at me, but we have two generations that are, one of them is particularly lost, Gen Z. Is there anything that any of the leaders or your community, maybe this will be open to other people in the room as well, that's really doing to engage? I know this is a great initiative that you're talking to Daniel about, but I was like, is there anything on the ground level that's really encouraging these young people to find themselves within your community, and also talk to people like the Jewish community?
I'll take that.
Please.
So we're screwed. Just so you know, I do a culture thing in paddle, right? Where we take kids out on the land, we teach them bushcraft, and we've done that for the last 10 years. And every year there's less and less kids. And this year, we did it about a month ago, and we had 4 kids show up. Right? That's the least we've ever had. Usually before that, it was 30 or 40. Wow. And it's not because there's not children, and it's not because the young people are just not, it's because young people, screens, right? And it's one of the hardest things that we're dealing with right now, because they don't want to learn our language, because learning languages is hard. They don't want to spend the time to learn. Like right now, I would venture to say that in Paddle Prairie, out of 750 people, maybe 50 of us speak Mashif. And out of that, then there's maybe another 100 people that speak Cree, and that's it. Everybody else just speaks English, right? And that's why we're struggling. We're struggling because identity. We're struggling because all of these kids are spending more time on TikTok or playing video games than being out on the land or being with their elders, right? Like my generation, we spent a ton of time with our elders. This generation doesn't, right? And part of the problem, you're right, part of the problem is we have Gen Z. They have decided that TikTok is the be-all, end-all. That's why you saw they were Osama bin Laden, right?
Yeah.
Whoever saw that coming, right? So now we're struggling with that. And that's something in the Native community that it's a funding problem. It's a parenting problem, because a lot of parents are, it's not worth the effort anymore, because they fight with their kids and then their kids get mad at them. So they stop fighting, right? It's not an easy fix, but one thing that we can do, and I said this when I spoke at the Zion Center a couple of months ago, a year ago, I guess. They asked me, how do we get more non-Jews involved? And I said, well, first you got to get more Jews involved, right? Like, if you have a kid, why aren't your kids all in ABI, right? Why aren't your kids all in SSI? Why aren't your kids going to Club Z? Why aren't your kids doing more Jewish things, right? And the sad truth is because it's hard. It's not easy.
Yeah.
And so, I tell people, if you want your kid to be involved, drag them, grab their ear, twist it a little bit, and bring them with you. They're not going to like it at the time, but I guarantee you, later on, they'll thank you for it. That's what I did. I hated when Merv would take me to stuff, like native rights stuff. When I was 13, 14, I was like, this sucks. I'm sitting here with a bunch of old people talking about history and crap. I don't want to be here. I want to go outside and throw rocks and stuff. Right? But no, he's like, you're going to come, you're going to sit here, you're going to listen, and when you get older, you'll appreciate this.
Amen, amen.
I just wanted to add, what our youth need is an encounter with God. That is the only thing that is going to get them off of this, and have a greater purpose. And I just want to point out our brother there, Jonathan Maracle. There are people that are doing things. They are going out to the reserves. They go out there and they call forth the identity into those young people. To say, be proud of who you are as an Indigenous person. God made you that way. Again, it's back to that identity. So we need to have more of that happening, calling forth the goodness in our youth. But that takes sacrifice. And again, even just for that, Jonathan was just saying how he needs the money to be able to go out there and reach the young people. Because to go all over Canada, all over into the north, that costs a lot of money.
Absolutely.
But people, those young people, they are encountering God, and that's the only thing that's going to change it.
Thank you, Medley. So we have just one last question that I'd like to take from. Oh, please, Reggie.
I just want to share something before the next question is.
Last question.
Our community, Ojibwe, has won a United Nations award for habitat, and we've had a lot of visitors come to our community, and even David there, former Grand Chief David and his wife came there. We invited them. And I remember when we first began our community, we had a lot of visitors. And I remember our elders started to demonstrate our culture. And, we live off the land and so forth. And it was something that was very rich, and it's still happening today. And I remember one visitor came to our Creek Culture village. We have a village that it's used every year, every summer, every season. There's different activities that happen. It just so happened this visitor from outside came, and he was so amazed of our Creek culture, how rich it is, and what we're doing. And then finally he says to me, "What's going to happen tonight?" And I said, "Well, this is where we do our ceremony." I said that it's one of those things we have to give something to Creator. And he said, "What is it?" He said, "Well, I can't tell you now, but you can come tonight." So he came that night, and there was a big bonfire. We were having bonfire in the evening, just socializing. And then I said, "Well, to tell you the truth," I said, "we have to sacrifice someone to our God, to our Creator." And I said, "It has to be a non-native."
That's good. Okay, last question from Samantha, and then we'll move on to the final session.
I wanted to say thank you all, first of all, for sharing your perspectives and your stories. I wanted to ask, how have your respective communities reacted to your public support for Israel? Do the majority of them align themselves with you, or do they not so much agree?
Good question.
Yeah, that's a good question. I did a YouTube when I was in Washington, Muckleshoot, Washington. Was it 2 years ago? And I didn't even know it was going to go out there. Anyways, I don't know how many 500,000 hits or something like that. And when I got back, the current Grand Chief called me a couple of times, and he said, "You're not the Grand Chief anymore." And I said, "Well," so I explained to him about oaths of office. I said, "I've had oaths of office with my First Nation and so on, but when you invoke the name of Almighty God in an oath, if I have to warn my people of dangers," when I took that oath, I said, I know I was only there for one term because I was fulfilling a corporate structure, which, I said, we can't incorporate our nation because we're a nation. Anyways, so he didn't say very much after that. But if you'll be happy, I'll use the emeritus, which you'll see on the thing there. Anyways, but I don't, you can call me Harvey, but I know how tough it is to be a chief. you can't say, I know what you're going through, until you've been there. And so has being a Grand Chief. It's like almost like 24/7. And because if you care for people and their situation, you got that whole load. And so I got chastised by my own current Grand Chief. But I haven't heard it from anybody else, like in my own community and that, or some of the communities I've associated. Still see the leaders. No one has ever approached me and disagreed with me except my current Grand Chief.
I'm going to be short. In our community, we do support Israel. And as a minister, I did one time teach on the festivals. And what my elders liked was the feasts. Because we like to have feasts. And it was an eye-opener for me. And about a month ago, I met a rabbi. And I told him about the feast, what I taught. And he's connecting with me. He said, I got a lot of information for you, so he's going to send me the info, so hopefully I'll begin again. The other thing too is when I was chief, my executive secretary went to Israel, and he brought me a flag, and that flag hangs in our church. And when we have summer camp meetings, she can attest to that. We hung it in our camp meeting just to show people that we support Israel.
So I just want you to know that I actually invited my chief from my reserve to attend here. He said he would come, but he's not here because Israel is a hot potato. And when you're in office, it's very divisive. However, I did do a whole presentation to them online. I told them biblically, but also being stewards of the land. We believe we are the stewards of this land. Creator brought us here, and we know, according to the scripture, those who bless Israel shall be blessed. And as the stewards of this land, we actually have a responsibility for this land and all the people that live here to bless Israel. So I spoke to them on that part of it too, not just biblically, but we're talking about Creator God created the whole earth, and we are all connected to the land. You know, even when the Indigenous Embassy Jerusalem was inaugurated, one thing that I had was a canoe, not a big canoe, but like just this little canoe that was hand carved, and I was told to get a stone from every part of Canada from an Indigenous person. And that was brought to Jerusalem to say that we are connected to the land. As the Indigenous people here, we are connected to that land. And I think that is so important. And even if people don't fully understand what that means, those who bless Israel shall be blessed. But like you said, those who curse Israel shall be cursed. So those of us who understand this, we have a responsibility to warn our people, even if they don't quite get it. But we get it, we know.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? 80-10-10, right? It's the rule, and it's nowhere is that more evident to me than in paddle. So like 10% of the people there love what I do. They like tell my dad all the time. They're like, I saw Ryan was in Israel. It's so awesome. And then 10% are like, I can't believe Ryan goes to Israel, right? And then 80% don't give a shit. So, but what we're doing is we're trying really hard to change that 80%, right? We're not going to reach the 10 that hate. And just I'll wrap it up really quick because it's important for the young people especially to hear this. The truth is, if you do things, people see it, right? So like I coach little kids sports, I do stuff in the community, and those kids grow up and they see and they're like, oh, Ryan's pretty cool and he does cool stuff. He goes to Israel, right? Some of the teenagers, we're not going to reach them by this point. At this point, they're on TikTok and they're saying really crazy stuff. But we can reach young people and we can change the way they think, right? That's what the little children's book that I wrote, that's Who Goes to Israel. The whole point of that is so that people teach their kids, hey, you know what? Israel's pretty cool. It's a cool place. Look at all these neat things.
That's right.
And they learn that from a young age. And then we don't have to worry so much about the teenagers because we'll get to them before they get crazy.
Amen. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Butler is going to be great guys. Reggie Nipotion, thank you for having us now. I will now call Chaba Nicolini. Oh, there he is. Okay.
What a tough act to follow. So friends, we are now going to turn to another active part of the proceedings. So please do not leave the room yet. The order of the day is not finished yet. Of course, if you have to use the facilities, by all means. Andrea is going to make rounds now, and she is going to distribute writing instruments and some paper. And the task before each table is as follows. Will probably take about 7 minutes, 8 minutes, and the organizers would like to ask each table to either write down 3 things, 3 ideas, 3 points that you have learned from this very rich day, or 1 action item, 1 concrete action that you, either collectively as a table or some of you around the table, will want to embark on to do after this conference, when you go back to your respective communities, worlds, environments, or 1 personal reflection. So please take the next 7 to 8 minutes and think about 3 things that you have learned, and 1 concrete action item you want to implement based on what you have learned and heard, or share 1 personal reflection, 3, 1, 1, and we'll check back with you in about 7 minutes. Friends, let's give our attention to table 8 and see what they are prepared to share with us.
Hello.
So, David, here you are.
We had a very small table and a few things that we learned and a few action items. Among the things that we learned, we talked about the fact that time and location of advocacy, like specific places that we do it, is very important. We observed together that Jews and Indigenous people in Canada probably have much more in common and more to learn from one another and more ways of supporting one another than we previously thought. And in terms of action items, we noted that just in general, community level engagement at the grassroots really matters. We noted that Jews probably should and will use more treaty language in our discussions about Israel. And we would love to see some kind of declaration, our table said, that emerged from this gathering.
Thank you so much. In 25 more words, could you say a little bit more about the declaration that you would imagine, envision, or not at this point?
Well, I can't, because that wasn't one of my points at the table, but someone else could. You want to say?
Okay, yes, we see a hand.
Well, I know to speak loudly. The idea is that it would be from the Indigenous community, a declaration in support of the Jewish and the Jewish community as Israel, but also coming togetherness, but driven from the Indigenous as the South Africa. It is.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for let's give a big hand to table 8. Wonderful, wonderful. I don't see the table numbers anymore, but Andrew, your team or your group, Miriam, I don't know who wants to speak for. Yeah, Andrew, please come on up and tell us what are you going to be taking home with yourself?
Table 8 was a hard act to follow, but we had a few things. I don't know if they're organized, but from Professor Newhouse's presentation is the emphasis on peace building as an alternative strategy to what the anti-Israel strategy is, which is by any means necessary, is their slogan. Like that you can slaughter as many people as you like to get your aims. And I actually think that's not productive to their own aims. They would be more successful if they actually wanted to make peace and achieving whatever their aims are. So I personally was very moved by Professor Newhouse talking about that strategy and thinking that it's successful in getting your aims. the idea of learning how to speak to the heart and spirit, not just the intellect. That's an important lesson for Jews who tend to be too cerebral on average. We need to engage more parts of as we saw some of those presentations. The importance of building relationships, visits, dialogue, powwows, invite us, we're there. I mean, what a fantastic idea that is. Apart from and prior to engaging in debates, right? First have the powwow, talk later. That seems like a really excellent idea. We had a number of versions of just exchanges with kids, like 5 days visit one place, and then people from there 5 days visit the other place, as well as having cultural camps, like, I don't know, the 5 days, that seems to be repeating, but like a cultural camp where you learn the basic culture of one group and then learn the basic culture of the other group, take turns. We realize you probably have to incentivize kids, you have to incentivize grown-ups. So even if you have to pay, everything needs money, pay the kid, get them something. Learn and earn is like a Jewish thing. So with the idea being you need the incentive at first, but then you grow to it and it becomes voluntary after that, or more voluntary. Taking indigenous kids to Israel, everyone needs to go to Israel, so we need to certainly support that. A lot of emphasis on the youth. We got to get to the youth, got to start them in the youth. As Ryan was saying, right, by the time they're 14, 15, 16, might be too late for many of them, so we have to really start young. Emphasizing the centrality of the land to both groups of people, to Jews and the indigenous. And I think just from my perspective, using the word indigenous more, not just for the Jews, but being aware of indigenous issues, that's the most sort of eye-opening and heart-opening thing that I experienced, was just there's a whole world of issues and concerns that I'm largely not aware of. They're not on my radar because I'm busy fighting my battles, and using the word indigenous is not just strategically useful for the Jews, but I think spiritually useful for the Jews as well, to make those connections with indigenous peoples.
Thank you so much. I think I speak for all of us when I say that Andrew carries the price for modesty. Definitely a major takeaway from me is to check out the Substack of the Institute for the Critical Study of Anti-Zionism. Amazing. Thank you so much, Andrew. Table 2, are you ready to share? Please, come on up.
You know you got to move when the elders look at you. So continue the dialogue. Change the narrative, relatable to the younger generation, a free Palestine, quote unquote. More relational encounters, i.e. cultural exchange between Jewish youth and indigenous youth. Cross-cultural and language incentives for youth by guided knowledge with interactive, creative think tanks. I really feel that it could be about what are you giving us, what you imagine that you have as a solution to this situation. Often engaging them and their imagination, they have within them already something that's ready to come out, that they need to be dug into. It's waiting inside of them. Anyway.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I see table number 9 bursting at the seams. So please, Samantha.
Yes, Samantha. All right. So we spoke about a powwow. I think we're all very interested with that idea. Speaking the truth, making sure what you're saying is fact-based, checking your sources, and being true to yourself. Relationships, as they said in the Bible, be bold, be courageous. I talked about bringing what I learned today back to my college campus and getting to share that with my classmates. Thank you. And continuing to do the work that we're doing. So continuing to reach out to the Indigenous and Jewish communities and combating ignorance in both directions. Advocate, teach, communicate. We spoke about a lot that's not on the page, but I think overall this was a very meaningful symposium. So yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Samantha, and thank you, table 9. Let's see. Yes, I don't see the table number. It's Conrad's table, so table 5.
Number 1, we chose language because that came up several times in a couple of multiple presentations, and just finding the right language in the right ways. That's kind of like we said, sort of the blanket language that applies to a lot of people. Number 2 was conversation and invitation. Somebody made a good suggestion, invite people. Just invite people to your events is a big one, and conversation is just like literally talk amongst yourselves. And then number 3 is collaborations, and 3 will third that motion of powwows. We thought of Hebrew powwow might be kind of cute if it was something where we could collaborate together. So those were our 3 takeaways and suggestions.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Let's see, Gabriela's table and Olga's table, table 3. Yes.
Okay, so everyone. No, I got this. Thank you. So everyone talked about attending a powwow. I actually did that 2 summers ago. I bravely got my ass on a plane and went all the way to Sault Ste. Marie and stayed at Catherine's house and hung out in the res for the whole weekend. So yeah, don't just talk it, do it. It was a big leap of faith because we'd never actually met in person. We talked on the phone, and I thought she wasn't crazy, so I went all the way up to the Sioux. And one of the scariest things was not to drink the water. So I'm still traumatized by that. But yeah, you gotta get up there. Go to the Sioux, or even to Fort York down by the lake has a powwow. So don't let geography be your excuse. And what we learned was the actual importance of dialogue and talking to each other. I really appreciated the mix-up of the being told which table to go sit at, because I would have probably gone to sit with people that I already know very well. And of course, I know a lot of people, so there were people at my table that I knew, but there were a lot of people that I got to know. And what we suggest also is to use and include treaty obligations and language. So start to use that so that it becomes part of your vocabulary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. Thank you. Let's turn to table 10. Table 10.
I'm really short. Can everybody see me? Just kidding. So some of the things we came up with was bring to the tribes about anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. 2 was to connect with local rabbis and to connect with tribes. Have mutual exchange and speakers come and speak at the synagogue or come and speak at our community centers on reserves. Of course, everybody talked about the youth, but we were saying that the youth could, once they're informed and educated on it, they could use the media to get in touch with each other. Another thing we were talking about is embrace the aspects of our identity, as we talked about earlier today, and teach our children about Jewish people, Israel, and things like that. Start at home with your own kids and your grandkids and your great-grandchildren, so that could spread from them. And the last was, the Bible says, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. So that was the last one.
Amen, amen. That's beautiful. Thank you so much, table 9. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you. Table 1, Talia and your colleagues, whoever wants to come up.
Okay, well, so we're not gonna just, we're not just gonna talk the talk, we're gonna walk the walk, so we're gonna come up one of each.
Partnering Indigenous people and Jewish people.
Correct. All right.
So a lot of learning took place, and what we learned we put here. And it's about the importance of being who we are, and that we have a voice, and that we're not just from a refurbished identity. Because there's a difference between self-promotion versus natural belonging, governance from who we are, and from that place we have much to offer. Our people and your people, Jewish people.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, and that from that place of passion, there's so much potential and vibrant possibilities of building relationships.
Okay, so one of the people at our table also said that they learned that the protocols of the elders of Zion dates back to 1903. And I think what astonished this person was the fact that it was as old as it was, and that it wasn't something that had just popped up in the 1960s, 1970s, is that what you said? Okay. But for me, what it means is just that, you know, it's always what's old is new again, what's old is new again, what's old is new again. It just evolves and changes and mutates a little bit here and there, but, you know, it's always the same labels.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
And also that we could learn from each other, or about that we are all treaty people, that we can educate ourselves and others about that, and that would be an important platform to break the barriers of all the other treaties that are being disagreed upon, but do it from that place of being re-educated.
Right. So when, you know what it means to me, I'll be honest with you, is that when you see the crazy protests that go on the streets of Toronto, and the people who wrap their heads in terrorist garb, that it's really, it's a major disrespect of your land, of treaty land, that people are doing this, and that we can call people, we should be calling people on that, right? That this is an abuse of treaty land. Okay, where are we? Number 4. I learned about the covenant/relationship between the people and the makom/place, and it connects the people to Israel and the indigenous here. So I think if I can just, what I understood from that is that we are both peoples who are so ingrained in the land, right? That are, you know, the land is what feeds us. We feed the land. I know the way I describe it, our relationship with Israel is like there's an umbilical cord that connects us, and it flows both ways, right? And it's into the land, and we're nourished by the land. And that's really what it meant for me, and I think that's similar. Right, I don't like to make assumptions, but I think it's a similar relationship to the land.
And we can give light to each other.
Yeah.
From above.
Right.
And relationship. And the last one is that both of our communities are in crisis, and we can do much more to support and educate each other. Because identity, when we don't know who we are, when we feel we don't have purpose or identity or destiny, there's no meaning in life. And so a lot of suicides take place in our northern communities and everywhere, not just up north. And that's something that we can do something about by teaching, like sharing of who we are. Not so much the intellectual, but the heart and the compassion, the importance of compassion for life.
Yeah, I think what resonates for me on that one is that it's the sort of 2-tier approach to our communities, right? I mean, I often talk about how if people dressed up like the KKK and walked into a predominantly black neighborhood, I mean, the cops would be all over it, and people would be getting arrested immediately. It's this, but if they dress up like terrorists and walk into a Jewish neighborhood, it's fine, right? And it's the same. If the suicide rate in any other community was commensurate to what is going on, what this gentleman was telling us was going on in their communities, the government, it would be a crisis. It would be all over the media. The country would be in crisis. You know, I think you said the stock market would stop, right? We would stop, but it's that same sort of 2-tier delivery of services that we should be advocating for each other. And what really resonated with me, and Paula, this was what you said, is this declaration. I think I love putting stuff out into the world. And I think if we can create a declaration of shared values and commonalities, and maybe look at where we are as communities in this fabric of the land that we're living in right now, Canada, I think we should do it. I'm going to volunteer Harry LaForme, and I'll help.
We have a big financial, the financial table.
And you read, okay. And you read it, Harry, and we'll do it together. How does that sound?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a quick comment. There's one thing I told our table. I was very, that was never brought out. We have suicide rates that are way too high in our First Nation communities. A 10-year-old, 8-year-old committing suicides. That was never once brought out today. And I'm kind of disappointed. I speak for those people that are in the far north. A jug of milk, 16 liter, $25. Okay? A 4 liter for $25. We can do all the powwows we can do all the gatherings, but we need your help, the Jewish people. We need your help in this place called Canada. It's not the greatest place in the world when you come to our communities, where our kids live in 2-bedroom houses, 16 people. The highest was about 38 for a 2-bedroom. So we need that help. We need to educate one another. And you have the resources. You have that resources. So we need that. That's one thing I wanted to bring out in our thing, in our table. And I was hoping every First Nation representative would bring that out. Today, not even a week ago, a 10-year-old committed suicide. So those are the things we need to bring out. Educate. We have to educate First Nations. We have to educate other nations. The problems that we're facing in our communities. Lack of housing, lack of running water. The best place in the world, her community, 5 hydro dams, and you can't even swim on that lake, that river system. Meanwhile, it's called clean energy. It's not clean back there. That's why we want to invite you to our communities. And you can say, we'll bring in 10 children. Do you know how much an airfare is? It's over $1,000. Even more in Nunavut. I got invited there. 4 of us, 17,000 for both of us there and back. So we need to educate. I'm sorry, I sound like a politician, but I'm here to advocate on behalf of the children. I want to advocate on behalf of the children and the families. So I'm hoping every table that has Indigenous representation, bring those out. When you're in the far north, it's a totally different story when you're in a southern community where you can truck in food, where you can truck in housing. In my community, you got to fly it in, go by boat, and onto the community. It's very remote. Yes, we can invite as many children, but can we afford it? It's the airfares that are substantial. And every person that receives a welfare, $238, is only 1 bag of groceries for a week. Unfortunately, that is our story. So I just want to say thank you for listening.
I just want to say something. So we're table 6, but when Andrew went up and presented, he didn't read out what I had suggested. It was to do a student exchange with some Jewish students to our First Nations land. That way our First Nations kids can learn when they come to the Jewish communities. As we all know, the Jewish people are very smart. The kids can learn. God's given you a special identity, and our kids can learn from you, and your kids can come to our communities
on an exchange, like 5 days during cultural camp, to learn. We teach the kids fishing at the river, drawing salmon, hunting, skinning the deer, skinning them, or scraping the hides, drying the meat, you know, making drums, that sort of thing. But that's, you know, an exchange program for the kids. So they can get out of that community into this one and vice versa and see. So, yeah.
Thank you so much to both of you for sharing those comments. I'm getting goosebumps of feeling like this is a historic moment when the Jewish people of Canada and the First Nations of Canada are making that kind of friendship that one day is going to be commemorated on those images that we heard earlier about. Andrea and Daniel and Canada House and Rabbi, what you are doing here is absolutely amazing. So thank you so much. Jonathan, last but certainly not least, your table. Yeah, Vivian, sorry, it's Vivian, Jonathan, Michael.
I'll say something after.
No, you go first.
The podium. We'll go off the rails.
Okay.
At the podium.
Okay, so you guys don't know that much about me, but I've been traveling for 20 years doing suicide prevention in remote communities. We do a thing called Carry the Cure. And we go into these communities and we do presentations in schools. And I've been doing it with this ministry that we partnered with Broken Walls in this ministry called Carry the Cure. And we go in and we teach the Indigenous young people their value. And it's way cheaper for us to get in there than to fly them out somewhere to teach them. So what we do is we do it through the school system. We do a concert and we teach about their value, each one of their personal value. We show them, we say, look at your thumbprint. There's only one thumbprint like that in the whole world, and that's you, and you're special. And then we take out a $20 bill, and we take the $20 bill and we say, who wants it? And the kids all want it. And then we crumple it up, and we throw it on the floor, and we step on it. And we pick it up, and we rip it. We say, now who wants it? And everybody still wants it, amazingly. And then we tell them the story about no matter how you've been treated, no matter the things that you've gone through, you're still valuable. Because these kids that commit suicide don't feel valuable. That's why they do it. And we come and we bring this beautiful message and we release that there. And one of the problems that we always are having is being able to get to the places that need us. Like one of the villages that I've gone to 20 times is Pekanjikum, because they had the highest rate of suicide in the world in the modern world in 2016. And went up to Attawapiskat when they had a very similar situation. We went in there. It cost us $17,000 to take 4 of our people up so that we could make a presentation there. And this is making a great impact. We're seeing like suicide being backed off in the communities that we get to go to. And we do these outreaches at the end of the day where we do things and we invite the adults in and the parents, and we do these beautiful outreaches where we're reaching out to the whole community and teaching and all. But I just wanted to just say, yes, I did just talk about powwow and that. But when my brother talked about this, I'm sitting there and I'm just fighting the tears because we've been doing this for so long and it's been such a struggle for us to be able to do it. And you know, we appeal and we appeal and we appeal and places need us. And, you know, there is money that some of the communities have for us to get in. But like they said, it's just unbelievable what it takes to put this together. But I needed to also say, you don't have to be invited to the powwow just because you're Jewish. You're God's children too. And you get to go to the powwow if you want to go to the powwow. You just go pay, you go into the powwow and you enjoy it. And don't be afraid of the ceremonies because, you know, scripture says that I read says we have authority to tread over serpents and scorpions. You know, so why would I care about anything that I might think in my head is bad? You go there, you enjoy it. You know, when the dances are happening, tell you what eagle feathers represent. Eagle feathers represent the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of the Creator. So to our people, when eagles are flying, or we see eagles, or we wear eagle feathers, I don't know if you noticed, but I had eagle feathers on my mic stand last night. It's because they represent the symbol of the Holy Spirit to our people. And, you know, it was, they made a mistake when they saw it, because they just thought we were worshiping the eagle. Or when they see our hunter down on his knees in front of the deer that he just killed, he's not praying to the deer god, he's thanking the deer for the gift of his life to feed his family and thanking the Creator for that. But the mistake was, oh, they're worshiping the deer. You know, and these are the kind of things that, the issues that we are dealing with. And it's really important that we take the time. And if you go to a powwow, don't expect immediate results. If you want to build relationship, it takes time. You have to eat together. And the other one of the most important things that I teach everywhere I go is you always carry gifts with you. Gifts that you like, things that are important, you know, like things that your people make at home, beadwork, whatever. You carry the gifts with you when you go, and you enter with the gift. You don't just pay the bill at the thing, but you go in and somebody that you managed to strike up a conversation with, just pull something out and say, hey, I'd just like to give this to you. The door opens with that gift. Every one of these rings that I'm wearing, except my wedding ring, every one of these rings that I'm wearing were all gifts that were given to me. And I can tell you the history, the time, I can tell you who gave it to me, why they gave it to me, and we build relationships through those things. Those gifts become a tangible memory of time. And so as you go in, don't just think you're going to go there the first time and all of a sudden have a whole bunch of Indigenous friends. What you do is show up. Let them see that you're interested in relationship. Let them see it. Show them. Return. It's a beautiful thing. I had something else written down here. Just yeah, we will. Just a minute. I'm not done. Be persistent. Go with gifts. Don't be afraid. And eat food together. Sit down with people you don't know and just chat with them. Just eat food, because it's over food where you build family, where you build relationship. It takes years to build trust. Sometimes it takes a long time. I got asked to sing at my powwow last year for the very first time in 30 years. And it changed everything. After I finished, all of a sudden I had friends coming out of the woodwork. People wanted to hang out with me and stuff. So I'm just saying, take your time and go take those relationships.
Thank you, Jonathan. And now the paper.
All right, a couple of short messages. Number one, if you want to have friends, it really helps if you be a friend. That's exactly what Jonathan said. We have to be proactive about cultivating friendships. And yes, offering gifts, eating, striking up those conversations is a big step forward. We need to learn more about each other. My grandparents didn't have the slightest clue what a First Nations person was. Growing up in Central Europe between the wars, we have a lot to learn. But the second thing is about advocacy. Two major rules about advocacy. The first is a positive rule. Sweat the small stuff. You might think it's trivial, but don't let it go. Sweat the small slights and insults. Make sure that they are not brushed under the rug. Make them important and actually raise your voice about them. And of course, the golden rule, nobody cares what you believe, nobody cares what you think when it comes to advocacy. The only thing they care about is what you can prove in front of a tribunal. So do your homework, get the facts right, and then scream it from the rooftops.
Thank you, Michael. Vivian, anything to add?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, of course, there's the whole idea of attending powwows, but I have to say that it makes a very big difference if you are invited by someone. It's not just that you're arriving as some foreigner. It's very important that you have family, mishpucha, that you can relate to and who know you and will bring you in. There's a very big difference. So please invite us to all of your powwows. All of them, no. And again, I'm going to reiterate, I really think it's important that Jews speak for the indigenous and the indigenous speak for the Jews. Throw people off their balance. We can't, you know, there's one thing that really, really impressed me during this whole thing since October 7th, and that was the pagers. Why? The pagers that blew up. Because how else can a little tiny country have taken on all of those people in Hezbollah? It's the ingenuity. It's don't do things by rote. Change it. Flip it on its head. We should have Jewish lawyers speaking for the indigenous lawyers should be speaking for the Jews. In terms of a declaration, I think that's really, really important. And I think we should start, I can't help it, I'm very entrepreneurial. I think we should start making t-shirts that and different items that are in Hebrew and in the different languages. When you walk around doing that, it's like, whoa, that just changes everything up. It's like, how do you have indigenous things being written along with Hebrew things? And in terms of doing things for your communities as well, it's not just a question of getting money. You should get Jews to come and invest with you for the hydro plants and for different things and take on the government. That's what we have to do. We have to make money together so we can help you become independent. You don't want the Canadian government telling you what to do. They have done bogus, and I'm being polite by saying that. So bring Jews in. Get us involved in the mining, in whatever it is, so that you can be making money. And we will also make money, and that's okay too. So, and the declaration is a really, really, really important thing, and we should be getting it out there. Use social media. Blow people away. Miigwech.
Let's give Vivian a huge hand. Thank you so much. What a way to end this active learning session. And now I think our time is to call the last part of this wonderful day to order.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chaba and everyone. We have a couple of people who are going to do quick summaries or statements. I want to just, where's Gabriella? Okay. I don't know if you're ready to say where people should post. We know that people have been taking pictures for the last few days. We'd like to get everybody to send all their pictures to one place. Gabriella, tell us where. And then you'll all be able to see all the pictures. In the meantime, we did have a professional photographer here. We will be putting an album together and posting that. You can see that Mitch has been making, and company are making a video. You'll all get copies of all of the presentations. Again, I want to thank, is Rabbi Gorman still here? Yes? Thank you, Rabbi, for not only participating at the openings, but staying with us, being part of the program. It's been really wonderful to have you and to feel so welcome in this synagogue. So I'm going to pass the mic, Melody's also going to join us, and we're just going to have a couple of wrap-up statements.
I know everyone's keen to keep moving, so I'll keep it short, but I want to say that every one of you who was here today was handpicked to be here. Everyone was especially chosen to be in this room. Everyone was chosen for a reason, because you are each leaders in your communities, in your families, you are influencers, and our goal was to have you here to learn, to be equipped. We were very privilege to have experts in the room to share their knowledge with you so that you as leaders will go back to your communities better equipped to understand the issues so that you can go out and start fires in your communities. So this has been a very unique event. I don't know that there's ever been an event like this to bring together a roughly equal number of Indigenous people and Jewish people together with many similarities but also differences in our communities. To bring you together in one room is not to be taken for granted. So it has been a unique day and a very special day. And I would just finally say I was given this beautiful key this morning, and I think it's very symbolic of the day that we have been given keys today to unlock doors in our communities to bring change, to recognize that we're dealing with a global narrative war. You've been equipped today to go home and make a difference in that narrative war. So each of you have been given keys of understanding, greater understanding today. And this is just a step along the way. It's just one little event we started 2 years ago with this relationship. We've been building it slowly. This has been a next step. So I'm hoping that there will be multiple projects that flow from this event that you will all take part in. Thank you.
Thank you. I think as Dr. Trotter said, this has been years in the making from the very first conversation that we had and that we had with Andrea as well. So the fact that we were able to put this together in this way is just truly remarkable. And what I think was very profound is that there were so many questions that we asked, right, about how we can better work together. What's the first step that we need to take? And what's the answer to that question? This is the answer, right? Bringing us, these communities together, building these relationships, having these organic conversations and uncomfortable conversations where we can learn from one another and better understand each other. That is the answer. And the more that we grow this out, the more impactful that we can be. So thank you for letting us and Allied Voices for Israel be a part of this. It was just a phenomenal experience. I'm very proud of a lot of things that I've done, but this is really now top 10.
I just wanted to draw your attention to what's in your bag here. If you haven't found this, it's a bookmark. And on the back, there's a QR code for an Instagram page for Kanata House. And on here, you'll find Indigenous voices that are standing with Israel. So if you haven't seen them, take a look, share them, let other people know that Indigenous people stand with you.
Amen.
So, and I just thank everybody who has had a voice on here. And we want more. We want more people. And we want more people to say the things that we learned this weekend. You know, these to counteract the narratives that we're hearing. So thank you very much to all our Indigenous guests who made an effort to come. We really honor you, love you. Yeah, amen.
I would, just a couple of things. I would like to now collect all the papers from your tables. That will also be assembled as part of a report that we share back. We didn't ask you to we didn't tell you in advance. We wanted you to write everything. Now give us all the papers. Gabriella is going to tell you where to post all your photos. I already told you that we'll share all the photos. You're all being added to the CAEF bulletin list, so you'll get a whole report on everything that's been happening and ongoing information. We work very hard to share what each of our partner organizations are doing. So I want to thank you all very much from my heart for your coming and participating. Not all the families are here who hosted, but they were all very eager to have guests, and so I think we want to thank the hosts. Thank you for coming. Thank the sponsors and the contributors, funders. For those of you who have come a long way, we really, really appreciate it, and we wish you a safe, successful trip home, and be in touch. We're friends. It works two ways. We need to hear from you all.
Amen.
Gabriella?
Thank you so much. Very quick about the photos, because I think pooling resources is a good start right over here. So I have a QR code if anyone wants to come and just take scan it. and then it's a link to a shared drive, and we can all upload our own pictures and see everybody else's. And also, once you add the drive, we'll all have each other's contacts to continue sharing your resources and supporting each other. Thank you so much. Woo!